Welcome, Star Valley. This is J.R. Burgess and Blake Angel bringing you the broadcast for the wrestling meet taking place in the Madison High School in Rexburg, Idaho. We've got one wrestler on the mat currently. We believe that is Crookston, but we are looking that up right now. Our apologies for a little bit of a late start. We had some technical difficulties, but we got them worked out here. Crookston, or the Star Valley wrestler, had a takedown just a moment ago. Looks like his opponent just had a takedown, so it is actually Tommy Hoops is who we have out there.
We'll make sure, but it looks like that's probably Tommy.
And track has him up 6-1, but I believe his opponent just had a takedown, so that's probably going to be 6-4 at this point.
Is that mat 3 over there, JR? Just make sure we're not lying.
Here.
We're at a bird's eye view, so we're trying to squint.
We got 1, which is going to be on the lower
Here's
left.
2, so that would make sense.
Yep. 2 will be on our bottom right of the screen.
Yeah.
3 will be on the upper left of the screen, and 4, which will be a girls' varsity mat, will be on the upper right of the screen.
Perfect. That is indeed Hoopson. Oh! Almost a snazzy pancake there. Goes back in the front headlock position. Chasing the inside leg. They show him at 6-5 now. I'm not sure if that's accurate either. We might be a little lag time, but that means he got a lot of points in that last round, right at the end.
Where's his opponent from?
Sugar
Salem.
He didn't travel too far. Got ride a bike home.
All right. So let's see here. Tommy Hoops, I'm assuming that this is the second period that we're looking at right now with a score currently of 6-5. His opponent in on a single leg, able to bulldoze it through. Lets him up, though, and Tommy's going to get an escape point out of that.
Well, I don't think the ref even called a takedown on that.
He didn't, huh? Just an exchange.
Definitely opinion there. I would have probably said that was full control, but as you can see, as quick as they came back up, probably the better call. Ooh, now that could be anyone's throws. Are tied up, rough and oh, and he's going to get it to his back. Great takedown. Takes a 3-point advantage with a 2-point near fall. That should put him solidly in the lead.
Looking to hook up that cradle. He's got the crossface connected to the elbow. Got it hooked up.
He sure does.
Oh! Boy, those little guys just roll right through that, though, don't they? His opponent able to get an escape point, so it'll be interesting to see what the score is at currently. I would say that Tommy's probably up by a couple of points, 3 or 4 at this point in time.
Yeah. If he got 3 for the takedown, 2 near fall, that's a 5, so he should be 11-5. 1 escape, 11-6.
His opponent, Sugar Salem, in on a single leg, and then Tommy able to whizzer that or feed him some hips pretty well.
He does have that whizzer, had the whizzer.
Yep. His opponent in on another shot. Tommy doing a good job of playing some defense. Our apologies if they go outside the screen sometimes. We are just as interested in these matches as you guys are, and sometimes we end up watching the match.
We're about as far away as you can be from Thomas's match. We're up on the other side, so we're zooming. And
we also do have another match going on here on mat number 2. That looks like it is that one. I don't know. We got a lot of blonde curly-headed.
Let me refresh
that might be Crookston. Unfortunately, we can't see him because we're behind a pole there, but he is in a cradle right now, trying to escape. We still have Tommy Hoops that is on the screen currently.
Yeah, they're wrestling right underneath the perch here, the big dock. So that would be Caden Crookston. He is down 3-0, behind by 1 takedown. So you want to divide and conquer here a little bit. I'll just tell when I'm going back to Crookston.
Yep.
You can take that one.
That'd be great.
Okay.
All right, so Tommy is currently on bottom right now, and fighting off the cradle.
On the front mat, you probably can't see on the screen. No change with Crookston, as his opponent leads 3-0. His opponent from Teton High School. Out of bounds, going back in the center.
All right, let's see if we can zoom out here to the point where we might be able to get 2. Tommy in a little bit of a trouble. He is on his back, but able to come off bottom and reverse it.
Good.
Let's see if we can zoom out enough here that we can get both matches. So Tommy Hoops is in the upper right hand and Caden Crookston in the lower left hand. Once again, we've got 4 mats running here. We're going to try and catch all the Star Valley matches that we can.
Oh! Oh, they might call that on the return on the far mat there.
On Tommy?
Yeah, no. Yes, on Tommy.
A little bit of an aggressive return, or?
Well, I think it was safe, but they did say potentially dangerous, which is when they put one hand over their head. That means, hey, we're just going to stop this. He might have had an arm trapped or an arm bar. If they put 2 hands on their head, that's an illegal move where they actually will deduct or give the other opponent a point. So I think we're safe, just cautious.
Yep.
Going into the second round here with Caden's match. His opponent has choice, goes neutral from Teton. So both back on their feet as Caden trails 3-0.
Tommy's going to start on top. Trying to hook up that cradle. He's got it hooked up. He's just looking for the tilt. He's got the tilt. And before he can get any back swipes out of it, it's going to be the end of the period. Looks like that is going to be the end of the match. Then Tommy does come away with the victory on that one.
Awesome.
So we're going to swing back here, see if we can get a little bit better view of Caden Crookston's here.
Still not a lot of points on the board. We have a 3-0 lead, and folks, that's just one takedown. In the past, of course, 2-0 would be the score, but every takedown now is accounted for 3 points. So we're not down by many points or many moves. Both on the feet. Teton tries a lateral drop. It does indeed stick. Caden finds himself on the back. The ref is getting swipes here. That was a great cross-lateral throw by Teton. And he's doing some bridging. He's turning, twisting. There's still ample time on the clock, so he's got to fight. But I'll tell you, this is going to take it out of you. Just the amount of bridging required in this amount of time. And they're going to say we're not going to go that long anyway. So we do drop that one by fall.
Unfortunately, that lateral drop, man, by the time you identify what your opponent's going for, if you haven't taken preventative action to get out of that, it's usually quite a surprise, and it's usually locked in pretty deep when you come down.
It happens fast. Okay.
All right, let's see if we've got some more wrestlers coming up here soon. Give us just a moment to get into track wrestling and see where we might be on this. You know, Blake mentioned the word control, so that reminds me that, a lot of the Olympic wrestling and the college wrestling that we're watching, that's actually freestyle. A lot of that is freestyle wrestling. And freestyle wrestling is more about exposure, in that if you turn your opponent's chest up or the type of throw or things of that nature, it's more of exposing your opponent. Where this style of wrestling, being in high school, is the folk style, which demonstrates control.
Yeah.
And so, we'll see takedowns here and there where both wrestlers are just wrestling through it. But until one wrestler can demonstrate control by either position of their arm or their legs or their hips, that's when the scoring comes. So sometimes we might see these rolling through for 30, 40 seconds of them just really going at it, and no points awarded because they're not demonstrating any type of control.
Yeah. Yep, we saw that in the last, just as JR said, USA or freestyle wrestling. You expose their back, whether you stick with them or not, you just gained points. In collegiate, you do have to hang with them. You got to stop their range of motion to where it is clear that you initiated the move, you stopped in that range of motion, so there was no roll through, no scramble out. And the other thing is, as JR was mentioning, spinning and getting behind, absolutely crucial. If their hips go down, and even if they're facing you, and they've got a partial whizzer, if their hips go down now, the refs will award 3-point takedown. But the clearest sign of a takedown is if you have stuffed the head or got behind, you've shot, and you're behind them, you're now parallel with them, so they are in the bottom position. That's the best way to get a score. Now, if they hold on to a leg with dear life and their hips are still up, refs won't give that point until they are almost, if they lock a cradle up, even if the opponent has a leg they'll still give the takedown because, by golly, you've got a cradle locked up. You know?
Right.
And so we always say crash the hips, crash the hips. As soon as that hip hits the bottom, even if they're holding on for dear life, the ref will usually say, yeah, we recognize your struggle and your effort, but the opponent that put the move first is got you. So they'll give the points.
You know, and in the rare occasion, last week we saw something that I haven't seen very often. We saw a defensive pin. The guy had his opponent locked up in a cradle and had him over on his back, but then his opponent was simply able to kind of fulcrum his weight over the top of his opponent, and even though his opponent had him locked up in a cradle, he was able to get his opponent's shoulders on the mat, and it was a defensive pin even though he had a cradle locked up. And haven't seen that in a while. It was called a little bit quick, but
there was one at State, if you remember last year.
Yeah.
There was one at State. And usually the wrestler that's getting pins that initiates the move does have to display some kind of, I know the position I'm in. And whether that's just even grab a limb or reach and act like he's trying to tilt into him, the ref will say, okay, he's fighting for that position. Right. And we're going to award it to him because he's getting a defensive pin. Now we have a Star Valley girl I noticed up here on the mat 3, but it looked like they changed the order a little bit. She's getting ready. It might even be, is that Carly? I can't tell.
I'm not sure. Let
Dancing
me see if
around
I can
there.
pull up the girls' bracket as well. Okay, we do have the boys over on the boys' bracket. Looks like that is most likely going to be Green. I believe that's Caleb Green from Star Valley with his opponent Banta from South Fremont. I'm wondering if that's the same Bantas that may have ties to Star Valley and the coaching in Star Valley.
Yeah, is it Bowden? If it's Bowden, we've wrestled him a few times.
I would assume it is Bowden. So is that Tyler Bantas?
No, this would be actually Rhett Bantas.
Okay.
And Rhett's dad and our old coach Banta were brothers.
Okay.
So this would be a nephew. And he's hunting the cradle, boy. And I'll tell you, he's tough. He's a state champ.
Green finds himself on his back in a cradle, fighting for that, and he's going to get pinned.
Yeah, if that was Bowden Banta, he is the real deal. My nephew took third at state, and Bowden pinned him in the first round, so he's tough.
It's a tough one, huh? Well, if he's got a connection to the Bantas of Star Valley, you know the wrestling coaches. Obviously, he comes from a wrestling family.
Yep.
It's in his blood there.
In fact, if you look, that's his brother. That's the coach. So very, very good, great wrestling family, good for the sport, and they do an awful lot for those Upper Valley aces and the up-and-coming wrestlers in the East Idaho pocket. So they don't care what school you're from. They're willing to reach out and help. So we have to draw somebody, and doggone it, we drew a tough one there.
Now, forgive us if we're a little bit late getting names. We're doing the best we can. We've actually got 3 brackets going on here in this school. So if you've ever been to the Madison High School, it is a huge facility. This is the main gym that we are currently set up in, and this is the varsity gym, if you will. We've got 3 mats for the varsity boys, 1 mat for the varsity girls. They do have I would call it a wrestling gym, if you would, that has 2 mats in it for the JVers, and then they have an auxiliary gym, which is almost the size of this gym, except for without the seating. And it's got 4 mats in there, I believe.
Yeah,
so,
it looks about the size of this as far as the floor footprint.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of wrestling going on. We've got 3 tournaments, the boys and girls varsities, and we got the JV boys going on. So a lot of wrestlers here, a lot of teams. In fact, I was just going to bring up the teams that are here while we're waiting for a wrestler to come up.
I'll be back. I'm going to go find out Carly's bout.
Okay, that'll be great. So the teams that we have here are Century, Idaho, Jerome, Idaho, Madison High School, South Fremont, Teton, Star Valley, Blackfoot, Bonneville, Butte, Montana, Green Canyon, Utah, Hillcrest, Idaho, Idaho Falls, Idaho, Rigby, Idaho, Shelley, Idaho, Skyline High School, Idaho, Shelley, Idaho, and Sugar Salem. So a lot of Idaho schools here. Looks like there's 1 Montana school, and Star Valley being the only Wyoming school here. We've got a little bit smaller tournament, I think, than what we've had the last couple of weeks. The boys just coming off of Box Elder. Box Elder had an enormous amount of kids there, especially varsity, high-quality wrestlers. One of the best tournaments in the northern Utah area that draws pretty much the entire Salt Lake Valley. So this tournament is pretty much the same thing, except for just on the eastern Idaho side. So anybody in the eastern Idaho area is here. All the Idaho Falls, the Shelley, the Rigbys, all of them are here to compete here. I think we've got one of the Perry boys up here on the mat, number 2, that we're zooming into right now. Looks like he's in on a front headlock. That looks like that is Kimball. My apologies, I'm just getting in to pull up the names. And that one is Kimball Perry. So Kimball Perry's got him in a front headlock, circling it out on the edge of the mat. His opponent doing a good job of not letting Kimball get behind and get those points. Kimball last week took second place in the Box Elder tournament in northern Utah. So coming off of a successful week, he faced some really tough opponents down there in the Utah area. Kimball in on a fake. Nothing coming of it. He's got an underhook. Clears that. Fakes on a single leg. Head to head, and they're going to center it back up here. His opponent in on a single leg, unable to get there. Kimball in on a front headlock. Kimball's got to block that arm now and get back around. Trying to flatten his opponent out before he can get out around. Trying to block that arm now. He's threading that, trying to get the head in the hole there, grab a knee. Not able to do so. His opponent's doing a great job of spinning around with him to not allow him access to his legs. His opponent defending well. Kimball still in on that front headlock. And his opponent able to get back up to his feet. What a great job by his opponent to get up there. That is going to end the first period. And I do believe that that match is currently scoreless with Kimball Perry. His opponent being from I apologize, it won't pull up right now as to where he's from, but starting period number 2 here. Kimball is a returning state champion from a state champion in, I believe, the 126 weight class in the 4A division of Wyoming for last year, going for a two-peat this year. Kimball in on a single leg, elevates it, trying to clear that from between his legs, able to do so, gets it up around his shoulder, and he's going to look for a back trip here. His opponent doing a good job of hugging in nice and tight, not allowing for Kimball to create that space to get him down. Kimball able to get that trip in, and now he covers, and that is going to be a 3-point takedown for Kimball. I believe that is the first points of the match. That should make the match 3-0 in favor of Kimball. Out on the edge of the mat, they're probably going to return him here shortly. And they do, back up to the center. It looks like we're going to have some blood time with Kimball. So new with Wyoming rules this year, as long as you have 1 point of contact in the circle, they will allow you to continue to wrestle. However, the downfall to that is when you get out on the edge of the mat, if you or your opponent touches off of the mat at all at any point, then they return you to the center of the mat. That's considered out of bounds as well. So there is a little bit of a downfall, but at the same time, if you are in a pinning position, it's great that they're allowing you to wrestle a little bit deeper off the edge of the mat to create the points and the action that is needed for the match. Kimball's match is the only Star Valley match, boys or girls, going on right now in this gym. We do have a girls wrestler coming up here soon. It looks like the girls bracket is taking a little bit longer to get up and rolling. But one of the first matches will be a Star Valley match. Kimball looks like he is all plugged up with the blood time. Now they're just doing cleanup. So the way the blood time works is each wrestler is allowed, I can't remember the exact time, I believe it's 3 minutes of blood time. And that blood time does not include cleanup. It only includes the time that they are actually bleeding, and once the bleeding has been stopped, then they stop the blood time as to not forfeit the match. And if you do run out of that blood time, you do end up forfeiting the match. Maybe Blake could tell me here, how much blood time does each wrestler get? Is it 2 or 3 minutes? Do you remember?
I think they get, I wanted to say it was 6, but let's look that up and make sure.
But I think they get...
Was it Kimball or the other kid?
It's Kimball that was bleeding. Kimball in on a takedown. He's got his opponent flattened out on the mat. I know that there is now blood time and injury time, and I believe the injury time is 5 minutes, and that is separate from the blood time. An example that injury time would be used is in the case of like a throw when a kid's head bounces off the mat or something of that nature. Kimball in on an arm bar, able to get a couple of back points, but his opponent able to swing his feet up over the top and get the reversal out of it. So now Kimball's on bottom. Kimball able to sit out switch, able to get right back around and get those 2 points again, and able to do that just in the nick of time for the end of the period.
It is still 5 minutes.
It's still 5 minutes for blood time. There we go.
Cumulative total of 5 minutes, meaning it's not 5 minutes all at once. It doesn't restart.
Right.
They keep track of that blood time. You bleed out. You wait 4 minutes. You're still at whatever your balance was at the last time you played.
Kimball's starting on bottom for the third period. Does a sit out, not able to get to it. His opponent doing a great job of covering. Kimball still got his hips separated, in a good position to stand up and separate for that escape point, and he does. Kimball in on a single leg. Nice get around the back there. And another 3 points for Kimball.
That was a slick corner single, and he hit it just like the other kid was holding still. He's fast, isn't he?
He is. He's very quick to get to that outside leg. Looks like they're going to stop it again for blood time. Ooh. Kimball's bleeding again. So, Blake, what did you find out with the girls' tournament? Is they're just taking a little bit more time getting it rolling?
You know, have they not wrestled a single match here?
They have not.
That's interesting. They've got the bouts pulled. Most of the brackets had a bye. The lightweights buyed out to kind of match the number of wrestlers. So I'm not sure why there's a lag there. Didn't find out much, actually, other than everyone's warmed up ready.
So does it look like they're mainly 32-man brackets or 16s?
Mostly 16.
16s?
Yep.
Some of the boys' brackets are going to be in the 32-man variety. I'd say there's probably going to be very few in the 16-man variety. Well, I don't know. We've got about 20 teams here, so some of the upper weights in the 65, 75, you might have a 16-man bracket rather than a 32.
And if there's 2 wrestlers per team per weight, they did allow that a couple years ago. It was kind of sad. Star Valley, they were counting our points, and we were way ahead. But then they took away our JV points.
Yeah. And Star Valley did bring, I believe we've got 4 wrestlers. I think we have 3 or 4 weight classes that have 2 wrestlers in them.
Okay. I know Kimball and his brother Tell just off of an impressive finish again at a large Utah tournament. I believe both of them took runner-up.
Yes.
At
very second place at Box Elder.
Yeah, and that's a tough. You place at Box Elder, you're guaranteed. Even up to 5th and 6th, you're usually state champions. So
yeah, and so in Tell's bracket, they were saying when I was down there last week, there were 14 state placers in the state of Utah, 4 of them being state champions in Tell's bracket alone.
Oh, wow.
And 2 Fargo placers in his bracket, and he ended up taking 2nd place. And really, he was in the championship match to the point that he had an opportunity to win. So, he was a great wrestling. So did Kimball, and then also Grant Thompson was a runner-up as well.
Yep.
And Kimball, we just got started, and now he's bleeding again.
Wow. Boy, we hope we didn't jinx him. They've been to put one of those expanding cottons up in there and just let him keep wrestling and keep the blood at least on the inside of his body.
You know, it's always funny to me at state when they got a plug in each nose and they got a wrap of tape around their face.
Yeah.
It's like, how do you even breathing? Let alone wrestling.
Well, and we're assuming it's nose. I'm pretty sure that's the case,
yeah,
isn't
it is, I believe. And Kimball's not usually the bleeder.
No, that's.
But I believe we had 4 placers, maybe 5 placers at Box Elder. We had 3 second place, 1 third or 4th place, I believe, and then I think we ended up having 1 6th place. That was Cooper Burke. He could have finished a little bit higher, but he pulled out for a shoulder injury.
Oh,
he's
darn.
back in good this week, but just wanted to take precautions on
make
that.
It safe, okay.
And then we had 3 or 4 guys that would have finished in the 7th, 8th, if you will. So, just off the podium. So overall, a great weekend. They only took 11 wrestlers to Box Elder and still ended up taking, I believe, 4th place out of a very, very tough and heavy tournament of talent.
Yeah, in fact, I think I remember. I think Tell was just a 2-point deficit, wasn't it, against his state champion in the finals?
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's great. I heard Coach's interview this week, Coach Clark, talking about how you see different types of wrestling in different areas. So that's why they travel to Utah, the Northern Utah tournament. They're going to see a different style of wrestling. The Sanderson style, I believe, is what he called it down there.
Yeah.
Whereas here, you're going to see a little bit more of the – Kimball's bleeding again.
Oh, well, they didn't even go 10 seconds. Did they? I mean, I think what you said about the tape, maybe –
they might be plugging him up and taping him.
They could be pushing that blood time. You take a minute here and there, you get 5 of those minutes. I don't know. I'd be curious to know. I did see Coach Perry reach over and make an X, like stop the blood time, we're good.
Yeah.
There he is right there. Okay, see, the ref did it that time. They're like, we can't listen to you, Coach and Dad, but the ref, so that was smart. He told the ref to tell him stop the blood time, and he did.
Yep.
And so now it's cleanup. So I don't believe the cleanup time counts.
No, it doesn't.
At that moment, that's good because, before Coach Perry was like, hey, stop the blood time, I'm sure the table helps looking as well. Easy for you to say. But the ref did, he passed it on to the ref, and the ref was very good at saying, all right, we're no longer on the clock, so we're just cleaning up.
So as I was saying in regards to Clark's interview that he had this week with Jake Hibbard, so he was talking about, in Northern Utah you see a lot of Sanderson style of wrestling, whereas here in Idaho you're going to see a lot more legs. I don't think I saw a single like a leg riding wrestler in Utah at all at Box Elder. And I know that some of our wrestlers like Cooper Burke, he's a big leg guy. He'll put his legs in, and boy, that's tough to get out of. So
this country, you've got, Zollingers and Holmans, and you got a lot of leg riders. We're talking national champions and nationally ranked wrestlers that have, they pretty much established a leg riding legacy here.
Yeah. So you're going to see a little bit different style of wrestling here, and honestly, you're going to see a little bit more of Star Valley style wrestling here. In the eastern Idaho than what you would see in the northern Utah. So Kimball's back out on the mat here. Let's see how long we can go without getting back into some blood time.
If he just get that arm bar and say, when are you going to end it here?
Right? Coach is like, all right, you're up. Let's just pin him and get off the mat before you run out of blood time.
Or just run out of blood.
Kimball doing a good job of keeping his hips back around his opponent. Hard crossface.
Now, this kid's giving a fight. Maybe he knows that blood time because realistically, Kimball should be at the top of his bracket. And I'm sure he is. Is it number 1 seed? Or
I'm sure he's number 1 seed, if not.
So he would be wrestling an individual who I don't like how this always matches up, an individual that might be less than. But if this is less than, this kid is fighting.
Oh, yeah. For Kimball's skill level, he's really giving him a fight. He's doing a great job. You see him on the underside there. He is, every time Kimball goes to turn him, he reaches up with his leg and hooks around Kimball's leg.
Yep. I don't know if he's doing enough wrestling now to justify not a stall call. Kimball seems to be doing all the work. But
Kimball in on a tilt, but no, not very controlled. And so they roll out of bounds. No points are going to be awarded there, and Kimball's bleeding again.
I think that was law out of time as well. Is he really bleeding again?
Yeah, but that was the end of the match.
Okay, jeez.
Like, yeah, no, I don't need to go to the table. Just call it time, and we'll be good.
Well, I'm glad the time ran out about the time he started to.
We're going to swing over to mat number 4 here. Looks like we've got a female Star Valley wrestler coming up on the mat. Blake, you know who that is?
I think it's Bernstein, but let me make my phone is not tracking very good, so let's see if we can try that again.
Oh, okay. So I just got a text. Don't know from who, but thank you to the listeners.
Yeah.
Kimball is actually ranked number 2 below Banta that we were talking about earlier.
Oh, they're in the same weight?
They're in the same weight. So Banta is ranked number 2. So, hey, thank you for whoever texted that into me. I appreciate that.
That'll be a good, tough match. I hope they both advance out to the finals, which is the idea of the number 1 and number 2 seed. Kind of give them an opportunity not to face each other too early.
And that'll be a heck of a match, too.
Okay, let's see if we can gather in here on that girls' side of it. I might have to Where's it? I'm going to text the team captain. Well, it's tough because there's 3 gyms and the team captain's all over the place, too.
You know, I do want to give a shout out to Madison High School. They're letting us use their internet. Their facility is an awesome facility. Usually you go into these facilities.
I need to plug mine in then.
And, well, only the computer's on there.
Okay.
But usually when you go to these other gyms, they're so small from side to side. They have the mats rolled up on the walls, and I hate that because it's just not safe for the wrestlers.
Yeah.
And, you know, they start pushing off the wall a little bit. So it is a great facility here. It's always wonderful to come out here to Madison and to wrestle. They bring some top-notch teams from Eastern Idaho. We got one from Montana here today as well. And going to see some great wrestling here today. Boy, that girls' bracket is still just seems to be running slow. Let's see if we can get up another screen here, see if we might be able to find out what's going on with the girls' bracket.
I just sent a message to our team captain, Andrews, to see. I'm pretty sure that's Bernstein, but well, let's see here. Actually, she could be warming up. It's Aurora Colvin on mat 4.
All right, so now we got the girls here. So we've got Colvin against Redford. We're going to have Ken Merritt coming up here soon, and also Bernstein. All right, so we've got Colvin coming up on mat number 4, which is the mat that is currently on your screen. Blake, you want to give us a call on this girls' match for us?
You bet. There's some long reaches. She wants to do some leg work, and that's always neat if these girls can incorporate that. You can tell it's a little new right now, but that foot sweeps and footwork can make the difference in a solid, strong tie. Neither wrestler prevail, and the one that can kind of say, hey, I know how to use my feet too, not just my hands. And usually that's more of experienced wrestling, but it comes with time. Nice spin behind. Star Valley takes it 3-0. So Aurora's looking actually really good. She's got to be careful reaching in front. She doesn't have an Iowa ride on or something else because their bottom wrestler can really use that arm as a handle and roll her. Now she's got her broke down. Now she can throw her hands out in front all day long. She's going to go to a wrist roll and change it to a half. I think she's got a half, hard to tell, but she's getting back points either way. And this is going to be a fall.
Yep.
And that ref's looking. He says, fall. Nice job, Aurora. You can hear the Star Valley Lady Braves cheering section. It just came alive in this gym. One thing about the girls' spirit is, they'll wake everybody up real quick.
You hear that at every high school you come down to. If you're on deck, great. If you're not on deck, get off the floor.
Well, our cheering section might have helped with that announcement too.
Yep. Well, I can see probably 5 or 6 Star Valley wrestlers, girl wrestlers down there and it's not just Star Valley that's guilty of that. every
I
team's
think it's
guilty.
great. I wish I could take their team, as many as can go on. But
You know, as long as it doesn't get too congested down there, I agree with you. I like that. We do have a
now, is it Bernstein
couple of
coming
different
up?
matches. Yep.
How did you get on that? So mine just loads and loads and loads, and see that? It will not load. Maybe yours will do this. We might just have to use the eye. I can tell it's Kenna Merritt coming up on mat number 3.
Kenna Merritt, yep.
And I believe she is the number 1 seed coming into this tournament. Had a great finish a week ago just down in Mountain Crest. She made it to the Consolation Championship. She did fall in that one to take a 4th place, but the place in that one, I mean, that's one of the largest ones in the state and most competitive.
So we've got also Girac of the boys coming up over here. So we're going to be swinging back and forth. Blake, why don't you take Kenna Merritt over there, and that's where we'll leave the camera for right now, and I'll just announce audio for Girac.
Well, you can. He's wrestling. They're not.
Okay.
Well,
let's see if we
he's
can get
kind
over
of
here.
underneath that post. It's a tough mat to get. But
there we go. Girac in on a headlock. It looks like he's trying to hook up a
near
standing
side
cradle.
Yeah.
Trying to bulldoze his weight
there's
into him,
the
able to
points.
break him down.
That's exactly what we talked about earlier. See, he got the points when the hips crashed. They did go ahead and give him the points. On Kenna Merritt's match, both neutral position.
We're going to see if we can zoom out here, see if we might be able to get it. That's really going to stretch our camera lens.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not. We're going to swing over to the Kenna Merritt match here, and we'll go back and forth a little bit. So you're going to take the Kenna Merritt match, and I'll take the Girac match.
Yep, Kenna's got her down crasher, goes for that near side cradle. Now watch as the ref decides where to award the points. Right there, he's going to give it to her because she was able to not only crash her, but get behind for full control. Nothing happened on the Girac mat right now. Well, now they're wrestling.
Girac starting on top. I believe they're going into the second period now. His opponent up to his feet, looking to break those hands and turn the hips before he gets off the edge of the mat. Not able to do so. Girac with a good mat return.
And Kenna Merritt riding tough on top. No change in points, still 3-0. She now has a cross wrist under the belly, hard to see from here, but and changes off to an arm bar, takes the far wrist, bottom leg, and she's running it. If she can take one big step, and her opponent does a great job of keeping that arm
digging
from
in
going.
for the barbed wire there now is Kenna.
She did a great chain wrestling, changed it right off, and this one's going to turn her opponent.
Girac is still riding his opponent.
I think they are still in the first round, JR. I think that was just a
first period.
Run out of bounds, yeah.
Girac has control, but his opponent doing a good job of trying to get around back, not able to do so. Girac maintains control. Kenna's got I believe that's a barbed wire locked up.
Yeah, that girl's
that's pretty tough to stay that on top that long with the barbed wire and not get pinned.
Yeah, she fought it off, but I think we might run out of clock time here. There's no action on Drac's match yet, but we're going to go at it.
That was pretty darn close.
Is that zoomable? Kind of tough, darn
We're
it.
going to swing back here to Girac's match. We do have that post there. We'll reposition our camera here in just a little bit, see if we can get away from that post a little bit.
I wonder if we trade this over there.
Girac's he's got control, but he's draped over the top, and his opponent's trying to grab those arms.
You got a front 3/4 on. They ran out of time.
All right,
I'd have liked to have seen that.
Now we're going into the second period, I believe.
Just on vocal, back to Kenna's match. We go to the new round. Kenna starts in the bottom position. Her opponent proves to be pretty tough on top. They're going to say
locked hands.
Locked hands, 1 point towards Kenna. So we lead that one 4-0.
Girac's opponent in on a single leg and able to bulldoze Girac right down to his back. His opponent's going to have control. That's a 3-point takedown out on the edge of the mat.
I was on the wrong one there.
You're fine. So here's.
So there it is. I guess that is the right one. Kenna does a switch to get her reversal. Nice job. She now leads this 6-0. Or excuse me. Yes, it would be 6-0.
Girac fighting off bottom on the edge of the mat.
Looks like they got a tie point there. 3-3 on Girac's match. Is that right?
Yep.
That's a tight one.
Kenna's got in that arm bar, trying to step out around the head. Scooping the head now. Just swing back over here because it looks like she's probably going to get a fall.
She changed off to a half, takes the wrist, stretches it out. Her opponent's doing a good job of keeping that leg lace. Kenna needs to abort that leg if she can get that out. And there she goes, right there.
And Jurok, on the other hand, man, he's got in a deep bar, trying to pull Jurok's arm off. And I don't know how he didn't turn. He
really
came out of that.
Good, yeah, really fighting hard. Unfortunately, that'll probably cost a couple points of near fall. And Kenna does indeed secure a pinfall over her opponent.
Nice pin by Merritt. We're going to come back over here to the Jurok match. He has made his way back up to a base.
You know, they only gave 2-point near fall,
hey,
so that's
wasn't there for too long.
Big shout out for him. He was fighting off his side and keeping from breaking that 90 for a long time. He's got that headgear right over his eyes.
I mean, I've never wrestled before, but that cannot be fun when that headgear is just...
No, he probably doesn't know he's right on that. Now, there we go. We're going to run out of time. Yeah. Go.
That should get us out and around the way of the post there. Sorry, we repositioned our camera. Now we're going to go into the third period here of the Jurok match. Jurok is currently down by 1 point, 4-5. We do have another girls match coming up, but we'll get to that one here shortly, as this Jurok match is going to be winding to a close here shortly.
Every now and again, I'll throw in who this is. They're not wrestling yet, so let's just stay.
Jurok's opponent
here.
in on a single leg. Puts Jurok to his back, and now he's trying to belly out, but it's almost too late for that. Crossface by his opponent, and he's getting near fall swipes. Jurok doing a great job of fighting off his back. His opponent does get 3 near fall. That's going to make the score 12-4 in favor of Jurok's opponent.
I think they gave that new 4 near fall, which is a lot of points, but if they hold them on their back for that many seconds, they can get up to 4 near fall.
Jurok's opponent's got an arm bar, at least he did. He still does. He's got that chicken wing in. Looking for a wrist to roll that down underneath Jurok's body. Doesn't get it, but he goes for a half instead. And now with that chicken wing and that half, he's going to try and roll him up on himself. Gets his legs out so we can get up around the head. Jurok, man, he's doing a great job staying off of his back, because this guy's put him in some tough situations.
His arms will be a little sore, but you
can
tell he's paid the price of being conditioned. I mean, he's got great strength to be fighting this much.
Go home and ice your shoulders after this one.
I think he's got doubles in there too, doesn't he? Or is it a half and a single? Oh, it's a half.
It's a half.
Yeah.
A half in that chicken wing arm bar that he's got there.
Which is the worst.
Now he's going to stack him up, but they're going to call it potentially dangerous.
And I'll bet he's feeling it. If we can just break, that's what we needed. We need to break that position, start again, get a restart.
Right. So it looks like we've only got 24 seconds left in the match, unfortunately.
Well, if he saw that and he's got a game plan, a lot can happen, especially with the new point systems. He'd have to about go for a pin, though. Even an escape and a takedown will put him at 8-12. To the back would put it 12-12, though. Escape, takedown, and near fall. Boy, he was able to snake that armbar in again.
Just quick as he could get off the whistle, he had that armbar in. He's going to go for that
claw ride.
Back to the wrist.
He knows there's time.
Yeah, he's not going to do too much here. So unfortunately, Jurok's going to end up losing that one, 4-12. He fought off his back. That's a great match for him.
Tough position all the way around.
Tough position all the way around, yep. Okay, we're going to swing back over here to mat number 4, where we've got
Brianna
a Star Valley
Bernstein.
wrestler.
So Brianna Bernstein, they've got a little delay. I'm not sure what the problem is. Probably track wrestling deal, but
boy, the girls' bracket has not run very smoothly at all.
Yeah, I don't know if they're waiting for more guys to finish. It can't be for more girls to finish.
we do have coming up here soon for the boys. We have Daryl Hunting coming up, and Colby Merritt coming up here soon. So not quite yet, but coming up soon. If you're just joining us, we are in Madison in Rexburg, Idaho, and we are at this huge tournament that they put on every year. This is usually the best of the Eastern Idaho schools. You're not going to have the Pocatello or the Boise schools here, but anyone that most of the high schoolers in the eastern region here of Idaho are going to be here. I would say probably close to 20 teams, 15 to 20 teams here, at least on the boys' side. I believe on the girls' side about as many. Obviously a few less wrestlers on the girls' side, but a lot of wrestlers here, and they have a JV meet going on as well in the other gym. There is not much spectator room in here after you get all these teams sitting on the bleachers, but that's a great thing. Nice cold day outside, so it's good to be inside wrestling.
It is. We left at 12 below. It was 8 below by the time we hit the main road, but I think it was up to about 15 when we rolled into town. Did you happen to notice? This town.
My car said 22 when I got here, but
well, geez, heat wave.
My car's a little bit generous.
We're in the banana belt,
right? You know, I didn't even wear a coat into the school, but you know, it's that time of the year in Star Valley. Last night it was woke up to about a -10, -12 degrees this morning.
Looks like Brianna is in the center.
All right,
Faces
here we go.
off. You can tell there's a little experience on her opponent's side. She's trying to impose her will, get in the hand position, and she does a great spin behind. Brianna trails 3-0 now. Good fling of the leg over there with the cross base, and she's in a tough position. Good twist in her hips, though. We do give that one up. I imagine that was one of the top seeds by the way she was moving. Very experienced young lady.
And that's tough for some of the less experienced wrestlers to come up against some of these hard wrestlers. You know, it's unfortunate that they lose, but at the same time, I mean, they're good learning experiences.
Yep, they can often learn what to try. I learned a lot of what to try by what other opponents successfully incorporated on me. So.
Yep. And also, I mean, you go into the next rounds and you're going to see somebody maybe on a little bit more of your same level. And that's where you can apply what you've learned in some of these tougher matches against some of these other opponents that you might meet. Not a Star Valley wrestler on the mat currently, but we will have
he's warming up there.
A couple coming up here. Let's see here, and that is going to be on mat number 2.
Now, folks, just as JR said, they're running 2 gyms, so we apologize we can't get them all. It would be just a wreck to try to move this much sound equipment and video from gym to gym, and we'd miss them anyway. So we'll catch all that we can in this gym.
Yep, and I'm actually going to check out for just one moment. My son is wrestling in the other gym.
Oh, great.
On mat number 5. So I'll let Blake take this for a moment, and I'll be right back with you.
I apologize. I pronounced last name wrong. It's actually Benstein. So forgive me, Brianna. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a Star Valley Brave on the far mat way across the gym. And I'll see if I can find out who that is, but I'm sure our listeners and watchers will recognize. Great action. Star Valley is going to take this. The ref does indeed award it 3-0. Moving up almost in a stack position. Taking the near wrist. and the far wrist. We've got double wrists on here, deciding whether he's going to go cross face, and he does secure the cradle, or at least nearly has the cradle on. Deciding which way he's going to shift his hips and pull him over. We are running out of real estate. New wrestling rules allows each wrestler to go out of bounds as long as one limb is in. That's more of a recent rule, so they will not stop the out of bounds until you are almost completely out, meaning you and the opponent. All right, change the position there. Crossface, cradle hard. He's taking the head to the knee. Does indeed get it locked up, or at least from this appearance, and he's going to get knee in the side, rocking back over our way. Boy, his bottom wrestler says, his arm is just in a terrible position. There we go, right there. We're getting lots of near fall points. This is going to be a fall, folks. And a pin right on the out of time limit. As Star Valley picks up a pin. Now, is that Tell? No, I'm trying to. Oh, that's Hunting. Great job. First round pin. There we go. Just got to use the power of my Zoom a little bit instead of looking at the computer. Got the twins. Unfortunately, I can't tell if that, I think it was Daryl. But we're getting a little instruction there after the map. Coach Perry. But what a great, great pin. All right, we're back off. Small break here again as we don't have a Star Valley Lady Brave or Brave wrestler on the mat. Kind of show you what JR was talking about. If you're going to try to find a place to sit and stay out of the aisle, it's pretty tough by the time the teams take their seats. All right, straight below us, Star Valley back on the mat. Looks like Bonneville will be the opposing team. Now we're right on top of right below the Eagles perch here, so we'll do it best we can. Kind of balcony hangs over a little bit. All right, Colby Merritt. Neither wrestler able to advance yet. We're about 45 seconds into the first round. Merritt's got the underhook on. Also, the wrist. Both wrestlers break that contact. For the sake of history, Bonneville's always been a great force to be reckoned with. Years ago, one of the refs and also coaches, Dale Gardner, just assisted for many, many years there. But Bonneville's always had an excellent team and very good competitors, very solid wrestlers. Nice high C as Colby Merritt shoots that just beautiful, picture perfect. Has the knees trying to do, and he does a back heel trip instead, and we get the first 3 points to lead this one 3-0. Now, guys, if you want to get a textbook high C, that was probably one that you want to use for video to study. Excellent job by Mr. Merritt. Colby's got the crossface on. Well, at least the arm sucked underneath. Could change off technically and go 2 underneath the belly. And he does indeed do that. Oh, shifts back, recovers, sinks a good solid tight waist on. We're going to start ticking the clock away here. Let's see if we can advance one more. He almost had him for some predicament points. Got the near wrist wrapped underneath, a cross wrist, 2-on-1. They're going to hold off, go into the second round. Coin toss goes Star Valley, gets his choice. I'm going to guess he'll defer. Bonneville now takes his position. Thinking hard, he says, I think I'll go down. I don't think that'll hurt Colby's feelings at all. As he was able to secure a couple of pinning combinations that dang near got him some points in that first round. Okay, we're going to go caution. I'm not sure what happened there, but we're going to restart here. As we enter the second round, Colby Merritt leads this one 3-0. Star Valley doesn't need to get to her feet. Colby right back on the leg. Bonneville does a great job of breaking free. 3-1. Second round in favor of Star Valley, Colby Merritt. A lot of action often happens that is hard to see, and that's by way of hand control and just gunfighting. Finger position, hand placement. If you look right there, he's trying to secure inside. Oh, and we take a knee block, almost gets it. His opponent now on the underhook. But Colby has his right wrist. Neither one of the wrestlers feel real good there, it looks like, so they're going to break contact. All right, you see those fingers there. It's just whoever gets hand control. And there's a good hard club, being a collar tie. He's also got underhook position on. A lot of moves can happen from here, and a lot of safety as well. Should his wrestler shoot in, he'll have the wizard on if he shoots a corner single on the right. Colby will essentially be able to whizzer out of that. He almost successfully, and I'm sorry, we're trying to get that camera tweaked over here. I think that's about as close as we're going to get. Maybe they'll get back to the center here. Once again, second round, we're about a minute and a half expired, 3-1 in favor of Colby Merritt. Colby's high C was so incredible in that first round. I'd like to see another attempt on that. It was just such a textbook high crotch. You can tell he's drilled that 1,000 times and is very proficient, very good at that high C. Okay, Colby does indeed have the hand position here. As you see, Bonneville struggles to break that left hand free. Now Colby's in the underhook position. Great position again to be able to pop that up and go underneath. And we're going to go third round. Not a lot of points in that one. We get one for an escape, and that's it. Star Valley's choice. Star Valley takes down position. Now we haven't had Colby on the down position with this Bonneville opponent yet. Going into the third round, of course, is when most of your energy is expired, but he's up. So if he can either get to his feet or just maintain, not give up any points, because that new 4-point near fall, boy, you can rack him up real quick. So Colby has hand control, and he's out. He turns the face and gets a point of his own to lead this one 4-1. We're in the third period, about 25 seconds expired. Colby Merritt leads 4-1. Now Bonneville, you can bet, is being a little more cognizant of that high C that Colby is so good at. He does get the underhook on really hard there. Kobe's in position here to score again. Bonneville says, I don't like that, I'm bailing. And he does indeed bail out. We've got JR back. This is Kobe Merritt, JR.
Looks like he leads the match 4-1.
Yep, great.
In the third period. It's been a tough one.
You missed a high seat. It was textbook. He's going to go shuck down for front headlock position, tries to spin behind. Bonneville does a good job elephant trunking that front headlock, driving in. Kobe's got a lot of moves he can do here, but we're going to run out of real estate. Oh, there
got that arm cleared.
Taking the ankle. Yeah, Bonneville's been there before, doing a good job at finger fighting. Trying to break. There we go. We're going to go knee block dump. Almost. Back to their feet.
30 seconds, Garrett. Come on.
30 seconds left in the final period.
Kobe just has not broke position during this entire match. He's maintained, you hear that a lot in wrestling, stay in position. And that means, you're not reaching and lunging and trying to take unnecessary risks. Kobe has stayed in just an amazing position throughout this match.
10 seconds, coming down on 5. He's going to win this match, 4-1.
Well, Bonneville looks and says, I'm going to try something deadly.
Oh,
and we get a 3-point right at the end.
So that'll actually bring the score to 7-1.
Almost a major.
Both of them were, you could tell Kobe was kind of on guard for that throw.
Yes, and he took advantage of one of his own.
Yep. All right, looks like we've got a match coming up on the girls' mat up here too.
I think that's Keston. Keston Johnson. Yes, it is. Keston Johnson wrestling 120 pounds. Now, Keston is another one of our number 1 seed by way of the girls. Tries to slide by there. As her opponent has a heavy collar tie, slide by works. She gets behind her. No points until she returns the mat. There it is. Leads this 3-0. Favor of Johnson. Good solid breakdown. Keston immediately goes for the crossface. And I think she's got it on top, on the far side. This side she's blocking the elbow.
She got it there.
There she is. She can do a cradle or screwdriver. Looks like cradle. Rocks her back towards her own body. Oh, and I'm not sure if we're going to get 2 points out of that, but her opponent scrambled right out of that near side cradle.
Almost landed right into a barbed wire, though.
Yeah, she did. Keston's awesome at just capitalizing on, and there we go.
Nice.
Keston Johnson takes it by pinfall. Good job, young lady. Yeah, that's chain wrestling at its finest there. You see Keston had that far side cradle, locked it up. Her opponent broke free of that. Instead of just, breaking and saying, oh, shoot, that didn't work. What do I do next? She immediately went into the barbed wire and was able to get the fall. So great job, Keston.
All right, so I missed Daryl Hunting. How did Daryl do?
Won. Yep.
He won. Okay,
Yep.
Good deal. So Daryl and Kobe both with wins as well. We got Lane Hunting coming up here soon, and Hazen Hess and Cameron Mickelson in the boys bracket. And in the girls bracket, we have got, let's see, we don't have any mat assignments for the girls currently. Okay. So we're going to have a little bit of a break with the girls.
Not even the other gym? Or is it?
Nope, not even the other gym right now. This is a great tournament for these wrestlers, some of these less experienced wrestlers on both teams, both the boys and the girls, to get some experience. A lot of good wrestlers here, but there's also, they have members, our opponents also have members of their teams that are not necessarily the number 1 seeds either. And so you come out here, you win some, you lose some, but we're always learning.
Absolutely.
Break the hands, break the hands. Break the hands right now. There you go.
So that was Daryl. I did call that right then. So Lane hasn't went yet.
Lane has not yet gone. It was Daryl, yep.
Good.
All right, we've got a little bit of a lull in the action right now for the Star Valley Braves team. We got a couple of boys, wrestlers that have mats, just waiting for their turn. The girls' mats, they only have 2 mats assigned for the girls in the entire tournament due to the number. And so there's no mats assigned for our girl wrestlers right now, but hopefully there will be soon. Boy, I don't know if this is off subject or not, but boy, there was, did you watch the Notre Dame football game by chance?
Nope, missed it. What happened?
Who's the football player from Cody?
Cody, Wyoming?
Quarterback from 2 years ago. Shoot, my son's going to be mad at me for not remembering his name.
Yeah, he's going to come up and chastise us, huh?
He's playing, he was the quarterback for Cody, and he went on to commit to Notre Dame. And Notre Dame, of course, is in the college football playoffs in the second round now after their win last week. And he plays on the special teams. And he put a hit on the Penn State receiver, punt receiver, and knocked him. Yes, Luke Talich, thank you. That's who it is. And he knocked him off his feet. It was on the ESPN. He uprooted this kid hard. So it's nice to see, in Wyoming, Cody's a huge rival of Star Valley. But at the same time, we're cheering for our Wyoming boys. That's awesome to see Luke Talich out there playing for Notre Dame and putting that hit on the Penn State guy.
And both Talich's dad, Jim, and uncle were actually linebackers at U of W, so they stayed home at Wyoming. Mm-hmm. He must have got a little more maybe sponsorship or scholarship. Nowadays college athletes can actually get with that name, image, and likeness. They can get paid.
Yes.
Not just a scholarship, but get paid.
Yep.
Where it used to be just professional athletes. So that might change a little bit about where people end up.
Yeah, so we were watching that game last night, and they're like, "Oh, Luke Talich," and man, he did. He cleated that kid, and it was great to see a Wyoming native having some success out there for Notre Dame. Hey, we've got lane hunting coming up right now on this lower mat right here. This is right on the rail, so we're going to try and give you the best view that we possibly can. Lane, it looks like his opponent, I would say, is probably from. I want to say Grace, but I'm not exactly sure.
Is it Green? I was going to say Green Timber, but I can't tell. That does look like a G. Good little hand pounce in there. Oh, he tried to peek out. Hunting says not today. Tries a knee block. Hunting blocks that himself. Goes for a near side. And this is where that call is. You spin and try to get behind, or you he's in a tough position to be fireman's, but if he can keep stuffing that
Lane
head.
does have that ankle. Yeah, don't let him have your head there.
There he goes. If he stays on that head, because now the leg's free, he's going to get it.
Good job, Lane. Lane's got the arm underneath the body there. Now he's got a hard cross face on. Elbow to the mat, and he's going to wind him up. And maybe some near fall points. I don't think he got enough.
Oh, we got to have at least 2 swipes to get 2 points. And there they are.
Now he's going to get all 4 swipes. And let's see if Lane can finish it out here. And he does.
Wow.
Nice pin for Lane.
Well, the Hunting brothers are on fire.
Hunting's had a little bit of a hard weekend last week. They some difficult bracket placement, but also they struggled a little bit, and I think they're out to redeem themselves just a little bit this week, and that'll be good.
It looks like it. He was on fire. He was out there to wrestle and grind. That was great.
All right, so next we should have coming up Hazen Hess. And Hazen Hess this year is wrestling the 157 weight class. So he and Lane are both in the same bracket. You ought to see the difference in build between these two, between Lane and Hazen. Hazen just has the really broad, wide shoulders. Lane is more wiry, but both just great wrestlers, and this is going to be a pretty strong duel for them. It's going to be a good bracket for us at state because we're going to be too deep on that bracket, but both with very good wrestlers.
Now, at this tournament, are they spaced out such that should they keep winning, they won't meet each other?
I don't think so. I think these are just draw-ins on this one. Last week they did try to separate them out at Box Elder, but some tournaments just don't care. They just want to draw you in, and wherever you land, you land. But I'm not sure if that is the case this week.
Well, every wrestler's going to have to be on their best game if Lane keeps wrestling that way, and Darrell also. I mean, they were both just the initiators, the attackers, and the finishers, and it looked like they ate the right stuff for breakfast.
Feeling good. Of course, that happens when we're not on a bus for 4 hours, only 2 hours instead of 4.
Yeah, it's amazing. You cross to a complete different, not just area and, school zone, district, and state, but, we're over here in Idaho, and we only had to travel less time than it takes to go to even, Green River or most of our other neighboring places. Mm-hmm. You add in places like Riverton, you're double this distance, 4 hours. So,
yeah.
Hour 45 is what the GPS calls for. I don't know how fast you did it, JR. You probably did it in an hour 15.
I'm going to say no comment on that one. No, but, I've said it before that right now this is where Star Valley's bread and butter. This is their learning right now. Is you go to Utah to compete in these big competitions. You come to Idaho and compete in the big competitions. Yeah. We won't even see our state competition because of where we are geographically located in the state of Wyoming. We won't see any of our actual opponents until Ronthon. And that's going to be in, 2 weeks, I believe?
Yeah, we see everybody there. Now, we've split times. I don't know if this year, you've seen the schedule. Sometimes that Tiger Grizz in Idaho falls the same time as the Lander tournament. Have we paced that differently this year? Because last year we were able to go to the Tiger Grizz, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think we're going to the Lander tournament. I think we are at Tiger Grizz again this year.
Okay, and you know what? As much as we'd like to get our seating and placing, if we can hit the Tiger Grizz, so much more preparatory competition there, I think. So.
Well, and not only that, it gives a little bit of a surprise to our Wyoming competitors. The only team that we have seen outside or in the tournaments that we participated in is Evanston. No
really?
Other Wyoming teams have come to any of the meets.
Oh, okay.
So, we know that Evanston's got some really good wrestlers. 2 or 3 of them that are pretty top rank.
Yep, they always do. If it starts with a W, you can usually count on it.
So, yeah, we won't even see the Wyoming schools until Ronthon in 2 weeks. But I believe next week the boys have a duel in Rock Springs, I believe, or maybe that's 3 weeks out. Oh, we do have a wrestler up. I'm sorry about that. That's Hazen Hess over there. We get talking while we're waiting, and sometimes we're talking over what we're waiting for.
Definitely the aggressor is Hazen, who's been forward control. We're on the out of bounds. He almost goes for a body lock there. I caught it just in time to wave over to JR, but he was definitely the aggressor in those few seconds we missed. He looked like he ate what the Huntings ate for breakfast.
And Hazen
I got to be careful there. That kid.
Yep.
Nice crossface to kind of get out of that. Oh, now the other kid's got a bear hug. He's got double unders, though. This could be anyone's move.
Oh,
and it's going to be Hazen. Nice job.
Nice, Hazen. Now he's got that arm trapped.
That was perfect. And that's the best thing you can do when your opponent has a body lock, a bear hug on. He just went both unders, locked it up tight, lifted his shoulders high, and we're going to get a fall.
Yep, teed it out nice. That's a great pin by Hazen. And like I said, you see the difference in build between Hazen and Lane being in the same bracket, but just built very differently. That's going to be a tough weight class.
We've got a Lady Brave stepping out. It looks like.
We do.
Let's see. I'll find out who we have. Maybe you can zoom in and recognize it. Let me go to our team captain here.
Well, here, I can get it pulled up here. All right, let's see. It looks like we have Morrison.
Oh, okay, Grace Morrison. Grace Morrison from Star Valley. She's wearing the red ankle bracelet. Did you happen to see where her opponent was from? Looks like a salmon colors from here, but I don't know if it is.
Malad.
Oh, yep, Malad. Oh, and Malad takes a front headlock, changes it off, catches the leg in between, and that's a slick move. She's going to get takedown and near fall out of that. I hope it's not 4 near fall. Let's see what the ref says. The ref did say 4 near fall. So Grace finds herself trailing by 7. The new point system, you can really get behind quick. And that was a 7-point move by her opponent. But like JR said, we can learn from those. We can say, hey, if that works for Malad, that'll work for Star Valley, or at least certain individuals. Everyone's wrestling style is a little different, especially with the girls. Some girls, can wrap up the arm bars, go for moves that other girls, you can't arm bar them for the life of them. They're so dang flexible. Their arm just twists, 360 degrees.
Right.
We're fighting off her back. I'm not sure where the time is.
Find herself in a bad position, and that's going to lead to a fall.
Malad's had a tough team, both by way of the wrestlers. They've won state last year. I believe they were state champions. Their girls are following in their footsteps. They've got some extremely tough girls.
Okay, now we got Oakley Hepworth coming up here shortly on the girls' mat, probably on deck to this match.
Okay, great. Does it say Oakley's seating on there?
It does in a different screen, but if I jump out
there, don't jump out. Let me try it. Sometimes we jump out, we have a hard time getting back in.
Yep. We do have Mickelson coming up on mat number 1 here shortly as well for the boys.
Talik's brother, I just learned also, Nick, also competed for UW, University of Wyoming, on the football team. So he definitely spread out. The first one in the family, it looks like.
Yeah, and it's interesting that he was playing quarterback for the Cody team, and now they've got on special teams, but that just speaks to his athleticism to be able to transition to something of that nature. And, man, you want to see him. When they kick off that ball, he is lightning down that field. And it's no wonder that he up-cleated that dude because he's the first one there. And he was really the receiver made the mistake of not calling a fair catch because Talich was already in his face.
Wow.
And all he would have had to do was pull up for a fair catch, and he would have been fine. But he didn't, and he got creamed. He paid for it.
Oh, shoot.
But, it's going to be fun. So those of you out there, if you want to see Luke Talich playing, they'll be playing again next week as at Notre Dame advanced in the college football playoffs. So just kind of fun to watch a Wyoming boy having some success.
Yeah, high level of competition there, and that's great. The state with some of the lowest numbers competing against, on teams that athletes come from states with the highest of numbers. So that's pretty incredible.
And I would hope that speaks to the caliber of the football that is being produced out of Star Valley as well, and Cody being the two main teams that are competing in the 3A that I really feel could compete in the 4A. It's just fun. It just kind of gives you a little bit of reassurance that we got some competitive teams and some competitive kids out there, and Star Valley being in the top of that bracket. A lot of those, a couple of those linemen actually wrestle on our wrestling team. I know it's the same thing with Cody, where Talich is from, and it's just fun to see him with success on all different levels. There is something behind or beyond high school, and so for some of those to break into that next tier of athletics is a great thing.
Absolutely.
Boy, Blake, I'm glad we got here a little bit early and staked out our place here. It's starting to fill up here as we're starting to get a little bit deeper into the varsity brackets. My understanding is weigh-ins for tomorrow are going to be taking place at about 8 o'clock.
Yep, Bill. So they need to be careful today. Normally you can tank up on water and get your basically your liquids back in you because you're wrestling hard. But today they have to be careful because they're not weighing in the morning like some tournaments do. They're going to weigh in at night. And a lot of tournaments do weigh in at night. I just wondered if this one would do a early morning weigh-in, but they're not. They're going to do it tonight. Now, someone else is warming up over there. It looks like they're putting the warm-up back on after.
That's Mickelson.
Okay.
He's up next on mat 1. speaking of next level athletes, I was reading an article this last week about Rulon Gardner in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. That was kind of fun just to read about that. They brought up his Got Milk poster.
Oh, yeah.
And they said that's basically legendary in the wrestling community now. He's holding the 2 buckets of milk in the barn. And
milk mustache.
What an awesome thing there. So it's fun to have that upbringing and that tie to that tradition in Star Valley with the wrestling. To know that a wrestler of that caliber is from the Star Valley program. It's pretty cool.
That is.
All right, we've got Caleb Mickelson coming up here. He's going to be down here on this black and red mat. Let's see what weight class Mickelson is in. Mickelson is in the 165 weight class, and I believe that he is a senior as well. I was talking to his mommy this morning, and he's looking to have a good meet this week. So let's see a little bit of energy coming out the gate here, and here we go. Nope, psych. The ref's going to clear out the whole Braves team off the mat first.
Yeah. Well, that's
guilty as charged.
That's my old high school coach, and he's pretty stubborn. He can be. Old Matt Clark. he wasn't going to start till they moved.
Yep. Head to head, they are going to wrestle a little bit underneath us. Mickelson doing a good job of stuffing the head on a shot there. Back to the center. See if we can get as much as we can as they start to wrestle underneath the mezzanine here a little bit. Head to head, not much action going on here. Still scoreless in the first period. Mickelson's got a headlock on, a front headlock. Not able to materialize too much out of it. His opponent's taking advantage of that arm into a 2-on-1, and now they're going to release and probably head back to the middle here. They do like to wrestle back up underneath us here.
Well, I'll let you tilt the camera. I'm going to lean over. I don't know how you're catching them.
No, that's
nice,
great.
Boy. He posts off that head, shoots to that single. Not quite a high C, but it's just a real long reach for single, and he indeed does get it for 3 points on the board.
Every time I see them put their head in the back of their forearm to pull on their arm, I'm just like, that cannot feel good at all.
That good old pry bar, but it's effective. You can see that, well, he's going to try it again here. Bottom wrestler doing a good job at grabbing that far hand on his tight waist, trying to rip it off.
I want to say Caleb, but I'm not sure that's correct.
All right, we go to the second round, and Star Valley leads us 3-0. Looks like green choice. See if he defers. He says, "No, I'm just going to win the draw. I'll take down." Star Valley in the top position. Entering the second round, Mickelson wins, or is ahead 3-0. Immediately goes for a good Star Valley crossface right after the breakdown. Once you get a guy down to the forearm, that's a great time to hit that, and he indeed does. Now, that's where you got to be careful. If they're not broke down, they'll do what's called a tuck and roll. Grab that arm that you're trying to crossface with, use it as serious leverage to roll you over. It did work against Mickelson as he was able to not get a reversal, but did get an escape. Now Mickelson's opponent in on a shot. See how he's got those toes, JR? Mm-hmm. Hard to see that does much from here, but boy, that just stops any further. You can't get in very deep on that.
Now, I was hearing something the other night, and one of the wrestlers was telling me that if you pin or if you hold an opponent's toes up against a part of their body for 5 seconds, it could be a stalling call.
The ref will
there
usually give you a warning and say, hey, got to break that. So,
and it probably just speaks to the immobilization that you're getting by pinning that
Yep, and that's been there a long time. That's one of the rules. One of the few that haven't changed. But mostly when you're in the top position and you take, there used to be, especially in freestyle, it's a cross face, and then you actually bring up one leg over the top of yours and you cross face it too, and you connect your hands together, and then you roll through. It's deadly. In freestyle, you get several points by rolling. In collegiate, you can do it, but you have to initiate the entire move in under 5 seconds or you get called. So you don't see that as much.
So we got blood time here on Mickelson's match, and we do have a female wrestler coming up for the Star Valley Braves. Let me find out who that's going to be and see if we might be able to coverage both of them there. This should be Oakley. Oakley at the 132 weight class. And her opponent is from Thunder Ridge. So while they're cleaning up blood down here on Mickelson's match, we're going to swing over to Oakley Hepworth's match, if they're going to get started there. So they're still doing quite a bit of blood cleanup on Mickelson's match.
I can throw a little narration in there if you need when he starts back on. But right now, neither match underway. I don't know what's holding up Oakley's match. Oakley's had a great season this year. Won a lot more than she's lost. Hasn't lost many. And there we go. We're in wrestle time.
Same time for both of them.
Yeah, exactly. Whistle goes for both. You can finish that match. I can just throw in narration. I'm sure the Hepworths are here. I think they're here. Looks like look at that. Just takes the ankle and shoves that far shoulder. Just perfect. 3 points right to her back. Oakley's I believe she's got one arm behind the back and probably change it to a half. I can't tell from this angle. Can you? Yeah, I think she did.
Repositioning now, chest to chest. This is going to be a short match, I believe, for Oakley.
Folks, notice there the ref is not in a bind about being out of bounds. We can get pins right there now. And there it is.
There it is.
One shoulder in, one shoulder out, where in the past, both shoulders had to be in. And nowadays, boy, if you can still get that pin. Oh.
Boy, they're clear up and under here. Looks like Mickelson is fighting off his back.
So we went from being ahead to somehow, I think that neutral, must have got a takedown. They haven't awarded the near fall points yet, JR, because it only shows 3-4 on the score. Oh, there, yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he was in almost like a thrown position.
Oh, shoot.
Like a lateral drop.
Now they're going to call it illegal move there. Did you see that?
I did.
That's why they broke it. That camera's really hard to angle there, I know. Mickelson on the bottom. His opponent had a claw right on. Changes it off, trying to get it
out.
Yep, got a cross wrist underneath his belly. Morrison does a tuck and roll of his own, and it's going to work as he scrambles back. And yes, they did break control, so we only get 1 point out of that, folks. But I'll tell you what, we had 2 more seconds. Old ref Clark would have said, no. Now his. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen 2 out of that. We almost got near fall. I mean, 2 reversal, but then we're back in the same position. Entering the third, is that right, or are we in the second? Can you see that?
We are in the third period. Mickelson trying for a switch, not able to get his arm underneath that leg. His opponent's now got that claw right on.
He's just waiting for a mistake to get that armor, and he's coming up to his pod position.
Got his hips out.
He's going to try Grammy. What do you bet? If he can tuck in.
Oh, he trapped his arm.
Yep, he did. He stopped that. It looked like he was going to clasp that elbow and roll through, but his opponent did a good job of seeing that coming.
So Mickelson trails 5-8 currently. We're coming up on 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the third period, excuse me.
We could break contact. Oh, so close to getting an escape out of that one.
He did give him 2 near fall points on
good
that.
Good tuck and roll.
5-10.
And we're going to his back.
Hey, nice, Mickelson.
He's got both legs in. That's going to be a fall. You cannot get out of that, folks.
Hey, there we go.
Wow.
Trailing 5-10, and to be able to pull back out.
Oh, incredible.
Just goes to prove the match isn't over till the match is over.
And one thing, even if the bottom kid would have squirmed out, so 5-10, added up, we get 2 point near fall, so that's 7-10. Mm-hmm. We get 4 point near fall, 11-10.
Yeah.
So if the kid would have scrambled out and no other points were, gained by him, we would have won that by 1 point. So, but we'll take a fall every time.
Oh yeah.
That's all that right. Tuck and roll. I tell you what, he initiated that just perfect.
We have got another Star Valley wrestler up on the girls' mat over there.
Oh, is...
Let me look that up and see who we've got going on. We have, that is got to be Colvin from Star Valley.
Again. Okay. I know she went one.
Second round championship.
Second round, okay. And she's got Tavares from South Fremont. Tavares is a good wrestling family from the hometown of St. Anthony. And Tavares has her in a near fall position. Oh! And that one's going to end by fall. Doggone it. So Aurora should be one-on-one on the tournament. That's her second bout of the day. One of the few wrestlers that have went twice already, I believe. Now we have another Star Valley wrestler out on the mat. She only went out momentarily. I think she's going back on. Let's see who this is.
That is going to be Ryan of Star Valley.
All right, Ryan. Oh! Who's her opponent? Is that Blackfoot? Probably Blackfoot, huh?
Preston. Oh, no, Blackfoot.
Tell
It is
you what,
Blackfoot.
they
Boy, that was quick.
They called that fall pretty quick. Yes, they did. And then, yeah, we're hitting some experienced wrestlers here on the girls' side that look like they've been at it a little longer. Folks, if you just joined us, we're at the Madison Invitational, Rexburg, Idaho. Star Valley has a good mix-up of both boys and girls. A lot of experience on, well, you can't get too much more experience on the girls' side than 2.2 years because we just started. I take that back. We do
Idaho
have
can.
Yes, that's right. Idaho can. Idaho has had teams that have been going a little longer. But even on the girls' side, we have the likes of Vel Foreman and Hallie Robertson that they did wrestle with the boys for a short time.
For probably 2 years.
Yeah, so that such a great rule change. And I don't know if it's called really a rule change other than just a sanctioned event for girls to have their own wrestling, girls against girls. I don't know about you, but I shouted up and down.
Oh, it was an awesome change.
Both for boys and girls for that adjustment to be made.
I was hesitant to have them wrestling together, and it's not because I didn't want the girls to participate, but I don't really want my girl wrestling against a boy. And there's multiple reasons for that. So when it got sanctioned, what an awesome thing that the girls can go out there and they can compete.
Yeah.
And it's a great sport. It's a mentally tough sport that make these boys into men. And so now, helping these girls in a lot of different ways. And I feel like, making them emotionally strong that they can do hard things. And wrestling is a hard sport. I thought it was a wonderful thing when they sanctioned the girls wrestling in the state of Wyoming.
Yeah, and it's just been, we have enough talent on the girls wrestling team. There's going to be some coaching opportunities. That's one thing that is being hunted right now is girls with qualifications to coach. We've got still a lot of teams that just have all male wrestlers, and besides the awkwardness of it, if you can imagine, you get a good girl that's actually had some experience. I mean, there's some teams that are recruiting girls that have never wrestled to just to be with their team. So so I say that to advantage the boys. The boys are relieved just as much as the girls. So I think it's great.
Yep. And we've got another girl coming up on the mat here.
looks like Kara.
Sanderson.
Is it? Okay.
Yep, Sanderson. And her opponent is Peters from Preston.
Preston and Star Valley.
Oh, no. Excuse me. That's mat 5. We're looking at mat 4. This is Kara Andrews.
Okay,
You're
I was going to
correct.
say,
I'm sorry.
my eyes are terrible, but you've got the camera. Kara Andrews, one of our great wrestlers, upset state champion last year to advance on to her own state title. And she's got the first takedown, power half on. Breaks the power half. She's got a tight waist, shifts that to a tight waist, and her bottom opponent says, I don't like that. She's reaching back, trying to break that off. Now Kara, I think Kara and Remy are in the same weight, so we've got a state champion and a runner-up at state in the same weight today. So that'll be interesting how it all pans out and shakes up towards the end. Kara now has her opponent broke down, reaches across in front of the face for a cross face, and I believe she's going to go cradle if she doesn't change it off to a barbed wire. Her opponent's not real bendable, as you can see. No. There she changes off to a barbed wire, one hand under, wraps it up tight. We used to call that the screwdriver because when it starts twisting, I'll tell you what. I think that was the 4-point near fall. She releases her opponent, comes back to her feet. She said, I think we want to get some more scorage here. So she should lead this one 7-1 against her Blackfoot opponent. Once again, Andrews, the number 1 seed for Star Valley. Remy Ullman, the number 2 seed, goes to her fireman, a body without a leg. That was just an arm fireman. Pretty slick. And feet to back we go as she secures the fall.
Nice.
Congratulations, Kara. They're not raising hands. I thought that was some of the refs. Did you notice that?
They're still in COVID mode, huh?
He must have come out of retirement from 2020.
Tell you what, I get the whole precautions of COVID, but one of the dumbest things they ever did was the not shaking hands before the mat.
I tell you what.
Before the match. I don't understand that one.
I thought it was a joke. I heard it, and I said, no. My brother was a coach and brother-in-law, and he says, yeah. And I said, you're joshing me.
We have got Tommy Hoops coming up over here.
Match 2 then, right?
Yep, match number 2.
Mr. Hoops won his first bout.
And he's got a banta.
Oh, is it the same banta?
No, it's a different one. This one's an R banta. And boy, he made a quick work into that takedown too.
Yeah, he did.
So now we know that we've got multiple bantas to worry about.
What weight is this?
This is 106.
106.
So this must be a little brother. He's got him, into a tight position there, and Banna's going to walk away with the win on that one over Hoops. Hoops will move on over to the consolation bracket, but he'll be able to fight through there. He should be able to win a couple more matches on the other side of the bracket there and fight his way up, hopefully into the 3rd place match. We got Blake thinking now. He's trying to figure out who all the Banta boys are.
Well, it starts with an R, Dad's Rhett. I'm just wondering, Riggin, Rhett. Must be, I'm not as familiar with the younger one, I guess.
All right, and for those of you that have been watching, we have a couple of wrestlers that haven't wrestled yet. We haven't seen the likes of Tell Perry or Grant Thompson, Damian Burgess, some of the other little bit higher up weight kids. And a lot of them received higher rankings or higher seedings and have received buys in the first round. So we're still just barely breaking into the second round of the championship bracket. So you'll be seeing some of them coming up here shortly, but they have not yet had a match yet today. Big shout out as always to the Wyoming National Guard for sponsoring our broadcast. We sure do appreciate them sponsoring. Thus far, it's been every event this year with the broadcast. For them to be a supporter of the wrestling is such an awesome thing, both boys and girls. We sure do appreciate them and their sponsorship and support of the wrestling teams.
Yep, Banna, still related to Star Valley. I'm sure that was Riggs Banna, taking the number 2 seed, and he is a freshman. First year, record of 20-9, so he's got a lot of wins under his belt.
He's going to be tough.
I'm sure he's a Banna from the Bannas.
For those of you that know who we're referring to, that's Wes Banta. Used to be one of the coaches for the Star Valley wrestling team. Probably, let's see here, he was on his way out when I was in high school, so we're talking right around the 20-year mark, probably 22 years.
Has it been that long?
It has.
Wow.
I know, I'm a little bit older than I want to admit to, but yeah, it was about that time frame that the Bantas were moving off to a different part of the United States, but yeah, it's been about 22 years since Wes was part of the coaching staff at Star Valley High School.
But his name is still plastered all over the gym.
Oh, yeah.
What do you call it, the Crimson Cathedral?
The Crimson Cathedral.
So, him and Hoops, and he was actually an overlap. Sometimes we talk about the overlap, someone that transitioned to a new one. So Coach Clark and Coach Banna did overlap for a few years. Mm-hmm. So he was assistant there with Coach Clark.
The likes of Richard Hoops and Ed Bruce up on the wall in there. It's really cool to see the banners in the Crimson Cathedral in the main gym there, but it's really cool to go into the wrestling room and see all the coaches and the plaques up on the wall in there from the old high school. And the old high school being
Yeah.
About 23 to 24 years since the new high school was built, and the old one, man, was just riddled with those wooden plaques all over the gymnasium.
That's the only high school I knew when we'd come down. That's where we'd go. And, of course, it's not even standing now. It's a big empty field.
No, it didn't take them too long to bulldoze it. But it was probably not in the best of repair.
Ed Bruce, and I think he just passed away a couple of years ago.
He did. He passed away a couple of years ago.
Great contributor to sport. He wrestled with my dad in college, and it was always neat to hear the stories between the two. Wrestling some of the bigger divisions. Montana, that was a brutal one. In fact, you get Kennington and Ed Bruce and Dad talking about some of those matches. It's really fun to hear them.
You talking Kevin Kennington, I'm assuming?
Yep.
Okay.
Kevin Kennington. Well, I think Gary was in on that too, but Gary was a little bit younger than that crew, as I recall. So Gary was younger, and Kevin was. In fact, Kevin was up from Logan. I think he was living in Logan at the time. He'd come down to some of the big duels, and Dad and he and old Ed Bruce would get talking. And they all overlapped a little bit in college. I don't know if all three were ever on the same team, but they did overlap. That great stories.
What a great legacy. I'm loving the motto that the wrestling teams, particularly the boys, and I think the girls a little bit as well, but, tradition never graduates.
Yeah.
And, that just speaks to the fact that, hey, yeah, we might lose a couple of kids each year to the seniors graduating, but we've got such a great community and coaching staff of both the boys and the girls that the greatness is just going to continue. And
it's been there a long time.
Yep,
you look at, as I mentioned, those wrestlers' dad was, the Angels were the Toughs on this side, and then you had the Star Valley, and Dad would always say, boy, you run into a Star Valley. He says, we were on the same wrestling team, you knew if you had a Star Valley kid in your weight, you had to work really hard just to keep up. So even way back then, the likes of Ed Bruce, of course, Kennington, and and it just keeps going. Of course, you didn't get many years after that. Rulon Gardner, what year was that? Was that 2001? Olympic gold medal, I think, 2003 and 4.
I graduated in 01, and he spoke at our graduation. So it was early 2001 when he won, I believe, the Olympics.
Yes. And then of course, took a third consolation. Another, after losing a few limbs, toes, and crashing in the lake pile, crashing on a Harley Davidson, and
yeah, and I believe that was, he came back after the 2001. I think the 2000 Olympics was his gold medal. I think it was shortly thereafter that he...
I think 04 was Athens, right? And 2001, and that was Sydney. We'll have to look up. Hopefully we're not
butchering everything.
But pretty incredible. They called his opponent the Russian experiment, Old Carlin hadn't lost in I don't know how many years. In international or, competition, he had just was undefeated. And they had everything there ready to give him for his gold medal, and little farm boy, Star Valley, Wyoming, upsets him. And just a huge, they call it, what's that, the miracle on the mat.
Miracle on the mat.
Instead of the miracle on the ice, that we made a movie on that, right?
Right.
Miracle on the mat.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised to see a movie about it someday.
There should be. There should be. And maybe there's something, at least a documentary. I remember watching, they had Rulon out fishing, and he was working with, oh my goodness, he had just had some health problems, track and field.
Oh, Draney.
Yep. Working with Coach Drain. They interviewed him
Ty
as well.
And no, not Ty.
It
wasn't Ty. It was...
Right. And he had just come off a Pan American championship, I believe. So it was a neat documentary to see two athletes from the Star Valley area kind of being represented over the world, over the United States at least.
It was Dave Draney.
Yep.
Dave Draney.
We named the Dave Draney Invitational after to this day. So, they had Dave on this documentary. They had Rulon and, of course, a lot of others. I mean, this has been years ago, but it was pretty impressive to see two nationally acclaimed athletes right there in Star Valley. Rulon also was a Ricks College wrestler, so he lived right here in Rexburg, Idaho, and represented the Ricks College wrestling team.
And then he moved on to, was it Oklahoma?
Well, I thought it was Nebraska.
Nebraska, it was Nebraska.
I thought, yeah. So he become a gopher, right? Oklahoma, there's a lot of folks in this area, though, that did go to Oklahoma. You know, there's our undefeated high school wrestler just from down the road in Idaho Falls. It was real instrumental in getting a lot of, you know, the Cliff Cleans and the Bruce Baumgartners, a lot of camps in the East Idaho pocket. Of course, my mind goes completely blank. Related to the band is also Boise State coach for years and years, an assistant coach. My goodness, my mind just went blank, and I know him all too well. He's the one that put together the Tiger Grizz, got the Tiger Grizz tournament, kind of a, you know, two-school tournament put together. Chris Owens, one of the, undefeated in high school, 4-time state champion, Idaho's largest division, and he has been a stalwart force for the sport of wrestling in this area, which extends to Wyoming as well. The more competitive we get in the East Idaho pocket, the more that makes Star Valley tough. So, and if we're going to that one again this year, that would be fantastic. Tiger Grizz. So, Chris Owens, NCAA finalist actually, and helped the Oklahoma Cowboys win a national championship title in 1990. Chris Owens was a force to be reckoned with. Little brother also helped coach there at Boise State. And then Boise State decided in 2017, well, we're going to not do wrestling. Just incredible.
It was crazy. That same year, just earlier that year, they had that wrestling duel between Wyoming and Boise State in Star Valley. And I don't know what they were expecting for crowds, but that is the biggest crowd to this day that I have ever seen in the Star Valley Gymnasium. That was standing room only.
Oh, yeah.
And it was electric and phenomenal.
You get crimson and blue together, those colors in Star Valley, dang.
You know, it was wonderful. And, you know, being a wrestling community, that's what we
You know what? We were just talking about you. Were you on the air? Speak of the devil, we've got none. Yeah, put him on. Put him on. We'll let him introduce himself, but Wes, we were just barely talking about you.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
All bad.
So just go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about your time in Star Valley, where you're at now, and what relatives you have out here. We see a lot.
Yeah,
go ahead.
We've got two grandnephews wrestling right now. My name's Wes Band. I've coached Star Valley for a few years, me and Richard Hoops. And, yeah, it was great. You're talking about that match with Wyoming and Boise.
Yeah.
I tell you, we had two of the coaches were kids that we coached. It was Cox and Long, both of them. One was Shelley and one's from Teton, so they did real well. It was a great time. We had a great time. But,
so Wes, so two relatives still wrestling right now,
Yep.
and tell us where you're living at now.
Preston, Idaho.
Preston, Idaho. Well, you probably drove farther than us today then, this time.
It's pretty good. It's pretty good look getting here, yeah.
Hey, what do you remember by way of real battles back in the day? I mean, of course, you were around those, the earlier, you overlap with Coach Clark as well, but you had, Coach Hoops most of the time. I mean, your name is all over in the Crimson Cathedral, but tell us about any of the battles you remember in particular that just...
We've had a couple of them when Idaho Falls was really, really tough. They would always come over and we'd have a duel, us, Green River, and Sugar City. And man, I tell you what, those guys, back then, Sugar City had a tough team, and so did Green River. Green River was just super tough. And that was some good times. We one time we wrestled and dueled Green River, and they beat us up pretty good, and we went to Sugar tournament, and we got called 3 times for unnecessary roughness. We said, good heck, Green River, that's just like wrestling. When you bend the fingers back and make them squeal, that's what they liked over there. They were pretty tough back in the day. So.
Yeah, we still call it Star Valley Crossface. You can get away with it in Wyoming all day long. Come to Idaho, and sometimes they get a little, just like a rattlesnake. No, they don't like that, do they?
Well, a little bit wimpy is what I was.
So you remember some great, I wish we still could put on some of those great duels.
My goodness.
Boy, Idaho Falls, of course, a force.
Yeah, they had a run there with McLaughlin that they were just super tough, but
Cliff McLaughlin and Hanson probably. And
trouble is they're one of their last years when they're looking pretty tough. They canceled on us to come over and wrestle us.
Oh, shoot.
We always said they were scared. So.
Yeah, well, I'm sure of that, of course. Well, that's pretty incredible. And I remember talking, someone said you boys went down to Tooele, Utah, and they hadn't seen a leg ride. I don't know if that was you telling me or old Ed Bruce, but Star Valley been drilling that a little bit.
Let me tell you what, old Hatterley had his legs in, had that poor kid squealing over there, and the coach wanted to come over and fight us. But hey, they said we'd like to put the legs in, just kind of ride them out, stall out. I said, no, sir, we'll turn you with the legs in. Kevin Kennington was a good force then. He's really taught that back in junior high back in the day. So.
Well, you start that at junior high. By the time you're in high school, that becomes almost second nature.
Yeah, they were pretty good.
Wrestle heavy with your hands, but if you can be heavy with your legs too, that just complements it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we've had great wrestlers, and hey, there's going even now where the kids are just coming out. It is so great for wrestling just to have the heritage there. I mean, their kids are, good heavens, I see kids I coach, there's kids are out there wrestling doing well. So.
Well, it's pretty amazing to see you. We run into you every now and again at the state tournament too, but
we like go to the state tournament.
Yep.
We liked it. Me and Coach Phipps used to always go to the Idaho when they had it on different days, and
that'd be nice.
We go up there and see the kids we wrestled, and and it was really good. We had a good time. So.
Well, I know at least on my side, the Banna and Angel legacy goes back, and we respect each other very, very, very deeply.
Heck yeah, I got to wrestle with Max back in the day, and he was always
good.
fun.
Yeah.
So, I lived in St. Anthony for 2 years there, my freshman year, so I got to know all those, Ross, Angel, and the whole bunch. So.
Yep, Ross and Max, they still haven't moved very far. About the same place they were raised, not too far.
I always wanted to get back at Ross. He's always meaner than hell to me. So.
Yeah. Well, he turned out to be a really calm guy.
Yeah, really is. Hey, back in the day, though, he tried to beat us all up. We were pretty good, though.
Yeah, I heard that he was tough, but he's about as calm on that side. I mean, he's a lot like his dad, Clarence, just very calm, very, you never picture him being aggressive at all.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
But comes, if you look at their family and uncles, Aaron Angel, he was someone else, graduated out of the meanness and just was as nice as you can be.
Yeah.
But I guess everybody has a little switch. You step on the mat, you can turn that switch on.
I'll tell you what, that's the Star Valley's got. I'll be right with you, buddy.
They do. They've ate whatever they've had for breakfast has been working. I don't know if you've seen some of the, the hunting twins and just alive.
They're just, it's just so fun to watch them wrestle, and they just have everybody there. Their parents are all do it, and grandparents. You can go back to Erickson's and Robinson. I tell you what, it's just a legacy that they just can't be.
Absolutely. So tell us about, you've got a nephew, Bowden Banna. He's in one of our Star Valley.
Yep.
I think he takes top seed. Star Valley has second seed. Yep. Of course, Bowden, I believe, is a senior this year. Is that right?
He is. Yeah, he's a senior.
Kind of the top of his food chain.
Yeah, he'll go for his 4-timer this year. So
this will be his 4th.
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible.
Pretty tough kid. So.
I should say so. Following in his brother's footsteps. Actually, he'd be the best placer then.
Yep.
If his
brother's 3-timer. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times. So he surpassed that, going for his 4th. Of course, that hasn't happened, but we're probably counting on that, right?
Yeah, we're hoping. Yeah, I hope he wrestles well. You got to wrestle well at state. That's all there is to it.
Yep.
It's all. You know how it is when you get out there. You got to get her done. So.
Oh man. So we've got Kimball Perry. Kimball's no slouch.
He's
a good wrestler. He's a young wrestler, but very tough.
Yep.
He bled a lot today, but hopefully his body's done its job, and he's got some more of those blood cells running around because he bled a lot.
Oh, I mean, he was bleeding like a stuck hog out there. But I tell you, he's a very, very tough kid. It'll be a good match. And, when you guys watch it,
Well, I hope. That'll be, at least for Star Valley's sake. Of course, we're rooting. I know for your sake, you got to have family, but I believe that we'd probably have to catch Banna. I mean, Banna's way ahead on the food chain and very, very, just wow.
Yeah.
He's got to be. Is he nationally ranked then?
I really don't know. He goes to Fargo all the time, but he took 3rd at the Raleigh lane, but he got beat by a real tough kid. So
so 3rd. That Raleigh lane. That's another huge one of Idaho. I mean, I think that and the Tiger Grizz are the most prestigious in Idaho, aren't they?
You're right. Yeah, it is.
So, and will South be at the Tiger Grizz this year also?
Yes. Yep.
Excellent.
He'll get to meet the kid out of Meridian that beat him. So might be a different
they'll have
match.
another. Okay. So, tell us back in the day, as far as what is the biggest advancement have you seen in wrestling? I mean, we've talked about leg rides and good old arm bars and such. I mean, what have you seen that's different, and what do you see that still works today that worked when you were coaching?
Well, that, like I said, the cross space is there. I mean, they're teaching all the good stuff, and there's always little tweaks that they teach, the coming out of college and stuff, and they're doing them. They'll go down and they'll fight the legs a little better. A guy will come in and try to take you down, and they'll go right to the ankle, and it's just But I tell you what, I just love Wyoming wrestling. We're tough. Idaho's good, but I tell you, Wyoming wrestling is. We're very proud of it, and they're tough. No matter what happened, they're just tough kids.
Yep. One thing I've noticed, and maybe you've seen this, where I moved from, a lot of folks went to lots of camps. I didn't do a lot of camps as a youngster, but they're too busy. We had farms, we had branches, we had work.
Yeah.
Yep. But Star Valley, they didn't, as far as presence on a large freestyle USA wrestling, not a lot there, but they still maintain their aggressiveness and winning spirit. I mean, they'll compete with anybody.
Yep. We used to take a trip. It was a summer trip right after school got out and go for a week, travel all over the country. You'd go to California, everywhere. Highway. I'm not kidding you. We took a full week. We'd wrestle, stay out. The kids would sleep in sleeping bags, go out.
Oh, boy.
We'd, like I said, every year we'd go and we'd travel something like 1,500 miles and we'd just wrestle. And those guys, it was really great stuff.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. You sure get to know the kids a lot. And they're just great kids. We had the Kennington boys there and all the bunch there, and Hatterley was in there. I know he's passed, but there's a lot of kids that are just, and they made it. The Larsons were just always there. There's just Hoopses. It was all great. Time.
Well, I think JR was just saying, someone says, well, one day Star Valley, they won't be as tough. They'll graduate. They're tough. And tradition, as he said, never graduates.
Nope.
And as long as you have that spirit coming up,
heavens.
I think there's going to be a name.
Yeah, you look at, if you look back there and you see all the brothers and the cousins and everything else. When they get those family reunions, there's more wrestling going on there than anything else. So.
Yeah, that's right. Instead of skits, they do wrestling matches,
that's
right?
That's exactly right.
Talent show.
We like to see the Hoopses get back in there, and I seen you got one Hoops for wrestling. I don't know who's from, but we like the Hoops to get in there.
Yep, we've got some great. Hoops has been, of course, you've got, Harry Hoops. I think he's on his. Is he back? I got to see him.
I don't know.
I think he's on. He might be back, but his brother went over and wrestled at Penn State, and then came back and helped out a little bit.
Yep.
So it's been awesome. A lot of great Hoops. Yep, and we have Hoops right now.
Bill's grandson.
Yeah. Yep. So. Well, it's awesome, Coach Banna. I tell you what, I thought somebody put a bee in your ear that we were talking about you, and you came up to straighten us out. But
hey, I appreciate you guys. Hey, what you do here is fantastic. I wish we would have had that type of stuff. It is just wonderful.
I thought that's one thing you would say it's changed, and that is the ability to broadcast and to have media.
Yep.
The presence of what we can do now, special thanks to SBI Media. And it can be recorded and reviewed later. Back then you had to have a box and hold it on your shoulder to record.
Oh, yeah.
And then a VHS that had to, you had to go in someone's house and sit down.
Yeah.
And now you can review footage. You can look at match time. You can, it's
there's so
impressive.
much. It's a lot different. So
it is, and that can be good and bad.
Yeah.
Opponents can learn some tricks of the trade pretty quick, but you know what?
Hey, if you don't go review and do your homework, bad things happen to you.
And good wrestling is always good wrestling.
It really is.
If you've got your move, your opponent can study all day long. But if you have your position and your move, you can put it on all day long. So, anyway, well, we appreciate your time.
Thank
good
you very
luck
much.
with the Banna grandsons, and best of wishes on you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks,
guys.
Coach Banna.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thank you very much, guys.
Well, that's always a neat treat to have Coach Banna run right into us and come up and spend a little time on the air while we have some downtime. And that winning tradition, I'll tell you, he's been part of that. And as we just said, he is the uncle, I believe, of Bowden, who just wrestled, and Riggs. So, of course, he supports Star Valley through and through, and never really left his heart, pulled his heart away from Star Valley. So it's always great. He comes to Wyoming State Championship unless he has a really close family member in Idaho. And notice he said they used to be separate. They were on separate weekends. Last several years, they've been on the same. And that really makes it tough because we do have Idahoans just over the border. Heck, I live right on the border. Grandparents that live on both sides in places like Freedom. And you kind of have to pick and choose, don't you?
Yeah.
Decide what direction you're headed.
No, what an awesome thing for Wes to come up here and visit with us and be part of the broadcast. I think it's, I would dare say that he's in Star Valley Coaching Hall of Fame. I don't know that exists, but he's definitely a legend in the eyes of a lot of the community of Star Valley High School. And what a great thing for him to be able to pursue the sport on a different level with his grandkids participating in the Idaho State, in the Idaho side.
Yep.
Really cool.
That was a great time. So do we have any near matches coming up? Are we on?
We do. We've got Kimball Perry that's coming up here. He's going to be on this mat right here in front of us, but this match in front of us has been having quite a bit of blood time.
Has it?
And has been kind of, icing the kicker, if you will, for Kimball.
That looks like a South Fremont. I don't know the name of that one, but I can see a. And of course, Banners are originally from South Fremont, so that's kind of a neat thing to.
Now, South Fremont, I heard him say St. Anthony. Is that that's the same area?
St. Anthony's the hub. Of course, you've got little communities like Newdale, Twin Groves, little communities outside, but St. Anthony is the hub. And yeez.
He came up and put his hand on my shoulder. I had to take a double take to see who it was.
Yeah.
And then once I realized who it was, I'm like, oh, we were just talking about you. I'll give up my headset. Let's have a conversation about this. We do have a girls wrestler that just popped up over here, and I'll get you some information on who that is.
I think that's. Let's see here. Can you? Let me try to zoom in.
It is Leon or
Not Remy, is it?
No, it is Paddingale.
Paddingale. Okay.
No,
probably Hallie.
Not Paddingale. Excuse me. That's Mat 5. We're getting our Mat.
This is Brooke.
It's Brooke.
Brooke Schwab.
There we go. Brooke Schwab. And then Addie Chappell will be following
nice
her.
arm drag. Right to a climb behind. Takes it, breaks the lock to keep from getting dinged one. Secures 3-point takedown. Brooke's another one. I think she's like 12-1 on the year. I mean, doing
she's looking really good this year.
She had a two-time state champion from Utah that she fell to, but Brooke reaching for one arm under. She's got the crossface on, goes to the barbed wire, and it's going to work as she puts her opponent flat. And the ref's looking. I'm not sure he's not looking down, but I'm getting blocked by the audience a little bit, but I know that Brooke definitely has got the control here.
He's down low now.
Now I see some bridging.
Yep, centered up
There's
that way,
the fall.
and there's the fall.
Great job, Brooke Schwab. So we'll have Kimball, who's on round 2 as well. Let's see if he was able to replenish some red blood cells.
Yeah, and usually once you start bleeding in a tournament, you don't typically stop by the end of the meet. So here we go. We got Kimball coming up right here on this mat right in front of us. We're going to get that the best we can.
It's tough, folks. We are up here. I mean, I call it the Eagle's Perch. It's really just a big balcony that the mat actually tucks underneath us a little bit. So we'll overhang the best we can. We need to bring your drone next time. That might be effective.
Effective in getting us kicked out. All right, so this is second round of the championship bracket. And did I hear Wes say that Kimball and his grandson could meet up in the championship? Is that correct?
Yep, that's right. Now, Kimball is a solid enough wrestler to wrestle with anybody in the high school level. So I didn't, we don't want to say, oh, geez, poor Kimball, but, Banna.
No, I think it'll be a great matchup.
Yeah, Banna's extremely tough, but Kimball can hold his own, so we'll see how that goes. Kimball doing the forward pressure here. Got a good hard club on. His opponent just kind of posts off the shoulder and says, I want out of that. Kimball changes off of the collar tie on the other side. Goes to near wrist. Opponent tries a half-hearted shot. Kimball blocks with the head. Comes in the front headlock position. Has chin on a short draw. His opponent elephant trunking hard, but I think Kimball's short enough that he's going to take that head under and go for the leg, and he's going to definitely get the takedown out of here. Oh, boy.
He didn't get around.
His opponent did a baseball grip on that one hand, posted it out. Did a great, that's just what you should do in that position. A shot, back to the front headlock, curls the head in the armpit and goes for dragon, and it's going to work this time.
Head in the hole. There we go. Get around. He's got that leg trapped.
They gave him 3. So see, folks, he wasn't behind, but he collapsed the hips, and even though his opponent had a hand on his leg, we still gained control, and the refs do give that award that. So we're up 3-0 in the first round. Well, head in the hole it looked like he was going to go right to his back, didn't it?
Yeah.
I was struggling to think. I'm like, head where? Head in the hole. Thanks, JR. He's got the IO on, reaches for a cross face. I think we're going to run out of time for much advancement here. 4 seconds left, first round. Now, I believe this is the 120-pound weight class, or is he 26 this week?
He's 26.
26.
126.
Yep, I guess if I squint a little, I could see that. 126.
So going into the second period, Kimball leads 3-0, and it looks like Kimball will be on bottom to start the second period.
I missed that draw. Did we win that draw?
I missed it as well.
Okay. Top opponent's got a pretty good tight waist. Reaching for the near wrist, trying to roll that back. Got a good position with his leg, kind of brace, and now Kimball can get some space there. His opponent takes that ankle, makes it a little tough to stand up on that side. If Kimball can go to that hand, kind of come up in his box position, still off, and take that hand and post that leg, he may be able to get the escape. He's trying to bring that other leg up, and it's going to work as there he goes to that hand. Reaches for the hand, turns and faces him. Not quite a front headlock position, but indeed he's got the, now we're in that front headlock. Let's see if he goes that head in the hole again.
So, Blake, because they haven't separated, he doesn't give an escape point because there's a possibility of Tail getting
we're going to go
reversal points, right?
Yep, we're going to go reversal. If they don't break contact, which, would work for us if he broke contact, then it'd be a takedown, which is 3 + 1. He'd get 4, but he got 2 for the reversal. And he's in a cradle lock position. His opponent's doing everything he can to kind of keep him off from getting back points. I don't see that ref swiping. Let's get some swipes here, buddy. That's definitely broke the 90. There we go. And he's potted up.
Yeah,
this will be hard
4.
to get out of.
Yep, and they pinned him.
Excellent. Great job.
Nice match by Kimball.
Boy, we would have been up at least 9-0 for a major, but he ends that one by fall with 26 seconds left in the second. That's a great place to come off from being in bottom and getting on top and getting in pinning position all within a minute and a half.
That's a great way to fight off a bottom. He wasn't able to do a knee slide, but he got his hips out from underneath his opponent, able to get up to 1 foot and then really hand control as he was breaking through to get his other foot elevated. And great job by Kimball.
Now we should see Tell up on this round, correct?
Yes, Tell will be coming up on this round. In fact, all of our wrestlers, we should be. Ty Thompson will be coming up here shortly.
He had a bye as well.
Yep. Grant had a bye. Damien had a bye. Burke had a bye. So we haven't seen the whole top half of our lineup yet.
This will be the time. We don't want to announce team scores partly for that reason. The big pin advancement points are going to come after this round. I haven't really even looked, but I know it's not very accurate, as we have not wrestled at least probably half of our lineup.
Yes. Yep. We have Addie Chappell coming up on the girls' mat here.
Okay.
Wrestlers and coaches, we will end tonight at about 164 for varsity, 164 for varsity, 315 for JV, 315 for JV, and 167 for girls.
All right, so basically what they're announcing is 164 for the girls' bouts is where they're going to, or the boys' bouts is where they're going to end, which that means that if you win in the second round of the of the championship bracket, so these matches that are all coming up with Burke and Hess and Mickelson.
This will be their last match for the night.
And Burgess will be the last match for the night. If they lose that match,
they may go again.
Okay. But if they win that match, they're done for the night.
Gotcha.
And I would assume it's, I didn't hear the girls' line, but I'm assuming it's going to be very similar on that.
Yeah. It's like Addie Chappell takes center of the mat. Chappell from Star Valley in the green anklet band, her opponent in the red.
Well, Addie has ties to the Mowers out of Bedford.
Oh.
Her parents are Holly Maurer, used to be Holly Maurer.
Okay.
It used to be Holly Maurer and Clint Jepson. her opponent able to get that takedown solidified. It's going to roll it over to her back, and that's going to be pretty hard to get out of at that point.
Ooh.
And that's going to be a fall. Addie, I believe this is her first year wrestling. She's a tough girl. She'll just have to keep going, and you learn from these experiences, and she'll get better. All right, we've got one more match coming up on the boys' side over here. We have. Looks like we have Green that is going to be coming up on this other mat. Let me get a first name for you here. Calvin Green. And let's come over here to this mat. Once again, we got to finagle the camera just a little bit to be able to get that mat.
Yeah, folks, you can't see, but JR actually has the bipod tipped over. So if we both get too excited, we can lose the camera right over the edge. Actually, I think it's going to come back our way.
Hey, don't tell Duke that.
Oh, just kidding, Duke. All is safe and sound.
It's on all three legs. All right. Caleb here was at the Box Elder Invitational this last weekend as well. He had a couple of tough matches. Didn't end up placing, but he got some experience points out of it. And let's see if he can apply some of those for this week. He's in on a front claw, unable to make that work for him, though, and is going to end up, his opponent's going to end up with the takedown there. First period coming to a close. 3-0 is the score in favor of Calvin's opponent. And that's going to bring our first period to a close. Calvin Green is wrestling in the 126 weight class, so I believe that's the same weight class as Kimball this week. I mean, right now the wrestlers are fluctuating in weights, and so they're coming up and down into different weight classes, trying to settle in before Ronthon. They'll really find their spots as we're heading to Ronthon and regionals and state. For those of you that don't know, we actually have the great opportunity of hosting regionals this year in Star Valley. So for that weekend, make plans, come over to the high school, let's cheer on Star Valley, and show them the how proud of our wrestlers we are for both the girls and the boys teams as they wrestle to solidify their place at state. That is going to be coming up here the end of February. I don't have an exact date for you. I'll try and dig that up, but the regionals will be in Star Valley this year for this region, for the Western region. Calvin able to escape and able to solidify a takedown there. So he actually leads the match currently 4-3. But he just got warned for stalling as they had moved on out of bounds and not seen too much action. Calvin Green will start out on top. And he's going to get a caution. He wasn't looking at the ref and went just a little bit early. All right, here we go. Calvin going in for a tilt, trying to dig out an arm. Doesn't have either one of them in yet. He may have a 2-on-1 that we can't see, which he did, but now he's got a chicken wing in. He's got the legs tangled up, and his opponent able to make his way up to his feet, but Calvin able to break him down. Now he's got a wrist, and he's got that arm bar, trying to run around, but his opponent doing a good job of basing up. Calvin doing a great job of maintaining his opponent on the mat. His opponent able to switch his hips out. Calvin able to follow him. His opponent up to his feet. Calvin switches off to ankle, takes him down. Now he's got an ankle and a wrist. Once again, his opponent back up to his feet, trying to clear the hands. Unable to do so. Calvin did a great job of maintaining control with a mat return on that. And we're going to end the second period with, well, they're going to call him out of bounds. We got 6 seconds left in the second period. Calvin leading this match 4-3 over his opponent from Idaho Falls. Not much is going to happen here as we're coming down to the end of the period. All right, now we're going to go into the third period. It is Calvin's choice. Let's see what he's going to choose. He's going to choose down. Supposedly the easiest point is the escape point. That's probably why it's worth the least amount of points. But I'm sure that there are some wrestlers that will dispute that is not the easiest point to get. Calvin looking for a switch. He's got that leg, and as long as he has his arm under that leg, he's able to leverage that to get back around. Now he's going to get the reversal. 2 points out of the reversal on that. Goes straight to a crossface. His opponent from Idaho Falls has done a great job of getting up to his knees. But Calvin's got his wrist trapped underneath. He's got a half on. And Calvin says this is going nowhere, so he lets him go. So now it's going to be a little bit more interesting because now the score is 6-4. A takedown can win this. All right, and Idaho Falls unfortunately able to secure that takedown, and that is going to make the score 6-7 in favor of Idaho Falls. Calvin's got to stand up here. Star Valley coaches are yelling at Calvin that he's got to build up to a base. He's got to get up to a stand-up. He's got to get that escape point. We're coming down to 40 seconds left in the third period. He trails by 1 point, currently 6-7. Calvin able to get his knees up, got his hips out from underneath his opponent. Has one arm free. He's got to stand up. We've got 25 seconds left. Calvin's got his hands cleared. He's either got to go in for a reversal or he's got to stand up for an escape point. 16 seconds left. Trying to make his way up to his feet. The coaches are saying, let's go, let's go. 7 seconds left, 5, and unfortunately it looks like Calvin is going to end up losing this match by 1 point. Hard-fought match by Calvin, but he is going to fall just short on that match. All right, so we do have a couple more Star Valley wrestlers coming up for the boys team. We've got Max Giroux coming up in the 132 weight class. He's going to be over on mat number 3, which we'll pan over to here shortly. Mat number 3 is going to be the one on the upper middle of your screen. He is not up yet. He is on deck. But that will be the first round of the consolation bracket for Max Giroux. We also have Tel Perry that will be coming up shortly, and he is going to be in the quarterfinals match. This will be his first match of the night as he's had a bye in the first round. He's wrestling in the 138 weight class this week.
Ty Thompson looks like he's shaking it out a little bit. Is he coming up right after Tell?
He doesn't have a mat assignment, but he will be coming up soon, yep. So we've got bout numbers 83, 84, 90, 92, and 99. So when they do start coming here, the Star Valley boys wrestlers are just going to be cranking right through.
We might have a little bit of overlap.
Let's check on the girls' side and see where we're at. Go ahead.
Well, Carly Angel will be up on the girls. I don't know if there's someone before her, but it sounds like she'll be up pretty quick.
We have Remy Allman coming up here on mat number 4.
Oh, great.
So she'll be up in just a moment. In fact, she may be up sooner than
in this same
these
gym,
other two.
right?
Yeah, in the same gym, yep.
Once again, folks, we apologize. We've had some wrestlers we realized that are outside of our reach. There's 3 gyms going on, so with wrestling going on. So we can only catch those that are in the main gym. And just because they're in the other gym doesn't mean they're not in the finals or in the top bracket. They're just where they can wrestle a mat opening, they're taking it no matter what gym they're in. So. Yeah, I see a lot of Lady Braves over there across the mat, so they must be counting on Remy coming up. Now, again, Remy, the number 2 seed in this tournament. Her own teammate, Kara Andrews, the number 1 seed.
Now, are they on opposite sides?
They are. One number 1 seed, number 2, and then Kara, returning state champion, Remy, returning runner-up. So they may meet at this tournament.
Now, I'm assuming that is going to be separated. One of them will go up or down in their weight class as we get closer to state here. Not always the case, but you would assume with those
you got to remember,
wrestlers.
Idaho weights are different than Wyoming weights, so we've had to do a little bit of
adjustments,
joining and co-joining where otherwise we wouldn't be doing that. So different weight classes here in Wyoming.
You mean Idaho?
Excuse me.
Yeah, okay.
We are different if we were in Wyoming, but they are different. So looks like Remy's coming up.
Yep, it does look like Remy's coming up, and we don't have any other boys out. So let's cover. Not to say that the boys' matches trump the girls' matches at all. Remy's going to be coming up here, sir.
They just outnumber the girls, definitely. A lot of boys wrestling today. So
Remy has looked really good this year.
She has. She comes off of a championship last week. Mountain Crest, Utah, wins first place. They gave awards all the way up to 6th, and she did win that tournament. So she has had an excellent match. I believe she was 2nd at the Braves Brawl. Or did she win that? I'll have to look that up. Seems like she did have.
I'm not sure. I know she did really well.
So she's off to an awesome season in 2024 and 25. Great
shot in
sprawl.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Nope. I'm looking at it bird's eye here too. So
she's gonna lock up that cradle, kind of just crunched her opponent over, and her opponent able to roll through it. No back points out of that.
I kind of wonder if Remy did that on purpose. But
really?
Just to get back live wrestling. I don't know. Do you think she lost the lock or did she?
It was a pretty quick roll through, so it could be either way. So that should make the score 3-1 in favor of Remy. And judging by the singlet, a good shuck by Remy, able to get back around. That's going to make the score 6-1. I would assume that
she's a turtle, definitely a turtle.
Is it a turtle, or is it Bonneville bees?
Well, I'm just saying the singlet looks like a turtle.
It does, or like a turtle or a honeycomb.
Yeah. Oh, that's probably what it is, a honeycomb.
Yeah, she's from Bonneville.
Sorry,
they're the Bonneville bees. That's okay.
I was just making light when you said, by the singlet, it definitely looks like I had to fill it in with something.
I don't think we have any turtles here.
I don't know if I've actually seen a mascot that's a turtle.
I don't think in the western region you're going to find too many of them. Remy's digging deep for a barbed wire, and that's going to be pinned.
I don't think the ref even got down any lower than...
he wasn't flat on the mat, that's for sure.
No, he just said, hey, that's it. I can tell from here she is flat. Anyway, snapping turtles. That'd be a great mascot, wouldn't it?
There you go. I heard at one time when there was rumors going around, we never have rumors in Star Valley.
Nope.
The rumors going around in Star Valley that we're going to have to change our mascot, and, the Cutthroats was on the table.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
The cutthroat fish.
The Brooks.
And I just don't know that would be all that intimidating to our opponents.
Our neighbors did change. Of course, we being the Braves and Lady Braves, Teton changed. They, of course, were the Redskins, the Teton Redskins for a millennia.
And now they're the Wolves?
I think.
Timberwolves.
Is that what it is?
I think they're the Teton Timberwolves now.
Okay. So there's a few Timberwolves around. I think Green River is also Timberwolves, so it's tough. What do you pick that hasn't been chosen?
Mm-hmm.
And and that's why we probably can't have snapping turtles, because you'd probably have the leader of the turtle affiliation tree hugging groups that might put a stop to that. So, sorry, I shouldn't say that. I know JR, you've got a lot of friends that are tree huggers, don't you?
Hey now, let's not drag me into this.
And I'm all for hugging trees. I'm not opposed to hugging a tree every now and again.
I just think that it's the obvious choice in our area with how beautiful Yellowstone is the bison. I mean, it's just an awesome thing. But there's so many bison mascots in the Wyoming schools already that, if there ever had to be a switch, I don't think that would even be on the table. But, I don't know that we have any schools that have a grizzly. I know Logan is the Grizzlies.
Yeah, Skylines are Grizzlies.
Oh, Skyline?
Logan's a Grizzly, but in Wyoming, I can't think of any.
there's any in Wyoming. So
well, that's interesting. That'd be a controversial topic too, though. Grizzlies. You got $3.99 just being. You either loved or you didn't like the tourist attraction that brought in, but that was a pretty sad deal. $3.99, of course, getting hit by a car this year, and she was a Grizzly. So,
I mean, it's an amazing story with $3.99. I think that. Some people may get a little bit overly spirited about it, but
I should say so. Those
Patrol
and Game and Fish had to keep the name of the participant. It was sheer accident.
Oh yeah, it's not intentional.
Professional police reports written sheer accident, but they still did not announce the name of the driver just because of that outside pressure and death threats being made against anyone that dared. Be part of an accident with $3.99. So you can see both sides there, but I'm glad the experts and the professionals decided to kind of keep that information.
And I don't know if you've been up to Yellowstone and seen the grizzly bears, but man, when they're out, they are just some of the most majestic creatures. Of course, it's absolutely idiotic to get close to those things like people do, but we had the opportunity. We were up there a couple years back, and they came right in front of our car. We didn't get out of the car. We just happened to have them come up and cross the road right in front of us, and they're just amazing creatures. And so what a benefit that we have to live in the area that we live in, that we have exposure to all of this wildlife and these natural, the Old Faithful and the hot pots and even the cool hot pots that we have in Auburn and the mountain ranges that we have, how many different types of mountain ranges. Driving over Togety, this is one of my favorite drives, even in the wintertime.
And there's always a grizzly there.
Yeah, because you can see the Teton Mountains that are their very own distinct type. You've got the, I believe that's the Bridger Teton that's kind of in that area as well. And then you've got the winds that you can see off in the distance, and it's just a beautiful landscape.
Incredible. Yep, we're pretty lucky, and that might be why we can't be the Grizzlies. There's enough Grizzlies outside the park wreaking havoc, and if you're a rancher, the word Grizzly is like that's code red, right?
Yeah, yeah.
But
wow, it's
now we have a Star Valley young man over there on the far mat.
Let's zoom in here, and as they're getting that match started, that might be. No, that's not Kimball.
No.
Or that's not Tell.
Nope, not Tell.
Look it up here. That's Max Chirac.
Oh, yeah.
Max Chirac, and his opponent is abbreviation BLK.
Blackfoot.
Blackfoot, is it?
Yep.
Blackfoot in on a double, but
Flying Squirrel works. He gets him on his back even.
Scoops that head, and he's getting near fall points, and he's just going to tighten that up and adjust, and he should get a fall out of this.
I'll tell you, you got to keep his opponent from stepping over that leg. His opponent did do that, so he's got to be ready to brace for the roll through. He snakes out of that. There he's bracing with one hand. Looking down if he can kind of start to look up after he runs the gas out of him. There, that's a smart move, just kind of twist the hips into him. Now circle in the head and get the back to shoulder blades on the back. This is going to be tight because we have a short round here. Oh, did they indeed run out of time?
They did, yeah. That's a lot of work for the 4 back points. He was hoping to get a fall out of that.
I thought it was going to be over myself, but more wrestling. Maybe he's got to cut some weight. They all have to weigh in tonight. We've got a lady wrestler on there as well. I don't know. They're side by side. You can probably catch them both.
Yeah, give me 1 second here. I'll reposition the camera. Let's see who that is as well. So for the girls, that is
Looks like Aurora, can't be, can it?
Colvin.
Oh, it is. This is her third match of the night then.
So let's zoom out just a little bit here and see if we might be able to get both. So we've got Colvin for the girls team up on the right-hand side of your screen. Now on the left-hand side of your screen, you have Max Jurok.
I can't imagine this being the third, but I think maybe we misannounced it, but I think it is, isn't it? She went,
I think this is.
She went 1-1, and this will be her third, I believe.
Yeah, this is second round consolation, so this is her third match.
All right.
Max finds himself on bottom.
I think he chose that in the
Did he?
second round, but
Okay.
no change of position. Aurora has a scramble back to her feet. No takedown.
Max doing a great job fighting off the crossface, not allowing his opponent to get around front. Got his opponent with the arm pry, able to get the chicken wing in. Colvin on the other mat, able to get around back for a takedown.
Yeah, right to a half, and she's going to get back points out of this. There's the swipes as the towel comes out, not without securing her own back points to take this lead 7-0.
And Colvin's, Max Jurok's opponent had an armbar in, and Max did a great job of staying off of the 90 degrees and not getting up any near fall points. Well, he's been fighting hard from bottom. Hasn't given up any points, and like you said, I believe he chose bottom.
Yeah, I think that's where either that or the other opponent chose top, but he started there in the second. Colvin's match, both opponents on their feet. Both opponents on Jurok's match as well, back on their feet.
So Jurok should receive an escape point for that, and I believe that is going to put him up in the match currently.
He's going to get a sweep behind. Look at that.
Yep, and that's going to put him up. Should put him up 7-0.
4 points, folks, just like that, by getting that escape and then turn it into a quick takedown.
Colvin on top, trying to flip the hips of her opponent there.
Yep, I
trying
think
to lift up that leg and dump it.
Near leg dump. She aborts that, comes back to the other side. She's underneath, almost in a crossface position. This is where you got to be careful once again.
Yeah,
if you're a crossface, you're usually a little high if they're not, and she finds herself a little high. Opponent gets the first score of 2.
At least she's able to belly out there.
Yep.
Base up.
Now, someone chose neutral in the third, is that right?
Yeah, I believe so. So Max Jurok is still up heftily, so I would assume that his opponent is going to be looking for a throw or something that's going to put his Max right to his back.
Colvin just give up back on the girls' mat for near fall, and she's in position now to sacrifice more points. She's doing a good job fighting it off, but boy, she found herself up 7-0, and now that gap's narrowed immensely. I'm not sure, but it's going to be close to a tie.
She did a great job of working back to a base there.
Oh, the
Max
flying
picked
squirrel.
up a leg and didn't get it there. Yeah, flying squirrel on that one, yeah.
I think he was trying again for her.
I'm not familiar with that one, but it ended up backfiring. His opponent came right back down on top of him and put Max right to the mat.
So we were neutral. That gives 3, so I think we still should be up on that one.
7-4, 7-3, right in that range.
Did his opponent get back points, or did he fight that off?
No, I don't think he had any back points.
Okay.
I think it was just a back and forth.
We
Colvin
can't see the scoreboard from here.
Colvin was locked up in a cradle, but it hadn't been turned, and she was able to fight that off until the end of the period. So it looks like they're going into the third period as well.
Yep, with Colvin on the top position.
So once again, we've got Max Jurok over on the left-hand side of your screen, and we've got Colvin of Star Valley on the girls' team on the right-hand side of the screen there. Trying to keep them both here for you. That's why we haven't zoomed in. Max finds himself on bottom again, and his opponent's got an arm bar in. He's got to be careful not to elevate that bar too much and make that a potentially dangerous. I think he let go of it for that reason. Colvin able to get back out on top. I think both the Star Valley wrestlers are leading at this point. Colvin able to turn her opponent.
Great move. Lots of back swipes and a pin for
Nice.
Laura Colvin.
All right, it looks like Max Chirac ends up winning by probably a minor decision. But 2 great wins, one for the Star Valley boys and one for the Star Valley girls.
Got another Star Valley up here on
we got Tel Perry coming up on this mat.
Mat 1. Looks like they're in the first. He's got 1 takedown. We're only 40 seconds into the match, so we haven't missed much. But we did miss an awesome takedown, I'll bet.
Yeah, and 30 seconds into a Tel Perry match, there's a good chance that we almost missed the whole thing.
The whole thing, yeah.
Tel's got an arm bar in. Look, he's got that wrist underneath. Now goes for a 2-on-1. His opponent's got a hold of that leg. Tel clears that. Back to a wrist. Stepping out to the side. He's got an arm bar. He's going to go up and around the head. His opponent's trying to base up.
Oh,
and he's just
right
going to tuck
to
his
a
head.
Half in a bar. That's going to be deadly. Hope they don't call it potentially dangerous. I hope they do if it's dangerous. But that's going to be a fall, folks.
Yeah, Tel just was, hey, if you're not going to go that way, I'll just tuck your head underneath here and stack you up.
Resettles in.
Transitions off. Tel's going to...
He's got kind of a front 3/4 almost on there. Oh, no, that was the other whistle. So
Tel now leads 7-0.
I thought that was over, didn't you? It looked flatter than flat.
It looked there.
Most refs would have been on this side, would have said, "Yep, that's flat." But
a good portion of that. Good portion of that. The kid's head was on, like his neck was on the mat, but his shoulders were.
That was one flat kid. But again, we're seeing it a different view from the angle of the ref, and it's the ref's discretion, and he says, let's let him keep wrestling. So, which I'm sure that's not a bad thing.
Neutral position starting the second period. Tel's up 7-0.
Who chose neutral? Did you see that?
I think, well, let's put it this way. If Tel would have got the choice, he would have deferred. So I would assume that it was Idaho Falls that chose the neutral.
Head in the hole, takes a leg into a cradle. And it settles in deep.
It's going to be pretty tight after the first period
that one's
he
over.
had. Yep.
He says, let me show you what was supposed to happen about 30 seconds ago. This time the ref was on the side to clearly see the fall.
So good win by Tel. That's going to put him through into the next round of the championship bracket. Let's see here. We've got Carly Angel coming up on mat number 4, probably on deck, I would assume. And on the boys' side, we are going to have Daryl Hunting coming up on mat number 2, but I think Carly's going to be up before Hunting. Boy, there's some great wrestling. It's fun. When Duke first asked if I'd be interested in doing this, just simply because I was following my kids around, and you know, I didn't make any promises of how good it would be, but I was like, you know, that kind of sounds like fun. And boy, you really get into the matches with this. Not like we didn't before, but now I love this. I think it's really fun, and I hope that all of you watching and listening at home are enjoying this broadcast. I know that we're maybe not the most charismatic on the radio, but we're no Duke and Dow, but we sure do love the sport, and I hope that you guys can feel that enthusiasm. We're just taking in some of these other teams here. You know, the Blackfoot team actually has some ties to Star Valley as well. My wife's first cousin, Lonnie Walker, is the head coach of the Blackfoot team, and he is got ties back to the Hoopses, to Gerald Hoops. In Star Valley, you know, not necessarily the wrestling hoops. I'm sure there's a connection there, but Blackfoot's head coach is directly tied back to Star Valley as well.
Wow.
So right now we are in the lower weights. We are in first and second round consolation brackets. In the higher weights, we're moving on into the first and second round of the championship rounds, getting into the quarters. We're going to see some high-level wrestling here and a little bit more head-to-head competitiveness. Really fun matches coming up here.
If you're following the scores, the team scores, I mean, we can say it's probably accurate up to a match or two ago, but again, we haven't seen all of our wrestlers. We have some of our good top scorers yet to come. But it looks like Madison High School is in the number 1 position, followed by Sugar Salem. Rigby takes 3rd, then Century and Shelley round out the top 5, tying with South Fremont for 5 and 5. Star Valley separates those just by a half of a point, 2 points. So Star Valley is literally less than 10 points from being in the top 3, and which could be just a match or two.
And is that boys or girls?
That's boys.
That's boys.
That's boys.
All right, I think we got Carly up on mat number 4 right now.
Yes, we do. Carly Angel, sophomore, Lady Braves. I'm not sure the grade of her opponent, but looks to be Sugar Salem. Her opponent takes a hard club. Lots of hard clubs, shaking it up a little bit. Carly just kind of feeling her out a little bit. There's just a few fakes and a shot. She comes back out, collapses her on the front headlock. Down they go. She just gives up the headlock to her a spin behind, and indeed gets the first points to lead this one 3-0. See if that'll zoom in a little bit more on. I can't see as well as the camera probably. She got an armbar secured and a far wrist. She rolls it over nice and slow. Indeed goes to her back, and it looks like the ref's getting the swipes. We'll see if Carly readjusts here. I told her it might be good. Get some mat time where she has to weigh in again tonight. She gets 4 more points on the hold. Ref hasn't awarded it yet because she hasn't broken the hold.
Didn't release that arm.
Yep, she got to release. She looks at the ref and says, I don't know what I'm sure if I should release this or keep going.
She's looking right at the ref like, come on now.
She should lead this 7-0 against her opponent of, I believe, Sugar Salem. Might be Skyline. They've got a similar blue. And Carly says, okay, I'll readjust here a little bit, get a little heavier on there she goes. Now she has to loot. She's not really familiar with how the scoring goes. There's no score until she breaks the hold. And she just keeps that arm bar and settles in deeper this time. It's probably going to be a fall, and it is, as Carly Angel takes it first round pin for her first match at the Madison Invitational.
And her opponent was from Skyline.
Skyline, okay. I knew the colors were either Sugar or Skyline.
All right, now we've got Hunting. I got to look up which one because I can't tell right off first glance. Right here on this lower mat here.
We're going to do the hang
His
over
opponent
here.
in on a single leg, and he's doing a good job putting in that whizzer, trying to defend that. His opponent's got better position right now. He's got his legs trapped, and he's ultimately going to start. He's going to give up that takedown.
This is Daryl, I believe.
I believe it is Daryl.
Yep, this is Daryl.
Or at our house, we get them mixed up. We call him Laryl and Dane. All right. Yeah, this one is Daryl, and Daryl, his opponent rolls him into a tilt. That's a pretty tight tilt. Daryl able to clear the hands.
That was a little handy ball and chain he got on him.
His opponent's got a claw. He's able to clear the claw. Daryl up to his feet. His opponent in on that tight claw that Daryl has to keep on clearing, and we're going to run out of time, and that's going to put us into the second period. Daryl currently trails the match 1-9. And his opponent is from Madison High School here.
Oh, what's his name? Is it? I'll bet I know that.
Ingram.
Yep, Ingram. He's a tough little wrestler.
All right, that's going to be a caution on Ingram.
Probably Ian Ingram, is it? Is that what it said?
A. Ingram.
A, yeah, probably Ian. Abe.
Ingram up to his feet and able to get around for the escape. That's going to make the score 10-1 in favor of Ingram. Ingram in on a shot. Daryl able to neutralize that. Circling on the mat there. Ingram in on a shot. Daryl able to... He has a loose front headlock on, and the coach is saying head in the hole. He can't quite get around to that back ankle.
Yep.
Trying to scoop up that arm.
Going for that knee block, and
Daryl had a cross body leg, and his opponent felt the weight shift and flipped it back to him.
Ball and chain tilt again. Hey,
that's a good reversal for Daryl. He's got the half on.
You got to be careful when they're not broke down.
Man, his opponent's just going to turn out of position there, and that's they got the score all messed up. I think they have 3-11. Second period, 50 seconds left. There we go, 3-14. That's more accurate. Ingram in on a deep single leg. Daryl back behind to get a leg, but ultimately he's just going to belly out. And Ingram's going to get 3 more points there. That's going to make it 17-3. 1 point away from a tech foul. Daryl's fighting hands underneath, trying to maintain his wrist control, able to do so. His opponent's got a leg in now. Ingram it looks to me like he's looking for a spladle, and he abandons that, but now he's got a power half on. Still has a leg in really deep on Daryl. And that's going to end the second period. 13-17 going into the third period. It is going to be Daryl's choice. Hunting is going to choose up, and Ingram will be on bottom. Ingram explodes off bottom. Daryl able to control. Daryl scoops up that leg on a blanket ride. Ingram able to clear it.
Now we can't give up another point.
Oh, and Ingram flips him around, and he's going to get the reversal out of that, and that's going to be a tech fall.
Very solid wrestler for Madison.
Hard match, yeah. That's a great fought match by Daryl. Ingram obviously very technically sound, able to neutralize most threats that Daryl brought to the table there.
We got another Star Valley back on the far mat to the left.
And that wrestler is going to be Colby Merritt.
Colby Merritt, this is his second match, correct?
This is
he went once.
Yep, his second match in the championship bracket.
Does that give the score on your dashboard? Or
It doesn't. This is just mat assignment is what I'm looking at here.
Well, folks, we can't tell if he started in the bottom going into a second round or if he indeed got taken down. But Kobe is on the bottom position. I know that. Go ahead. We get JR adjust this camera a little bit.
If we can.
Okay.
All right. There we go. Blake and I are just doing the best we can.
And like JR said, we're going to have a lot of Star Valley wrestlers hit the mat here.
One after another after another. Colby's working off bottom. Did you say the score is probably 3-0?
Unless they're in the second round and one of them chose down and it was scoreless, then yeah, it makes sense that at least it's 3-0.
That's the hardest match for us to see. That's the furthest away. He's going for that. Did you call that a three-quarter lock?
Yep, three-quarter Nelson. He had that blanket on the leg. It could have happened. Kobe did a great job fighting out of it. And now hopefully he knows it's going to be coming. Opponent putting on a pry bar, changes for the claw ride. What we can't see, folks, is he has that leg. Kobe was able to slide out of it, though.
There we go, and escape. You could tell he was debating on, all right, do I get my 1 point or do I go for 2 on this?
Yeah, go for a scramble and get 2. Now, escape can be great if you can take your opponent down. If an escape can be risky, if you both come to your feet, you get 1, they take you down, guess what? They just got 3 points.
Yep.
So essentially puts them up 2 notches on the scoreboard, even though you just scored a point and it took a lot of work to do it. So a little more strategy with that new 3-point takedown.
Yes, I was just going to say the exact same thing, that there's some decision making when it comes to, hey, can I get a reversal or should I just stand up and get the 1?
Yep, and try to get a re-attack and get a takedown. So, of course, to get that 1 point, you had to break contact, and he did. And the hope was to immediately be in on another takedown. We got some blood time, looks like.
I believe we're in between periods as well.
Keep going, Dylan. Keep going.
Coach Clark giving some instruction to Kobe. Looked like a little bit of front headlock, head in the hole instruction. Yep, I can tell what he's. Kobe on the first round, folks, hit that picture perfect high C.
We're going to give Blake just a break here. His daughter's up here to just visit with him a little bit, and that's the whole reason why we come down here. We don't mind broadcasting. In fact, we quite enjoy broadcasting, but first and foremost, we're here for our kids and for the experiences that they're gaining as well. So we've got Kobe starting on top. Kobe Merritt, his opponent, up to his feet with a good mat return by Kobe, pulling the chair out from underneath him. Looks like Kobe's digging for, he was going for an arm bar, tried for a crossface, didn't land anything. His opponent up to his feet, able to turn and get an escape point. So now Kobe's got to get a takedown. We need him to pick up a couple more points here in order to advance on this match. Couple of fakes by his opponent. Nothing really substantial. In again, now he's got a leg. Kobe able to sprawl really well. And they're out on the edge of the mat. Kobe able to return to his feet. His opponent picks his hands up off the mat, so it's not considered a takedown, and now he does return him back to the mat with his hands. And so therefore, that is a 3-point takedown by Kobe Merritt here. Sorry, we're tag teaming here. Kobe Merritt with that takedown. I would assume that the score is going to be fairly close at this point in time.
I don't know if we can see both mats. We've got Hallie Robertson.
Oh, we do have Hallie up on the other mat. We're going to zoom way out here. So we've got Hallie on the mat on the right-hand side of your screen and Kobe Merritt on the mat on the left-hand side of your screen. Hallie's match just started. Kobe's is going into, I believe, the third period. Kobe Merritt starting on top for this third period, able to mat return.
That's illegal.
A little bit of a lull in the action here. Kobe Merritt's opponent able to get to his feet and escape for an escape point. I would assume Kobe is behind by 4 points at this point. Oh, he had his opponent put him in a headlock and threw him to the mat, but Kobe able to manage the momentum rolling through. Now he's getting near fall points out of it. Oh, thank you.
Boy,
for the camera there.
What a capitalization on the move of your opponent. That was excellent. Got 4 plus 3, that's 7. That should put him in lead. I mean, that should ice this.
Yeah, and it's over. So
And
I'm not
does.
sure if it was just the end of the match or if that was the end of the, if they called a pin or a tech fall.
I think the towel man come out, didn't they? Back on Hallie. First round expires. Neither opponent able to advance. Well, I'm assuming that was the first round expired. Maybe not. They just brought him back to center. Hallie Robertson had a great year. I believe she is undefeated -2. So she was undefeated going into last week's tournament. She did drop 2 at the Mountain Crest. So whatever record is, so many wins and 2 losses. So having a fabulous year. Hallie does a good job blocking with his shoulder coming down. Takes her opponent's arm up high. Goes to a short
nice take
chin.
around.
Yes. Great spin behind to take the points to 3-0 in favor of Roberts. As the first round comes to an expiration, Hallie leads this one 3-0. Hallie's choice off of a deferral. She says, let's go back to her feet. That was kind of fun.
Yeah, it was. That takedown was fun. Let's do it again.
Hallie has a phenomenal blast double. In fact, rather than putting her head to the inside like Jordan Burrows, who's notorious for that freight train double. She puts it just very carefully on the side, but elevates her opponent. And, I mean, it's an elevation. She can lift her opponent way up, and it's fancy. All right, another spin behind off the front headlock. Takes this one 6-0. Sneaks a near side, far side half in. Aborts that, goes to crossface, has the Iowa on, and she's just going to flare that leg over, if not go for a screwdriver or a barbed wire. Still has that leg wrapped up. I think she wants her opponent to open up so she can catch her wrist there, and she does. She's got her wrist in the single arm bar now.
Roll that wrist up under the body, just like that.
Leg scooting around.
Step around that head.
Shoulder to the ear, and it's...
She wasn't able to jam
That's
that
one
wrist.
thing
There
with
we
these
go.
girls, a little flexible, really flexible. Now this could get into a potentially dangerous situation. Looks like her opponent was actually able to kind of almost rubber arm and wiggle out of that. Back to the front headlock position, no loss of control. Hallie still leads 6-0. Opponent driving hard. This would be a great time for that head whip. And she does a spin behind. Her opponent steps over, though, makes it a little difficult for Hallie to adjust. No change in position or score, 6-0. Second round in favor of Roberts. Robertson now in a position to get that cradle. The clock lady comes out. She goes to a belly dump instead, and she breaks her down and almost gets back points. So good job, Robertson. She still maintains a 6-0 lead. Her opponent's choice going into the third. Opponent says, I haven't had top yet. And this girl is working me over in the neutral and top. So that's a smart girl. Hallie Robertson in the bottom position.
So Kenna Merritt is actually going to be up in the other gym.
Oh,
unfortunately,
shucks.
we won't get to see her next match.
We've got a young man here. Looks like Thompson. Maybe we
we've
can.
got Ty Thompson coming up here.
I think you can catch him. Both maybe and zoom out a little maybe.
See if we can.
Means it's Ty's first match here. Of course, I think it's Hallie's first. Oh, and Hallie to her feet. Hallie hits a switch. Almost breaks contact. Back in that position where she's got the leg on the inside. Back to her feet.
Hallie Robertson on the
short
top of the
sits
screen.
out of there.
Ty Thompson on the bottom of the screen. Ty able to maintain control, and he's going to get a takedown as they're moving out of bounds. Hallie able to secure a takedown as well, it looks like.
Reversal, I think.
Reversal.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, that's as wide out as I can go, so I know that we're not getting very well on Ty.
I think we're missing Ty there. I don't know if there's...
I can't go any further back.
Well, Hallie's got hers secured. I think we're either going to get tech fall. There, you've got them both now, JR. 1-3 with Thompson's match. Boy, coach is yelling, hey, that was the time to re-attack.
Thompson's looked really aggressive. He had a couple of losses at Davis, but good learning experiences for him. He's able to secure a takedown there, so that should make the score 6-1 in favor of Thompson. Hallie looking like she is going to put on some back swipes.
This will be a tech fall, I believe, for Hallie, if not a pin. And she's probably just going to hold her opponent there for the pin. Nope, we're coming back. And that is, nope, no tech yet, so must not quite be there. 4 and 4 is 12. I guess he's got.
Oh, careful, Ty. Ty likes to do that suicide tilt.
He's getting points out of it, getting swipes.
You know, he's really good at it. It just makes you nervous every time he does it. It's going to make the score 8-1 in favor of Thompson. Hallie coming up on a tech fall with her opponent.
Look at that, get her arm back there. She's going to get in hammer lock position. And there it is. She's got the hand behind. She's going to go for a Zunigan. Looks like she's lower. Now that's a Star Valley Braves signature move from the boys' side, but Hallie was one of those that was on the boys' side for a while. She's getting now. almost changed off to a hammerlock. As they stop the action, Hallie Robertson, in dominating fashion, takes a win to Madison Invite.
Yep, nice win for Hallie Robertson. All right, so we're going to zoom down to just this mat right here, which is Ty Thompson. He currently leads his match 1-8, and we're in blood time right now. I believe we're going into the second period.
Who's bleeding?
Not Ty.
That's good.
And let's be honest, with the Star Valley crossface, usually it is the opponent that's bleeding.
You know, we got another Star Valley over here. I don't know if you want to pick up on that.
Yep, that is definitely Cooper Burke. I can tell just right from the get-go.
Yeah. Is it the pink headgear?
No.
I'm just kidding.
I like to call him Hurricane Burke.
Well, whatever's happened, it's 6-1, so it's happened fast.
Yep, and it's good to see Cooper in good repair after his injury this last week. I'm going to zoom out here, see if I might be able to pick them both up. Cooper Burke's going to be on the left-hand side of your screen and Ty Thompson on the right-hand side of your screen.
Ty's just looked great this year, hasn't he?
Oh, he has.
He's went up against some stiff competition. He's proven that, hey, I'm the top of the food chain, and I'm going to prove it in every way. He just looked so sound, so savvy.
Burke looking to lock up a cradle, unable to do so. Burke sometimes likes to toy with his opponents a little bit, so he's going to let him up to his feet.
Speaking of sound, Burke, I mean, like I said, still taking 6 after defaulting for injury.
Right.
Burke, I think, is the top of the, in this weight class in all states around us. Ty, he's got back point. Oh, boy, they didn't even give control out of that, actually.
Burke with another takedown that makes the score 9-2. And Thompson leads his match 2-8.
Now, Burke, returning state champion, correct?
Yes,
he won it last year, so.
Looking to grab one more as a senior.
Ty got a Russian tie on, goes for a back heel trip, almost works, does a reshot on the line.
And out of bounds.
And the ref says stalling, red. Folks, the stalling is on the account of any time a wrestler is backing out. They can do it off the pressure of the other opponent a little bit, but once it looks intentional, the ref will oftentimes say, hey, we got to have forward motion.
Ty caught him.
He did, but the ref's not even giving a takedown yet. And I'll tell you what, no takedown. How
does Ty not have control on that? I'm going to show you this. Here, how does Ty not have control on that?
Well, if I was that kid, I'd think that I was taken down, but I would have had a takedown and reversal off of that.
Maybe he didn't have his shoulders down in deep enough. I'm not exactly sure, but I don't know how there wasn't back swipes out of that.
His opponent's narrowing that gap as Ty's still up by 3, score 5-8. Ty does a short sit, comes out almost to his feet. They're going to run out of time before they say no points. Now we've got Coach, obviously he is trying to contest what we were trying to contest with Ty's match. Coach Perry saying, hey, not only should we have had control, but I think there might have been at least 2 swipes there.
Burke to a fireman's. That's another takedown for Burke. That's going to make the match 13-2.
Wow. No action on Ty's match as Coach Perry is trying to.
Burke then goes into a spladle, and he corrected me on this. It's not a spradle, it's a spladle.
Oh, yeah, yep, spladle it is. That was invented by a mastermind technician who still holds the record for most pins of any wrestler.
And Burke's going to get a couple of points out of that,
and that's
going to give him a tech, I believe.
Well, did the ref not award any back swipes off of that? He might not have. I don't think he did.
Man, if he didn't, they were being a little stingy tonight. Ty with a good shuck there.
Yeah, it was. Goes right into that Star Valley cross ride.
He's going to do that suicide roll through again.
Oh, he can't step over the hip after losing that, but that's okay. We didn't really lose anything. We still had. In fact, we're going to get a reversal out of this almost. Ty spins short, sits out, takes the head. There's a 1 point. So
hey, 1 point's better than nothing.
We got 4 points out of all that motion versus his 2. We'll take it.
So 7-3 is the score on the Ty Thompson match.
7-13.
7-13, excuse me. And Cooper Burke is up 15-4 on his mat.
No near fall on that. So we're still wrestling.
Cooper's going to cut him loose, or at least pretend that he's going to cut him loose. He does cut him loose.
And goes right to his back. He says, let me show you what we should have had here a minute ago, sir. And this one's going to end this match, I believe. Well,
Yep.
let's see. 5 and 18, that's 13. Yeah, yep. He just cuts it.
He took off his headgear before the ref called
He did.
the match.
Yeah, he sure
So
did.
Hurricane Burke strikes again. Good
Tech ball,
match.
22-5. Yeah, he ended the match before the ref did there. Did you see that? He's like, look,
Yeah.
I want to let you know I know my position.
He
I know
knows
where
the
I'm
score.
at.
Yep.
And
All right, and back to Thompson here. Thompson now leads 7-13.
6-point advantage.
Oh, his opponent in on a deep single leg on Ty. Ty able to maintain the weight on top, but he's got to be careful of that fireman's.
Yeah, he's trying to reach for leg, and he does split the leg. That's going to put tough to finish the fireman's.
Coaches are saying, post your hand.
Well, if he can elevate that ankle a little bit, get his head up, they're going to go stalemate. That was a smart move. He just split the legs, held on the inside ankle. That fireman's was deep, just as you said, JR.
We've got another wrestler up on another
Oh,
mat here.
that fireman's worked that time. It's going to be a scramble.
Hey, still no control.
I think
Ty's got a leg.
We're in better position to score here.
Yeah, he is.
He can reverse that half right there.
But I think it might end as a stalemate at this point.
I think he's going to boot, scoot, and get it. Nope, we're going stalemate
Stalemate,
again.
yep.
I would have let him give a few more seconds there. We got 2 Star Valley girls.
Oh, jeez. We got 3 mats going right now,
Yes,
guys.
we
So
do.
the Thompson match is just finishing up, and then we'll
Nice
go over
slide
to the
by.
other match.
What a Rulon. Gains a 3-point advantage there to take this one 7-16. Thompson in the lead.
So 26 seconds left in the Thompson match, and that last move by Thompson, that takedown, is probably going to secure the match for him. As long as we don't see anything.
Oh, it was textbook perfect slide by. Thompson, he's
10
got
seconds.
the near leg. He's looking for that Star Valley, what we used to call Star Valley ride again, where you roll clear through. He's got the leg laced.
And Thompson secures that. I'm going to go up to the girls' matchup here, and unfortunately, I know one of those girls
is going to win.
One of those girls is mine.
Oh, it is? Oh. Jocelyn Burgess.
Yeah,
and
I'm not sure. It looks like Remy's ponytails, but I don't think that is Remy.
No, it's a little light. Little light, I think, for Remy.
That is Meisner.
Addie? Is it
Yep,
Addie?
Addie. So Addie and Jocelyn. Unfortunately, I know they're really close on the team, so this is probably a little bit heartbreaking. They have to wrestle against each other. But
yeah, dang it.
It's never fun when you have to wrestle a teammate. We do have Cameron Mickelson going down on this other mat over here.
And I believe this is Lane up right below
And
you.
we've got Lane Hunting right up underneath us. So we're going to get to as many matches as we possibly can here.
You watch your daughter here, and I can try to commentate here. Sorry, folks, we do have 2. Who's on this one over here, you say?
That one is Cameron Mickelson.
Mickelson on the right.
On the left.
Excuse me, on the left of your screen.
If we can't
Lane.
even zoom out enough to get even 2 mats. I'm sorry,
we
people.
We can't do it on this one. But rest assured, it looks like Mickelson is in control position. I think he's ahead. Down here on the Honey match. Oh, nice takedown by his opponent.
And
nice shot, I should say. Looks like Jocelyn. I can't tell.
Jocelyn is on bottom, I believe. She's locked up in a cradle. And they're going to do they called a pin, yeah.
They did, but the wrestlers don't know it.
Yeah, they don't know it. So we're going to swing down here to the Lane Hunting match. Let's see if we can zoom out enough to get this.
Score 3-1 in favor of Dredd, his opponent. Lane did a great job, got a powerful escape there to close it in within 2. That's striking distance for him for sure with 37 seconds left in the first.
Mickelson is on top currently, but they're in the second period, and it's still 0-0, so that means that he started the period on top.
Yep, they're still 0-0, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I apologize, folks. I said it looks like he's ahead because he's on top.
Big, hard arm chop by Mickelson.
Lane does a great sprawl. His opponent has a heavy shot on. He's going to go to the head. I don't know if I would have stuck.
You got to let go of that head, or you got to pull it under.
Do something because he was in a tough position.
Yep.
I think he felt himself get out of position and thought I'd get her to go for a head, which is it's smart. Eight seconds left. Hunting's match. He trails 6-1 going into the second. And folks, 6-1 is nowadays only 2 takedowns. So.
All right, so we're going to run into the second period here. While we've got a little bit of a break there on this match, we're going to swing over to the other match with Cameron Mickelson. And it looks like Mickelson now currently trails that match 1-0. His opponent able to score an escape point.
On the hunting match, Lane defers. His opponent says, let's go neutral. And I can see why. He's deadly on his feet. If Hunting can maintain a lower stance, kind of keep his hips underneath him, know it's coming, because his opponent is a blast, double shooting fool. And he knows how to shuck behind, it looks like. Hunting in on a shot of his own. We're going to go out of bounds, and that was, so close to being a Star Valley takedown.
Mickelson is in on a reverse, is able to get there. So that makes it now the match 2-1 in favor of Mickelson.
Great shot, good spin behind by Hunting, and he's going to get 3 out of this. There it is to narrow this one 4-6 in the second. Takes a blanket Iowa ride, breaks his opponent down to one shoulder. His opponent's pinching and squeezing that hand pretty good, but it's actually our move. Takes it off, trades it off for a crossface. Heavy crossface, if he can keep him broken down. His opponent's hips do indeed come up, so he gives up the crossface. Goes back to the wrist roll, and he's trying to break him on that side, and it's going to be his opponent just has such a tough base.
Oh, he just gets up to his base.
Cuts him free. Score now 7-4 with 1 minute remaining in the second.
Not a lot of action over on the Mickelson. They just called a stalemate.
Great shot, out of bounds. I think that's a good trade-off. We went 1-1 on the out of bounds. Can you tell where this opponent's from? It says something on the back.
Oh, it's Russets. We were talking about.
Is it Shelley?
Yeah, we were talking about mascots. How's that for? We're the potatoes.
Yeah. So the Spuds lead this one 7-4. Oh, and Hunting gets kind of trapped in a spin. They're going to give a stalling. Now, I'm not sure what happened there. Why would they give a stalling warning? Did you see that? I mean, he spun around, but he recollected himself quick.
Maybe the ref thought he was going to flee out rather than allowing the takedown. And now they're out of bounds. So we do have Lane Hunting on the right-hand side of your screen, and on the left-hand side of your screen we have Cameron Mickelson. Mickelson leads his match 2-1 in the third period, 30 seconds left. So Cameron looking at a close one here. He's just got to maintain top position on his opponent. And Lane, it looks like, is trailing 10-4 currently on his match.
It is Lane's choice going into the third. We're 20 seconds from that point.
We're going to go over to the Mickelson match just because there's only 10 seconds left. 8 seconds left that he needs to maintain that top position.
2-1. What a tight score.
Yeah, you're not seeing that much anymore with the scoring changes. So Mickelson's going to have to ride him for 8 seconds in order to put this one away. Mickelson able to control off the whistle. 6, 5, 4. His opponent reaching back, and Mickelson's going to be able to control that, and that's going to be a nice win for Mickelson, 2-1 over his opponent. Now we're going to come back to the
good match, good tight match. Hunting. So we won, or we got drawn. We chose neutral. I know it was a little tough decision. They kind of hesitated to wonder if that might be best. Both these guys have excellent shots. Russets do lead us by way of a ratio on takedowns. They have a couple of good takedowns. We have a great spin behind ourselves, so very well matched on our feet. There's a great corner. It turns into a corner single. Unfortunately, we go out of bounds, run out of real estate as we come back to the center. Score 10-4 with 1:33 in the third.
We've got another Star Valley girls wrestler coming up on the other mat there. We'll get over there in just a short moment. Russet able to get in on a single leg and maneuver into a takedown. That's going to make the score 13-4 in favor of the Shelley, Idaho wrestler.
Let's see who this young lady is for the Star Valley Braves. Lady Braves.
Up on the top of the screen there, and unfortunately she lost by fall, it looks like.
Oh, doggone it. I didn't.
Shelly Russet in on a double leg on Lane and able to elevate and returning back to the mat. And unfortunately, I think that's going to be close to doing it here. That's going to make the score 16-5. Lane on the mat, his opponent with a hard crossface. Lane looking to base up. Lane trying to roll through, not able to do so. His opponent catches him. He's going to get some near falls out of that. And that's going to make it 19-5. And that'll actually end the period here. And that is going to be
tough wrestler.
Major decision. Yeah, that's a tough one.
Shelly's got a good one there, don't they? Lane gave a great match, great fight. Looks like we got Star Valley right back to back here. Another Star Valley wrestler.
That is Hazen Hess.
Hazen picked up his first by a pretty quick fall in the first, right?
Yes,
And
yes he did.
I don't believe we missed a second, so this is his second in the championship bracket.
Hazen looking strong this year. Really has put in the work in the offseason. And he was a good wrestler last year, but he's been working on his fundamentals and he came back really technically strong this year. And he'll be competing for that varsity spot. He and Lane are both back and forth, and so Lane was the varsity wrestler, or the #1 wrestler last week. Hazen wrestled off with him this week and took that spot from him, but I'm thinking you're going to see that flip back and forth a couple of times throughout the season, and which just speaks to both of them as they're tough wrestlers.
Nice.
Hazen in on a deep single leg.
Great shot.
Yeah, elevates, trips down to a...
He cut him.
Oh, yeah.
He says, that high C was so fun, let's do it again.
Hazen leads 3-1. Oh, his opponent in on a fireman's. Hazen trying to clear his leg.
Goes for the front quarter. That's smart. Goes for that front quarter. Almost gets it. Not quite. Boot scooting. And now that's going to put him up by 1 because of that escape that we gave him.
Hazen's got to work back to a base here and get his hand back.
Almost had him in that front, kind of a power quarter, and it almost worked, but the wrestler was able to get out, pull the rabbit out of his hat, and still get the takedown. Oh, tries to roll through. We're going to get chewed out for that roll through, I think. I've seen it a couple of times.
Yeah, he had a nice tight belly strap on there.
Yeah, which
wasn't
is
letting
great.
him roll through
if he
there.
could take that elbow, be high and deep on the apple, and then roll and catch a leg, and turn into a Clemson Peterson or a Granby, but I don't think he had anything there.
Hayes trying to make something happen. 3-4.
Guy's got a reverse half with an arm bar.
Hazen, he's getting near fall. I don't think he's going to get a pin out of it.
Time's
1 point.
up.
Nope.
Boy, that towel person was a little late on that towel.
Yeah, he was.
And every second counts when you're in that position.
So that's going to put Hazen down 3-8. I'm thinking Hazen might be rethinking his decision to cut him loose in that first takedown.
Well, darn it, that one did come back to get him a little bit, but I don't think he's nervous about anything.
No.
In fact, Coach even said, I want you to prove that you were going to do this. Oh, he chose neutral. He changes it to deferred. Coach is saying, well, we're going to be neutral. So I think he did better on kind of an open shot. This kid is pretty handy when he ties up. He's got a great fireman's. When I say open, I'm just saying like tag and go, tuck and go, go for a collar and hit it. But I think on our feet, I think we're still superior. But let's give it this round and find out.
Hazen's quick. If he can get in on that single leg, he should be able to get around the corner.
There's that, that high C looked like it was there.
Oh, man, that's a great fireman's again. Man, his opponent, he's got that fireman's down.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't know if I'd tie up with him per se. Very handy with a fireman's carry, but.
He's got an arm bar in on Hazen right now. Now trying to get over to his other arm.
Oh, got to be careful on that short sit out. It helps him this time. Takes the arm. Now that time,
Oh,
see
he
how
rolls
he had
through it.
He had the arm that time. That's when it works.
Nice reversal for Hazen there.
You bet.
That's just some good scramble wrestling.
And he's going back. He's got the hammerlock position. He's going right to his zone again. He's got to keep that leg trap. Keep the leg a little while if he's going to drop his chest and roll it over. Nope, he's going for the hammerlock, the actual signature original move off of it. And he's going to kind of take his time with it, waiting for him to open up, and here it comes. Nope, he's going back to the... I don't lose... Oh, I think he lost that arm. I think I'd have kept that as long as life would let me.
His opponent up to his feet. Hazen elevates. Mat return back.
Yeah, almost there's a good hard star
There's
valley
a good
cross face. And he's got
Take out that barbed wire. His coach
he's
is
going
yelling
right
barbed
to the
wire.
cradle. I think head to the knee is best here because his knee's up. We got short time. Can we get any points off of this? There's that hammerlock. I think I'd be shooting under that armpit and going for the, doggone. Boy, he's so handy at that. So handy at that. I'm not exactly sure why he didn't go to the, under the kid opened up and it looked like he was going to shoot that hammerlock, but he kind of give that up.
Boy, this turned into a good match real quick, didn't it?
Yeah.
Boy, his opponent has got a very slick fireman. You got to be open for or be aware of that coming in every time.
Now where's that team from? Is they a Husky? Or is North Fremont?
I want to
here?
say Century.
It's purple, I see. See if I can zoom in on that guy's sweater here.
Yeah, it's Century.
Is it?
Yep. The coach just above him in the gray.
Yes, yep. Well, Century's got a good wrestler here at this weight, don't they?
Yep. All right, we're done with the blood time, but now we got to clean up.
He's like, there's more over here.
All right. We got Damian Burgess up here as well. We're going to zoom out a little bit. Damian's going to be on the top left-hand side of your screen. And Blake, if you'll take Hazen, obviously I'd like to watch my son if at all possible. Damian's on top, so we've missed a little bit of action.
Oh, we did, huh?
Burgess's opponent up to his feet. Damian looking for a 2-on-1 mat return, not able to do so. His own opponent's able to turn out and get an escape.
We apologize, we can't quite pick both of them up. We'll let Burgess stay on this one a little longer because Hazen's underneath us right now.
Burgess is shooting in for a single leg. He's able to get it, elevates to the double leg, and now is able to return him to the mat. That's going to be a 3-point takedown. Hazen scrambling down here on this mat. Hazen still trails 5-11. Unfortunately, we don't have the score on the Burgess match. Let's try and maintain. Hazen's match is coming up here going to be finishing up here shortly. And we'll just do audio for the Burgess. Burgess is in on a claw.
He's got it, doesn't he?
He's got a tilt on.
Almost had it.
I don't think they gave him any back
There's
strikes.
a roll through. He's got it there, though. Oh, that ref. Wow.
No points out of that, huh?
No. And I think they're just going to say too much elevation between the mat and the back because he was bridging. But, I had to give him 2. Hazen's match. 45 seconds left in the match. We've got to be pulling that rabbit out of the hat ourselves. And the opponent coming to his feet. Hazen cuts him one last time, says we're going to have to go feet to back here. Scores 5-12. And that's going to be our chance. We've got to get back points and takedown. And that would tie us at 12-12. If we can get a takedown and back points. The clock's been running. We're going to have to rewind the clock. We need every second, guys. Damien's match, how's that?
I believe that Damien's probably leading, I would say 6-2.
Good.
That's probably about what the score is currently. Looks like they're starting the third period probably, and he is on bottom.
This one's coming down to the final 2 seconds. And that's it.
All right, we're going to go straight up to the Burgess match. Burgess started on bottom. Hard cross face by his opponent. Damien able to work it off. Sitting up, going for the switch. He's got the leg. Steps behind. He needs to elevate that. There he does. He's got that elevated. Now he's going to do a front trip. He needs to bulldoze into him. He's got that 3/4 on him. And now gets behind, working for wrist control. He's got the right wrist of his opponent, trying to roll it underneath. Looking for the half, not able to get it. He needs to be careful that he's not too high. He's got a leg in. Once again, he's got an arm. He needs to be careful with his weight. His opponent up to his feet. Damien's got to do a lift return. He's just going to cut him loose. And Clark's saying, stop hesitating, get right into the next move. His opponent in for trying to do a drag back. In on an ankle. Damien back on the feet. If Damien plays his cards right on this, there should be a stalemate. They should be able to get a stalemate out of this. Damien wants to keep both legs, one on each side of his head, and that prevents his opponent from scoring. Damien's upside down there and ends up bellying out, and that's going to be 3-point takedown for his opponent. Not sure if this is the second or the third period. That was the third period, and let's see where we end up. Burgess does end up with a win on that. So good match for Damien, even though he gave up a takedown right at the very end. So Damien will move on to the next round, and he will face off with the number 1 seed in his next match. All right, for a short moment here, we don't have any Star Valley wrestlers on the mat. We've been talking for quite some time now, so we're going to take just a quick break and get a drink, and we'll be right back on the air with you. Once again, we want to say thank you to the Wyoming Army National Guard for their sponsorship of this broadcast. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back. We have got a Star Valley wrestler coming up on the mat right here in front of us. This is Carson Clapp. He is also wrestling in the 175 weight class. We do have a Star Valley wrestler, Lady Brave, coming up as well. And hopefully there'll be a little bit of a transition time between the two matches so we can get them both here. Just some dancing at this point, no score. His opponent's got double unders and straight to back, but Carson able to roll through it. And he's got his opponent on his back. He's going to get some near fall points out of this. 1 minute left in the period. So that's going to be a hard one to get out of if Carson can manage to stay in bounds. He needs to settle in by lifting that arm up and elevating that head. And just as the fulcrum tips, he is out of bounds. So Carson is going to get the 4 points. And it also looks like we have got another Lady Brave wrestler up on the other mat here.
Grace Morrison is up.
It's Grace Morrison. So we are going to zoom out just a little bit, see if we might be able to get both. We get a little bit of both as long as this match doesn't go too far down underneath. Carson Clapp currently leads his match 7-0. And they're going to go out of frame on us.
Grace takes a shot, almost secures it, comes back to her feet. Doing a good job on the collar tie. Kind of head-to-head, though. Both of them just matching head-to-head. And if she can kind of window wipe one direction, then change directions, I see a great single leg there. The girls got, there it is right there. Takes a corner single, head on the inside, almost gets it before she runs out of time.
Carson Clapp, that's going to end the first period. They were fighting out on the edge and came off the edge of our camera here. He is going to be starting on bottom for this second period, leading 7-0. Up to his feet quickly, and his opponent able to mat return him. Fighting for hand control underneath as he's building up to a base.
Back to the Morrison match. Morrison in the top position. Neither opponent scored in the first. Scores 0-0. Morris has an arm bar on the one side. Oh, and the ref stop says potentially dangerous. I didn't see what the potential danger was. I'm guessing her wrist went above the 90 up the back. Still scoreless with the Lady Braves. Grace Morrison. You can't quite see yours, can you?
No, unfortunately.
They're going to give Grace a caution here for not covering the elbow. Just a move that young wrestlers takes them a little bit to get used to. And we're back to action there.
So we're going to go over to Grace's matches. This one has moved underneath us here.
Grace has a kind of a high half, little too high to be putting that on. Her opponent does good at capitalizing that and takes a leg. Grace scrambling to try to get her hips back behind. Score still 0-0 with the Grace Morrison match. She breaks the leg contact, goes back into a screwdriver, and it's going to work as she tilts her head. She runs around the head towards us, and we just got to break that 90, and here it comes. Here it comes. We get the swipes.
Get off your knees and get that weight on there.
Yep, she's a little bit heavy on knees, but it might be because something we can't see that she feels like she's about to lose the lock. In fact, she did take one hand off and readjust here. So
there we go. Now we got the weight in the right place.
Yep. That readjustment must have worked. So she changed off from that barbed wire screwdriver, and she is, I think she just got the half on. She needs to step back on this side and run it hard. She does. She's got a half Nelson. She's going to leg dump. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. Carson Clapp on the bottom, fighting off bottom. And finally is, I'm not sure what happened there, but maybe an excessively hard crossface. They're going to call some blood time.
Did they call injury time too?
Yeah,
or unnecessary roughness?
I don't think he actually called it, but the ref did kind of say, hey, watch that.
Okay.
Like a verbal warning, if you will.
Grace's opponent has a heck of a bridge, gets her a little bit high, and Grace does a good job sticking with the leg, but not. She received 4-point near fall, so we're far ahead in this match. Grace Morrison does a great job maintaining control as we go into the third in favor of Grace Morrison. Green's choice. She says, let's go neutral, and I think that's a great place to be for Grace, though, as well. Grace seems like she's got a little bit better of a shot advantage.
Carson Clapp on the lower mat. He is starting on bottom, 9 seconds in the second period left. He is going to go into the third period leading 7-0.
All right, third round, Grace Morrison ahead by a score. I believe she would have received 2 near fall points out of that, so she should be close to 8-0. But again, I can't see the scoreboard to verify that, but I do know that we are in position to win this. Both opponents on their feet.
Clapp starting on top. Doing a good job of spinning with his opponent as he is. His opponent does a sit out. Clapp able to get behind. Blanket ride that leg.
Oh, Morrison went to her hips.
Herself in a bad place.
The worst position. If she can let go of that head and belly out, there she lets go, but not without sacrificing some. Well, looks like they're going to give 4 near fall. So with that takedown, that could be a tie match.
There you go, Eli.
But Grace Morrison, after a huge lead, has that stole away from her with the 1 takedown and back points.
All right, we've also got Grant Thompson wrestling.
Oh boy, yeah, we do.
So we can't get more than just 1 match at a time. So we're going to stick with the girls' match for right now,
well,
and then hopefully we'll pan over to the others.
If you can get Grant, we should be at the end of this. I can narrate, but it looks like they did an illegal move, probably a full Nelson. So Grace does pick up a much-needed point, and I believe she would still be in position to win this. We can't see the score.
And Carson Clapp, that we can't get on the screen, is on the mat right below us. He leads the match 8-2, and he's able to roll through.
And he's going to get back points, maybe.
Bar, and he's going to get 3 near fall points out of it. That's going to make the score 11-2, so Carson's going to win his match.
Back to Gracie. They're both on their feet. Gracie is in position to get a takedown of her own. I hope she at least gets an escape. She's got to break contact, though, because the point's going to be close. Okay, that ends the match. And I honestly don't know if they might be tied, folks. The ref is looking at the table, and he's asking for verification of who won that match. And it is, well, that went the different direction. Doggone it. So the back points and those takedown cost us on that. So Grace Morrison had a great lead, but unfortunately we couldn't see the score, but I know it had to be extremely tight.
Carson Clapp able to win his match. And we've got Grant Thompson down here leading his match 5-0. There was a little bit of a lull as there was blood time. Grant doesn't look happy.
No, he looks like he's out for some.
So he put his guy right to his back, and he's going to pin him real quick here.
That's tight.
Yeah, sometimes you can tell when the flip switches, where the switch flips.
Yeah, now I can't tell if this is Kenna Merritt over here, or I don't think that is Kenna.
No, I don't think that's Kenna. That is.
We can.
Gosh dang it, I can't remember the name right now. I think that's Harbach.
Is that Paisley? Paisley Harbach?
I believe so.
Okay.
Let me just verify. Yes, it is. It's Paisley.
Okay. We got Paisley Harbach. It's been a while. Where you been?
All around. Yeah, I live in St. Anthony. I live down in Utah.
All right, we're still waiting for the Paisley-Harbaugh match to get going. And here we go. Harbaugh in a shot. Good defense by her opponent, able to get back around for 3 points. Harbaugh doing a knee slide. Unable to clear her hips from her opponent. Trying again on the knee slide. Her opponent now has an ankle. She's up to one leg. Her opponent has a half on, but she doesn't have Paisley broken down. So as long as Paisley continues to turn.
Ooh, there's that breakdown right when you spoke of the devil. But she does have a wrist.
She got right up to her feet and able to clear that, that half. Good job.
Fight. Locked hands right there.
Yeah, it should have been locked hands, that's for sure.
Well, I thought it was. The ref must have decided to give her some leniency. Locked hands, folks, is when the opponent maintains a body lock around the body without a pinning combination when you're in the top position. Now, if you're facing your opponent, you can body lock all day long. Bear hugs,
Good
things
job
like
by
that.
Paisley to clear those hands. Not able to create enough separation, though, to get an escape out of it. And her opponent shoots right in.
Took right advantage of that.
Right to her back, and that's going to be a pin.
I tell you what, you can tell there's a 98-pound here. If you look at that match over there, I thought we went just for a minute the junior high lightweights. I mean, that is
so
from our view.
Idaho has a 98-pound division. Star Valley does not.
Yeah,
and you can see. I mean, we're not making fun of by any
No,
means,
we're a long
but
ways away, so they look small
But
anyway.
I mean, those are some small kids.
But they're almost as small as me.
Yeah, those are some small kids. But that also makes them fast and furious.
Varsity boys will end at 164. About 164. Varsity girls will end.
All right, we don't have any Star Valley wrestlers right at this moment. We will have some here shortly, though. Just refreshing in our track wrestling system to see who's going to be coming up.
JV will end at about 315. When varsity's done, we'll start starting JV around and wrap them up.
We do have our heavyweight coming up, Crookston. Oh, no, excuse me, that's not our heavyweight. I don't see Easton on the list here. Maybe he is buying into a deeper round. So we got Casey Crookston that's coming up on mat number 1 here shortly in the 120. And he is in the second round of the Constellations. We also have in the girls bracket, coming up shortly, we have Kara Andrews. It's going to be coming up, and she's going to be going for the quarterfinals. And shortly thereafter is going to be Remy Allman. They're making some announcements as to when they're going to be ending the tournament for the night so that we can go home, get some rest, and come on back. And we're getting close to those. We're going to go through the quarterfinals of the championship bracket of both the boys and the girls. And then we will get over to a couple of rounds in the consolation bracket. And then we'll call it the night, come back tomorrow, and hit it hard. We still got the camera in on those 96-pounders. And boy, it's hard to believe that we've got that weight class with high school. Big shout out to SVI for providing the equipment and the capability of being able to broadcast this. We sure do enjoy being able to share these experiences of our kids and their teammates with those that are not able to travel to these tournaments, and that they might be able to enjoy the great Star Valley tradition of wrestling. Shout out as well to the Wyoming Army National Guard for sponsoring this broadcast. There's expense associated with everything, and we're glad that they're helping out to cover the costs of being able to do this, and supporting both the boys and the girls wrestling teams. We do have a little bit of a break, and so we're going to take just a short moment. We've been talking a lot for a couple of hours here, so I'm going to take just a small break, and we'll be right back as soon as we have a Star Valley match.
All right, we're back on the air. This is Blake Angel here in the Madison Invitational in Rexburg, Idaho. We are still in the championship round with the Wrestlebacks. Up now, we have Kara Andrews of Star Valley for the Lady Braves. Kara, returning state champion, takes a heavy, hard club, and her opponent tries kind of fake shot there. Maybe it was a full shot. Kara ducks, goes underneath for a nice double leg, comes back up to the head and an ankle for the first strike to take this 3-0 lead. Kara riding heavy on the crossface, looking for a head to the knee, far side cradle. Switches off to an arm lever, gets an arm bar in on this side. Now back to the hard crossface, which always works better when the opponent is broke down, unless you have another limit or control by way of legs. And she does get some points here, right to her back. This is going to be a fall as she's locked up the cradle. And she cuts loose. I'm not sure if their opponent broke loose or she said, I want more wrestling time, but the ref says that was broke enough to give you another 4 points. Right to a barbed wire. We're getting more swipes. And I think she's going to finish this one here. And she does. Congratulations, Kara Andrews. Win first round by fall, quarterfinals. Up next for the Star Valley Lady Braves, Remy Allman. Remy will be in the same weight class as Kara today. Idaho weights are a little different, so we had to do some compiling and creative moving. Remy on a shot, comes up to the waist of her opponent, trying to do a cowboy or a headlock. Remy has stepped over the hips, which could be a little bit risky there, unless she's going to go for a complete roll through, and I bet that's what we're going to have happen here. No, now we're both parallel, so we've either got to go stalemate or she's got to pop that head out and get her points herself. I don't believe her opponent can advance from this position. There we go. She did pop her head out. We get 3 points near fall, or excuse me, 3-point takedown. Now wait, illegal move. Boy, I think we would have rather have had all 3 points, but Folks, what happened there is she lost the arm in the throw, and if you just have the head, it's illegal. And so, unfortunately, we didn't get a takedown out of that after all that work, but we did get a 1 point for an illegal hold. Remy's got a 2-on-1 on one side, it looks like from here. Russian tie. She puts her head on the inside, tries to. Their opponent's doing a good job at blocking that, though. If you watch here, what Ramey's going to do is she's going to kind of drag that arm and step down to that leg. Actually, she grapevines the leg. Grapevine wasn't successful. And she's got to be careful there, as her opponent could reach around that head and go for a standing cradle of her own. All right, Remy leads this 1-0. We're still in the first round. Quarterfinals, I believe. This could be even semis. Or this be quarters, folks. Remy's got that 2-on-1 again, or Russian tie. She slides it right on by her and goes back for a rear. Now you can lock around the hands until they hit right there. You got to break the lock. She gets her takedown to lead this 4-0. Remy looking for an arm bar. Good shoulder pressure right behind the neck like that. That's what you want. Now, if she can maintain a little bit of leg control there as well. She's up heavy on her toes. That's great. Driving that pressure. Her opponent's head down as we run out of time going to the second round. Draw goes to Remy. Remy goes top position. Immediate breakdown. Brings her opponent down to her belly, and that's where a lot of the moves can start. Now, there's so many that you can do, claw ride, even a whip half from the top, sling half, I should say. But when they're broke down, you have a lot more options. The crossface works a lot better. The half Nelson works a lot better. And she indeed does have a half Nelson on. Switches to the other side, and they're going to call full Nelson on that because she didn't get her hand out quick enough for that other side half Nelson. So, folks, they don't even have to make contact. You so much as have both hands under the pits, and they touch the neck, not even the head. They'll ding you, and that was the case there. So each of these opponents share a 1-on-1 by way of illegal moves. There's a cradle right there, and she locks it up. Now, is she going to suicide roll, or is she going to just go hip to hip and pull her straight back? Looks like she's going straight back. Hard to tell if she has the arm trapped in there. This can be an extremely tough move to pull them back when their leg's in the way, and sometimes the ref will actually say, yeah, that's too much distortion on the limb, but we're going to get it here as we go and start getting swipes in favor of Remy. We got at least 2 points out of that. She does get it awarded. We should be at least 6-1 on this match. If I'm thinking right, let's say we got a 3-point takedown, 3-point takedown, 2-point near fall, so that's 5, and a 1-point illegal move, that's 6. And she's going to almost tilt her right on over. I believe she's actually got, it's hard, there's some folks standing in the way there, but I think she had the front headlock. She changes off to a crossface. She's popping that elbow on the opposite side, kind of keep her from out of that. Got a double wrist roll on now, or at least did have. Now she put her head pretty hard on her opponent, and they will sometimes call that unnecessary roughness, and they did. So you can push your head down, but you can't wind up and head butt. You can use your head as a lever or as pressure, but the minute you come off and then slam it back down, they'll usually call that, which they did. So we've got 3 illegal moves in this in this match. So now Coach Waldron, he's saying, hey, no one's bleeding. Why was that a headbutt? Now, if coach would like to demonstrate, sometimes you got to do that with a ref. You just take them to the side and say, no, this is a headbutt. And you just wind up and give it to them, and then they can properly assess it later.
I think in this scenario that probably wouldn't be appropriate.
All right, Remy on the top position. Goes for a stack, has that underneath, and she's going to get the swipes off of it right on the out of time, and they almost gave fall. Instead, they're trying to stop it. Remy is saying, I don't know how to stop unless you blow that whistle.
I'm surprised he got around and got 3 near fall out of that. I was afraid he was only going to give 2 out of it.
Yeah. You only need 3 seconds these days to get 3 near fall, whereas in the past you had to have 5. And two would give you a 2-point near fall, and now you can get 3 near fall with 3 swipes, 4 near fall with 4 swipes. So.
Yeah, sometimes if the ref gets there a little bit late, though, if they're on the other side of them, then they'll do like a silent swipe, if you will.
Yep. Hey, nice switch by Remy right off the whistle.
She's got that leg.
And she's just going to hip on
Step over.
Keep the leg split and actually utilize that to her advantage. Look at that. And she does. Just tilts her right on over. Kind of a nameless move, but it worked great. And this could be the end of the match on Remy now. She's got to be chest to chest. She's out in the front. That works sometimes just as well. And it does indeed prove to be effective for her. She gets the pinfall. Congratulations, Remy.
All right, let's check the schedule, see where we're at in regards to who we got coming up. We do still have Casey Crookston for the boys coming up. He's just not up yet. Looks like he is on deck. And as for the girls, we do have Val Foreman coming up, but unfortunately she is going to be on mat number 5, which is in the other gym. And also we have Roberts, which is going to be in the other gym as well on mat number 5. A little break in the action here as we are at the Madison tournament in Rexburg, Idaho. A couple hours away from the Valley. Taking on some of Eastern Idaho's best competition. Star Valley actually being in that competition. There's only one other, in fact, we are the only Wyoming team here. There is one other team from Montana, but most of the others are from the eastern and central Idaho area. We've got Shelley and Idaho Falls and Century, Rigby and Ryrie. We got some good teams here, some good competition that's going to make this tournament some good fun. Unfortunately, as mentioned before, we do have 3 gyms that they are currently wrestling in, 2 of which they are wrestling varsity matches. We have this main gym here with mats 1 through 4. And 3 of those mats are dedicated to the boys' matches where the numbers are much, much greater. And then we have 1 varsity mat in this gym that is dedicated to the girls. And then in the other gym, there is 1 varsity mat for the boys and 1 varsity mat for the girls. And then we have another gym, which is basically the wrestling room that accommodates most of the JV wrestlers. We've had some good wrestlers tonight. Most of our varsity lineup, the starting number 1 wrestlers have won their matches. We have a couple of kids moving on in the consolation bracket, working their way back. We've got Casey Crookston coming up here that lost his one of his earlier matches. That's going to put him into the consolation bracket. We also are going to see Max Jirac and Daryl Hunting, Hazen Hess, Lane Hunting, and Tommy Hoops are all going to be, we're going to see all of those matches coming up yet still tonight. We even will see some of the boys semifinals matches, it looks like. The cutoff is about one. Oh, no, we won't see those matches tonight. So they're going to cut it off at the second round of consolations, and the quarterfinals tonight is where they're going to cut that off. So we still got a little bit of time left here.
JR, real quick, just if there's parents out there and you've got a wrestler here at this tournament, get a hold of them. They've changed a little bit on the weigh-ins. I shouldn't say changed. Normally on another weigh-in they get +1. Today is not the case. They need to weigh the same weight that they did this morning. Yep. So if you've got a child out there that was like ours, Carly thought she had another pound. Well, they've already gifted that pound because someone had a tournament last night, and because it is the same day, they're saying, no, you got to be the same weight. So
wow. Yeah, that's
unless the person weighing in made a mistake, but it sounds like he was very confident, and he did tell those young ladies at least, nope, same weight.
Wow.
No allowance beyond what was already gifted earlier in the day. So
that's a little bit surprising. You would think that that's something that the coaches should be very aware of and let the kids know beforehand. But
and they probably, on the boys' side, they may do. I know on the girls' side it comes as a surprise. So our boys knew. Yeah, boys are in good hands there. Coaches knew that. Girls came in at a bit of a surprise, it sounds like. So anyway, which is kind of tough because you tank up just on water alone, which you want to be well hydrated. Water's the heaviest known liquid last time I looked next to mercury. And you're piling that in your body. Unless you had some good hard-fought matches and sweat a lot, it doesn't take long to put on a pound. And you actually have to be the same weight. So, let alone eating lunch, because they didn't start this till 3 o'clock.
Mm-hmm. And that coupled with the different weight classes in general that we have over here in Idaho, that might be a little bit of a hard thing for some of them to get to.
Yeah. If anyone was scrapping by, they had lunch and some liquid and haven't had a hard-fought match to burn that off, they may have to put on the old sweats and go run.
Oh, I'm sorry I'm laughing because I'm seeing my daughter Jocelyn that is on the girls wrestling team. Got her little brother, her 9-year-old brother, in a fireman's carry, packing him up the bleachers because he wouldn't come with him. So, the life skills you learn.
But that weight, I tell you, you either love or hate. With the new rules in place, it's almost technically impossible to go too low, which is nice.
Mm-hmm.
They've got some things in place, both by way of water hydration test and fat test to say, you can't go any lower than X amount. So in that regard, it is good. On the other side of things, the dieting and the learning to eat right and to pick nutrition and to learn what's food and what's just garbage.
Yep.
Wrestling teaches you that probably quicker than any other sport.
Yep.
Because you eat bad, you wrestle bad. And if a wrestler steps out and says, oh, geez, I made weight, now let's go dive into Pizza Pie Cafe, and they overstuff themselves, that can sit with them overnight, even into their next morning match.
And then they're lethargic the next morning.
Yep, they don't sleep good, they don't feel good, they got that brain sugar high, just lots of things can go wrong. So nutrition side of it, I think everyone learns when you're on a wrestler, it's more than just weight making and maintaining. It's nutrition. And that's eating right in order to feel right. And eating at the right times.
Mm-hmm.
Cardi just came up and she said, I just want to have a meal. It feels like I'm just snacking and piecing all day. And she can tell that her body doesn't like that. They want to have a good rounded meal. And now it sounds like I might be teasing. I think the girls wrestling is going to the Pizza Pie Cafe. So. But they're not wrestling anymore after that until tomorrow. But
it's hard because now I have a girl on the wrestling team and I have a boy on the wrestling team.
Yes, you do.
And it's so frustrating because it seems like it takes a little bit more time for the weight to come off on the girls. Jocelyn can eat clean and healthy for a couple of days, and it takes a little bit longer, whereas, stinking Damien, he goes to bed and loses 7 pounds, and it's like, like how would it be to be, 17, 18 years old, go to bed and lose 7 pounds?
I know you're exaggerating, but I think you're right. Girls, it's hard. It's hard for them And guys can just think and get stressed enough and have enough anxiety and sweat it off. You get a sweaty girl, it's not really common.
We've got Casey Crookston up here. This is the second round of the consolation bracket. Looks like he's wrestling a kid from Idaho Falls.
Boy, no points awarded on that, was there? That was a close one.
No, and they were still head-to-head, and I don't think any control was demonstrated on either side. Crookston in on a single leg, able to elevate, not able to clear the legs though. His opponent's now got some ankles, and this could end up in a stalemate condition if he's not able to clear those legs off his head. So if you're the opponent on this situation, you want to keep one leg on each side of the head so that you can't, your opponent can't get the weight to one side or the other and put you on your hip. His opponent's doing a great job of keeping one leg on each side of the head. Now Crookston does finally clear that, and we're going to run out of time. So we're going to go into the second period, 0-0. Crookston defers, the opponent's choice. He's going to go, looks like neutral. So we are going to start neutral. Crookston to this point has lost one match already, so in order to move on into the bracket and continue wrestling tomorrow, he's got to win this match. His opponent's got him in a headlock, able to whip him down, and that's going to be a headlock throw, and that's going to be in pretty deep for Crookston. He's going to have to fight off his back for, boy, hell, we got a whole minute and a half left in the period. He's got to try and punch through that. And that is in deep. That's going to be really hard to get off, and he's going to get pinned. Tough match for Crookston. Got caught, thrown on his back, and that's going to be a pin for him. So unfortunately, I don't know that he will be wrestling tomorrow, which is always a hard thing for the kids in two-day tournaments. But he'll have the opportunity to watch and cheer on his teammates as they progress tomorrow as well. Let's see here. Max Chirac is going to be coming up here, and he is the second round consolation as well. Let me see if he is up right now. Nope, he's not, so he's going to be just a moment. And let's take a look at the girls' bracket. Let me see where they were sitting with the girls. Boy, it's a little disappointing to me that two of the varsity girl matches, the quarterfinals, actually took place on the other mat in the other gym.
Oh.
We weren't able to see it. Like Belle Foreman, we haven't seen her at all today.
No.
And she was on mat 5 in the other gym, and I'm sure she won her match, but, we like to see these varsity matches, especially these quarterfinal matches.
We apologize. By way of team standings, Madison maintains the lead with 84. Star Valley in second at 62.5. Jerome, Idaho, rounding out the top three with 59.5, followed by Rigby and Century for the fourth and fifth position. I imagine a lot of this is going to change drastically as South Fremont dropped to 6th, but just seeing some of their performers, a lot of it's because they haven't wrestled, and we've had a lot of wrestled backs from some other teams. But boy, Star Valley, congratulations. They moved up from the 7th position into the 2nd position. And, there'll be some competition there, I guarantee you. Like I said, when these wrestlebacks come back into the semis, there's a lot of points from several teams. Anyone can really pull back up into the top position right now.
Well, anybody that's attended the Wyoming State tournament understands that you don't only win the state tournament as a team in the championship bracket. Really, it's your second string wrestlers that are going in there and grinding out. And even though they're not scoring points, they're preventing other teams from scoring points.
Yeah.
And that makes a huge difference.
Yep. Butte Central is here from Montana. Green Canyon, Utah is here. And then the majority, besides Star Valley, everyone else looks like they are from Idaho here. So we have a Montana team, Utah team, and a lot of Idaho. In fact, every neighbor that Idaho Falls, Sugar Salem, Bonneville, South Fremont, Blackfoot, Rigby. I don't see, the likes of North Fremont. They're a little further north. Teton is also here. Hillcrest is here. Bonneville. Yeah, we've got a lot. Most of the neighbors are competing in this tournament, and they're in all divisions. So we have the 5A all the way down from Idaho, and then Star Valley is a lone Wyoming school here. But once again, they are in the second position.
And that's for the boys that you're mentioning.
That
those
was
team
boys,
scores,
yep.
right?
I'll get over to girls when my computer starts behaving.
Hey, what a treat it was to have West Banna join us for a couple of minutes to chit-chat on the broadcast. If there's any wrestling coaches or alumni that were wrestlers that that are here at this event, we'd love to have you just come over and have a chit-chat with us. We sure do enjoy the history of the wrestling program in Star Valley, and we'd love to have you. I think that was fun having West Bant on for just a couple of moments. And hopefully we can get a couple more people on that we can visit with for just a moment. Waiting for this match here right below us to be done, and then we will have Max Girac coming up for the second round of the semis. We're rolling up on 7:30. The goal was to end at 8 o'clock tonight. I think we may exceed that just by a little bit, but hopefully not too much. Starting to see a lot of the varsity wrestlers that are advanced that won their championship matches. Ty Thompson down there, Damian, Grant Thompson, a lot of those the guys in their street clothes. They're going to be wrestling tomorrow, which is good for them to get a little bit of rest and go at it tomorrow.
Yeah.
All right, so this match finally ended in a tech fall, so we're going to have Max Girac coming up, second round consolation semis. Excuse me, not semis, second round consolation. Max is in the 132 weight class. In the consolation bracket, the first period is 1 minute long, and then they have a 2 minute period. So the first period is just a little bit shorter, encourages a little bit more action, and maybe even a little bit more aggressiveness. Here we go. Max in on a front headlock, and going to get around, and he does. 3-point takedown. He's got an armbar in right now. Got that fist right in the center of his opponent's back. He's got a shoulder, not a wrist, but a shoulder of his opponent underneath, and a claw-like hold. And he is looking for some near fall points, but he is going to say that armbar went too high. They're going to call it potentially dangerous on that and start him back at the middle here. They're going to give him injury time. Going to shake it out, and I think he'll be all right to continue. Currently, the match is led by Max at a score of 5-0. All right, his opponent seems to be okay now, and we're going to start back in the middle. Girac is going to start on top. Max good to follow around, working on digging out an arm. Six seconds left in the period. His opponent trying to work up to his feet for an escape and not going to be able to do so. Girac doing a good job. Keep that tight waist on. Moving to the second period, score 5-0 in favor of Max. And for the second period, Max will start on top. Max trying to get some wrist control to get down underneath his body to flatten out his opponent. His opponent is up to his feet. Max looking for a lift return and able to do so. Max has a hard crossface on, lost it. And up to a 3/4 half. He's trying, and he got it. His opponent to a quick flip around. Max still has that 3/4 half on. And now his opponent's able to break that free. He's going to be able to get up. He doesn't have control. And so there's still no demonstration of control yet. I'm assuming they'll give a loss of control, which they do. Actually, they give the reversal. So now the score is 5-2, and Coach Clark wants to wonder, hey, why is that a loss of control, or why are you calling a reversal and then having them start in a neutral position? Because if it truly was a reversal, Max would be starting on bottom. So Coach Clark's going to question him on that call, see what the result is here. Yeah, that was a little bit odd because he called the reversal and then he wanted to start him back in the neutral position. And Coach Clark says, hey, wait. If it was a reversal, you can't start him in a neutral position.
I missed the action.
You're going to start on bottom.
I was answering messages, but where?
They wrestled off the edge of the mat here, and it was kind of a scramble. And the ref did award a 2-point reversal. And then he wanted to start him in a neutral position. And Coach Clark was like, hey, wait a second. Can't do that.
Yeah.
So they're just going to start him down. So it looks like he is going to stick with the reversal call.
Yeah,
and he's going to cut him loose.
We lead this 5-2. Why would he cut him in the second? And it's only a second.
Oh, and right over the top is Jirok.
Wow.
Nice move.
He says, I'll teach you to cut me loose. I tell you, I want to watch that on instant replay. That was great.
He stood right up and went right around his head, right to the back.
Yeah, that was incredibly fast.
Jirok's going to...
He said, now I'll put you where you wanted to be in the first place.
Score currently 7-3 in favor of Jirok.
Nice
Able to get around back, but they're going to call him out of bounds.
Boy, that was close.
Jirok is quick with that shot, but his opponent is quick at the sprawl. So this makes for some good competition here.
10 seconds left to wind down the second.
His opponent in on a single leg, but he's got in a whizzer.
That was a crossface for the books, too.
A crossface, and
still
Jirok got around back, but I think he was out of bounds.
Green says, I'll try again a third time. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to be neutral with Jirok right now, would you? He hasn't got a takedown yet.
Both very quick.
Jirok is the aggressor, though, if you watch his cross faces and his hard, heavy clubs like that. Changes off. He can collar tie either side. You know, he's got that one hand down on home base protecting that leg. Kind of sugar footing a little bit, saying, "Go if you shoot, just know this crossface is coming." I don't know who's booing, but that was a slick duck by his opponent.
That was a great duck. That's getting a 3-point takedown. Now Jirok only leads by 1 point, 7-6, with 1 minute and 10 seconds coming up.
I'm going to guess he's going to cut him. I'm going to guess that he's going to cut him because that was about as slick a duck as you can see.
Yeah,
and
that was a really
of course,
good one.
Drock, I don't think, is one that you can put 2 moves in a row on. He sticks to riding, though. Goes heavy on half. We almost got
almost
had
the
a
head and get the
Granby.
Granby.
Definitely got one out of that. We tie this one 7-7. No.
8-6.
We're up by 2 then, right?
Yeah, but still probably the smart move to cut him and go for a 3-point takedown, take the lead. Max in on a shot.
Nice.
And he's able to force him out.
Give it to him. Oh,
he
boy.
didn't cover, is what he's saying.
He crashed down to his hips, so I think that was, I don't know. That's about a 50-50 ref call. A lot of refs would have said takedown. If he was more deliberate with his toes and pointed him, it might have been a takedown. Time for a pep talk coming from your local ref.
Max needs to be careful with stalling, but he's
nice.
He's not stalling.
Goes in front headlock, releases,
Yep.
and it puts him in position to be on a beautiful shot. Now, if they're, don't call this, please. Don't call this. Just let him wrestle. Got 14 seconds left.
Nope, stalemate.
All right, I agree with that, actually, after it went that long.
All right, we got 11 seconds
Folks,
left.
this is exciting. 6-8. A takedown normally would send this into overtime. In this case, a takedown would put the advantage to the opponent because it's now 3 points. So it's 6-8. We can't afford to get taken down. And he's sprawling heavy. We've got 7 seconds. He's on the gut. We got. Oh shoot! They're going to award that, I'm afraid, folks. And it's darn it.
Hey, the time was out. Coach Clark is going to say.
Yeah,
But unfortunately, what happens is when you go to the table on this, and having run the table before, the table honestly,
well, look, he's
they're
saying
going to
3
say.
seconds. He awards it.
Yeah.
3. So no back points, but does get the takedown, and that's a heartbreaker. Such a close match, folks.
Yeah, Clark's not happy about that one.
Good sportsmanship. Coach didn't look like he was too pleased with the call for sure, but
No, and he's not, and he has a right to be. That towel tap was probably 2 seconds too late. Which,
you know, the ref has to make the call. Even though it was clearly a takedown, if the ref forgets to flag it, the policy is there's no takedown until the ref says there is.
Yeah.
And so clearly the match, I mean, there was a takedown. The ref was in the one at odds there, or it was his fault. He did not award it. By the time he did realize I haven't awarded, I better do that now so I can give back points, the time was out by 3 seconds.
Yep.
And so the argument isn't so much, I mean, it is. It's an argument of technicalities there, but technicalities is part of the process. I mean, I watched my own son in a state championship match. They actually took a point away during non-wrestling time. Later on, those officials were reprimanded, but it already cost my son the state championship match. He ended up rolling. It was a 1-to-1 match, that tight. So ref has got to be paying attention during all the time, and I think the ref's doing a great job. I'm not picking bones here. I'm just saying Coach was right on the technicality. He had not awarded the points till after the time it had expired.
Yeah.
Ref was right by saying, well, there was still 3 seconds left in the match when the takedown was awarded, in my opinion. I was just slow flagging it. But I don't know. And correct me if I'm wrong if someone's listening, but that appears to be what we see on the camera side of things. And that's why Coach Clark was not very happy.
So we've got Chapel for the girls team wrestling over there.
Oh.
We actually do have a boys match going as well. Give me 1 second here. We'll find out who that is.
He's up 3-0. It's a wrestleback. We're into the first round. Is that Crookston?
No, I think that's one of the hunting boys. I think it's Daryl.
Okay, so we're up 3-0 either way, and yep, it's Daryl. And who did you? Is this Chapel over here?
Yes, that's Chapel over there, and that's the end of the first period. We're going to swing over to this mat, catch a little bit of this action, then we'll go back to the Chapel match. Unfortunately, they're right on the exact same. They're right in between the first periods on both of them. Chapel's going to start down, it looks like. Hunting is also going to start down. We're going to stay on the Chapel match. We'll get back to the Hunting match here in just a minute. Hunting working off bottom. Up to his feet. And a turn and escape. Right back to some head fighting. Coach Perry, I can hear him saying, get your hand off his head. 4-0. Chapel on a good go around, and she's going to get a reversal out of it. She's got an arm bar. She's got to run around the head, and she's going to get a pin out of this.
I think she is. That was great moving.
Hey, that's a great pin for Addie Chapel. All right, we're going to swing back down here to Mr. Darrell Hunting.
He's got an arm bar of his own, changed it off to a half, has the far wrist, now a double wrist. Right back into the half, and this is a good position, JR, to score. He's broke the hips down. His shoulder is just about to the 90, and there it goes. Over to the 90. Notice he hasn't collected that inside wrist. Doesn't matter if you got that much pressure on him, and we got a pin.
Get a pin. Nice. That's Hunting 1 into the next round, and we got to get Hunting 2 into the next round. That was Darrell, I believe. And he's coming up.
Oh, good deal. He'll wrestle tonight then.
Yep, we got Hazen Hess coming up soon, as well as Lane Hunting.
Okay.
And those will be our last two boys team wrestlers for the night.
Oh, great. Girls probably got to be slowing down too. I think they're going
Girls,
to
yeah, they got to be slowing down too. Let's take a look here.
167, was
we got
that right?
Brooke Schwab in the quarterfinals. I don't know why they're doing the quarterfinals in the other gym. I wish they'd do them in here.
We're going to miss her?
Yeah, we're going to miss Brooke Schwab. And also we have Lind from the quarterfinals for Star Valley, and she's going to be in this gym. We should be able to get her.
Now, Ben Stein is going to be against a different Morris. I was afraid that was one of ours. Now, will that be tonight as well?
I don't know. What was the girls' cutoff? Do you know?
I thought they said 160. But
164 was the boys.
Was it?
We'll have to listen to the announcers
Yeah.
here and see what we can get from them in regards
Well,
to
I'll
that.
take a quick break here, JR, then,
Yep.
but it looks like we have nobody on the mat, but a few more yet to go.
Yep, and I'm going to take a break as well. It's been a long day of standing, and we're just going to take just a little bit of a break until we get to the next round of our wrestlers. Thank you for tuning in, and we will be right back. All right, welcome back. We've got Hazen Hess coming up in the second round of the consolation. And here we go. Hazen, a lot of fakes. Trying to find his position in on an underhook.
Come on, Dax! Dax! Get you some! Let's go, Dax!
Still neutral.
Yeah! Big winner!
And Hazen able to get in a position to get around. He's got an ankle, but he's got to clear his leg. There he does, and he's going to get a 3-point takedown. Makes the score 3-0 in favor of Hazen. Looks like we're coming up to the end of the first period. Hazen does a roll through. He's going to get some tilt points out of it right before the end of the period. And he's going to get a full 4 points. That'll make the score 7-0 in favor of Hazen Hess going into the end of the first period. Great tilt by Hazen right there to end that period. It looks like it is going to be a defer by Hazen over to his opponent. And his opponent is going to take neutral. So they will start a neutral ground again. Hazen in on a quick ankle pick, able to elevate that. And now goes for the other leg into a double, and he's going to be able to cover. That's a 3-point takedown. Makes it 10-0 in favor of Hazen. Hazen able to maintain the top position. He's going to go ahead and cut him loose. Possibly looking for a tech fall out of this. That should make the score 10-1 in favor of Hazen. Hazen looking for a throw. He's got him in a headlock. Able to get the takedown about it. Not a throw, but he does get the takedown. So that should make the score 13-1 in favor of Hazen. He's going to go back to a tilt and doesn't quite get the angle that he needs to be able to do that. He's going to dig out the arm. For an arm bar, he's going to run around the head. He's got a wrist and a bar, and he's going to get some more near fall points out of this. No, didn't quite get the angle. Not enough control demonstrated. For the near fall, they're going to go ahead and wrestle out of bounds, it looks like. Hazen in on a barbed wire. Now Hazen's going to dig that out, getting some near fall points, and they'll let him pin him if he can. But because it's still considered the same move, if not, it's going to be a tech fall. So he does get the 4 points, and that's going to be a tech fall by Hazen. The referee still hasn't clued in that it's a tech fall. Now he did. All right, so tech fall, win by Hazen Hess, and that's a good one for Hazen. All right, we are going to have, I believe, one more wrestler for the night. We've got Lane Hunting that's going to be coming up on mat number 2 here shortly. Let's check over in the girls' bracket, see where we're at. And we may be done in the girls' bracket for tonight. So just one more match. We're waiting for Lane Hunting's match. And then we will wrap it up for the night, and we will be back tomorrow for the fourth round of the consolation semis and also for the quarterfinals as we continue in this tournament at Madison High School in Rexburg, Idaho. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. All right, now we've got Lane Hunting coming up for Star Valley in the I believe the 150 weight class. We will see here. And he will be the last boy wrestler. We also do have a Lady Brave competing on the mat just above them, so let's see who we've got there. Looks like that is going to be Benstein of Star Valley. We will try and get both, but unfortunately this is the worst mat to get because it is right underneath us.
Again, spread the word that the last bout for girls will be 167. The last bout for JV will be 315. And the last bout for varsity will be 164.
All right, so we're getting ready for Lane Hunting. Daryl just won recently, and so he will be moving on to the next round of the consolations. And now we've got Lane, so let's get going here. Weight class of 157. Second round, consolation. Daryl in on a quick ankle pick, not able to get it, having to get back around in defense. Good scramble, no points scored. Daryl in on a single leg, he's got that elevated. Good trip, and he's on top now. He's got right into an armbar, hard crossface. Going to put that right to the mat, hooking up a cradle. He's got it back on his back for a cradle, and that's going to be a pin. That's a nice quick pin for Lane Hunting. And so he will be moving on with his brother into the consolation semis. All right, so now we're going to go up to mat number 4. Now we're going to see the girls getting spread out here on the different mats because the boys are pretty much done in regards to the championship bracket. So we'll start to see the girls' matches move a little bit quicker here. Some of the matches were going a little bit slowly on the mat 5 in the other gym.
Is this Meisner?
No, this is actually Benstein. I'm not sure what's taking so long for the opponent to be out there. And looks like it could possibly be a forfeit at this point. She's removed. And my apologies, I've been pronouncing that incorrectly. That's Ben Stein. I'm not sure what's going to be happening there. Looks to me like her opponent may have forfeited the match. So it doesn't look like she's going to get a match.
157 boys to the hall. Varsity 157 boys to the hall.
So all of the Star Valley wrestlers on the boys team have wrestled thus far tonight, and they are done for the night. So they're probably going to be loading up and taking off here soon. We've got a couple more of the girls' matches. We are currently on bouts number 140, and they're going to wrestle through 167. So we still do have, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We got about 8 wrestlers still got to wrestle tonight. They should be coming up here shortly as they're going to transition over to probably 5 to 6 mats rather than just being on 2. Looks like Benstein is possibly still going to wrestle. She's still warming up. Maybe they just bumped her match to be a later match, possibly to accommodate one of her opponent. All right, we're going to take a quick break here as we're waiting for some Strawberry wrestlers to come up. We'll be right back. All right, so we're not exactly sure what happened with the Benstein match. It was noted, and then it looked like it got moved. So now she is up currently.
She knew what she was doing the whole time. We kept questioning why she was warming up.
Her opponent in on a single leg, able to get back behind. That's got a takedown. Makes the score 3-0.
Oh, nice tuck and roll. Almost got it. She's going to do it again right there.
And dump him over the top.
If she can hip toss at the same time. Right there, you got a hip roll, hip roll. Stay on your... So it's a great move. She's using that as a handle, but she needs to actually use her hips to kind of run her over at the same time. And that's the only thing that was missing there. But what a great... She's going to be good at that. She just needs to practice that a few times and running her hips over.
Move that arm to the other side.
She can do it again. I bet she is. She's going to try it again right now. There we go. Now, she instead of turning to her back, it's going to work for her, though. She did a complete...
She's still shoulder to shoulder. And now got a headlock and a shoulder, and it's going to end up in nothing.
Oh, that was too much work. Darn, but you know what? Yeah, I'll bet coaches are going to capitalize that and say, you know what, you're so good at using that handle and hipping over. We just need to put a couple more steps in the secret ingredient to make that move work. She says, let's go neutral. I'm going to call back my takedown. Let's see if she gets in a lower stance. She almost looks like Carly from this distance, doesn't she? A little lower stance, heavy on the head. Watch, this girl's going to shut down and then shoot. She likes to just pull her head and get and release and shoot. So here it comes right there. So you tug on that head and then release and shoot. But
she had a headlock locked in.
Benstein is going to get the points out of this, if not back points as well. There it is. We're getting the swipes, folks.
Back and
this is going to be a pin.
That's deep.
Come on, Clark. Come on this side, buddy.
From here, it looks like a pin.
Oh, come on, Clark. That's a pin. That's a pin.
He's not down low enough to see it.
Yeah, he needs to be over here probably. Boy, I don't know where. She's going to squirm out, but she looked really flat there for a bit. Now she needs to readjust. Just get behind the pits, readjust, sucker back. Yeah. Oh, almost a drop back there.
Now you got to follow her. You got to get back around before they got a leg. Yep.
Boy, I tell you, that was great wrestling, though. Phenomenal job to get those 7 points racked up quick. Now, if her opponent got a full 4-point near fall, then she would be ahead by 1, but I'm not sure. Did you see that?
I don't think she did.
Okay, so we should be up. Well, no, because she got a reversal, so we're still down by 1.
Oh, and now she's got her in and stacking her up.
Come on. Oh, I tell you what, I hate to say it, folks, but that was our pin. That was our pin.
From up here, it definitely looked like a pin earlier in the match.
You know, they don't need to sit there and count in slow motion anymore. If you get them flat and you got that, it can be a pin. But Clark was just a little bit hesitant on that, in my opinion. Of course, he's the pro. I'm just the spectator. We'll let the refs do their job most of the time. And every now and again, we try to step in and say what shoulda, coulda happened.
So we do have 2 more Star Valley wrestlers, Lady Braves wrestling. We've got Meisner of Star Valley. She's going to be in the other gym on mat number 5, so unfortunately we won't get to see her.
Oh, darn.
And Colvin of Star Valley, we won't get to see her either. She's on mat 5 as well.
Aurora?
Yeah.
Jeez, they need to give a medal to the person that's wrestled the most. That poor girl's went every round.
Yeah, she is. That's 4th round consolation.
4th round?
4th round.
This will be a 4th match.
Yeah.
I think in Wyoming it's illegal to wrestle any more than 5. I'll have to double check, but sometimes we come to these big Idaho tournaments and we actually have to give a forfeit. So 5, she's getting there. She's already at 4 matches in one tournament.
And then we will have, so when Meisner does come up, she will be here in this gym.
Oh, well, that's good.
She'll be right here, right in front of us.
We need to log in to JV on mat 1 now. If anybody can log in, you got it? Logging into the JV tournament on mat
looks like Meisner is going to be up on mat 2 right now. It looks like she's just waiting for her opponent to get there. Let's zoom out and get ready here.
215 and 285 to the weigh-in hall. Varsity boys, 215 and 285 to the weigh-in hall.
All right, so here we go. We've got Meisner of Star Valley and Haight of Blackfoot. This is 4th round consolation.
5 matches. I just had to confirm it. It is 5 matches in for the state of Wyoming participants. All right, here we have Addie Blackfoot. Is that what we're saying? Her opponent is a Bronco?
Yep, from Blackfoot, I believe.
Addie's got some pretty snazzy knee braces on there. I like them.
Some knee sleeves.
Yeah, knee, I shouldn't say braces. They're just knee pads or sleeves. But
Girls 107 to the weigh-in hall. Girls 107.
matches her headgear.
Grant Kuhlman, if you're ready to weigh in, please come to the weigh-in hall.
A shot attempt. And a Rhea shot right there. We're going to go out of bounds, but we might still get it. Oh!
So it went out of bounds, but then it came back. But
Ref call says if you get the whole body of both opponents out, they will stop it. One limb, if that one limb remains in, they'll still have wrestling time. So,
well, sometimes they'll call it when they can see that it's going out of bounds with the momentum moving out of bounds.
Yeah.
The last thing they want to see is a
Crash into the
wrestler
table,
into the
yeah.
bleachers or something of that nature.
Yep. Oh, and there it is. There we go.
Good step
Take down.
behind.
We got her hips broke down. Good. Reaching for that wrist on one side, coming up to the half on the other. We're going to run out of time.
107 girls to the weigh-in hall. 107 girls. It looks like on one
So it will be Meisner's choice. I'm going to assume that she's going to defer. Or, no, they're going to go neutral zone. Neutral,
Yeah,
it
a
looks
lot of
like.
that. A lot of the girls have been if they win the draw, they figure, hey, if you defer, you're predicting a 3rd round, right?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're thinking, hey, we might be able to end this, let's just take our best position and go for it.
Oh, I thought they were going to go neutral, but
I did too. They changed it. I think he said you choose. Coach Waldron, great at letting the girls kind of decide, gives them some hints, but I got to be careful there, and that is going to be
a headlock.
Yep, that reach back can work against you too, but in this case, Bronco's going to get a reversal out of this. And I don't think any back points there.
No, just the reversal, so it's going to be 3-2.
So we still lead this match, but that was a tough reversal, doggone it. Meisner's got one wrist. She's got her hips up, but she's got to watch that half, and it comes in fast and hard. Now she can even bridge off that leg, push pressure on that leg. I know that sounds opposite, but sometimes you can keep their chest from smashing you down as hard if you can block. If she can kind of kink one arm, she almost had a jack put in place, an elbow jack, but that girl on top was definitely putting lots of pressure on her. Well, after winning the 1st round, we do come up short in the 2nd.
Mat 1, the Sting versus Pole.
Looks like she's got her breath back on her feet, going to be able to shake hands. So don't want to see any injury, but I think she did get the breath taken right out of her, dang it.
All right, here's the problem, Blake.
Yeah.
We have 2 Meisners.
Yep.
We have an A Meisner and a B Meisner.
Yep, that should have been B.
Okay. And she's had 4 matches today then.
Well, I was talking about Aurora.
Oh, Aurora. Okay.
Yeah, Coven. So yeah, we did see Addie earlier, I think, but I don't believe that was. And
all right, so we don't have any mat assignments currently.
Wait a minute. Oh, okay, that one is not about to go yet.
In this gym, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. So we do have our other Meisners in the other gym. So that's what threw me. You're right. When you said, "Oh, she's in here now," it's just it was her sister in here, right? So Addie is still in the other gym, yet to wrestle, and unfortunately, we will miss her. Watch this roll through. Oh, nope.
She's got that head pretty tight.
Yeah. I looked down just for a second. I thought guys are back to wrestling, but those are indeed girls. Look like they have some time in the gym. Both of them very, very stocky. Both of them very strong.
Put that weight back and tee out.
So who's up next on the Braves agenda? Are we?
We don't have anybody in this gym scheduled yet.
Oh, darn.
So they're on bout number 146. Our next bout is 151. So it won't be too long here. We'll have somebody come up. I would assume that Oakley Hepworth will be the next one up.
Yeah. Well, that was Brindley Meisner, and Addie is wrestling. We apologize to her family. We are not going to catch that on live broadcasting, but pretty awesome to have these sister duos, isn't it?
It is. It's fun when you got siblings out there. All right, Oakley does have a mat now. She's going to be wrestling right here in front of us.
Oh, good.
All right, we just got a bunch of mats. So then it looks like we're going to have Sanderson on mat number 4, and it looks like Harbach, unfortunately, we are not going to be able to see her match. She's going to be on mat 5. But they are really starting to cruise through the girl matches now. They've opened up an extra mat for them.
We read an article recently, well, I think it was last season, a young lady that state champion wrestler, and I believe national accolades, and she was also the beauty queen winner for her state. So a beauty queen off the mat, and on the mat she turned into a pounding machine. So it was a pretty interesting article.
You know, I love these athletes that can go out and do multiple things.
Well, how come guys can't be beauty queens, or can they now? I'm not sure. They might be able to now.
Blake. Well, no, but I love it when athletes are able to do 2 sports, or not even necessarily sports, but just be participating in something.
Yep.
Marching band, choir, speech and debate. You know, it's nice just to see these kids developing in more than one area than just the physical aspect with sports.
Yeah.
But I think that's the great thing about Star Valley is they encourage their kids to do anything and everything, and I really feel like that makes them better people in the long run.
Yeah.
Being able to experience a lot of different situations. Wrestling, man, of all the character builders, though, I'd say wrestling's probably up at the top.
Here comes Oakley, I believe. Right in front of us.
Yes,
yeah, for sure. If you can learn to make decisions when you have someone choking you out, you've got a shoulder blade in your rib cage, and you still have to rationally think.
Then pure pressure becomes nothing.
I know, that's about as much prep as you're going to get for the Marines as there is.
Then pure pressure becomes an easy thing, because when faced with a decision, you just put them in a headlock and throw them over.
Here we have Oakley Hepworth, one of our other, speaking of sister duos, her older sister, Cashley.
Oakley and Cashley, yep.
Oakley, I believe, wrestling at the
132.
132. Oakley had some great matches last season as well. She's surprising, a girl that had been beating all of our Star Valley girls, and Oakley drew her at the home duel. I don't know if you remember that. I think it was from Green River, and Oakley pinned her. And by far the underdog, but she's a scrapper, so keep your eye on Oakley Hepworth. Now, her opponent, is that Firth? F? Is that an F?
I think
or
so.
IF? Hard to tell. Everyone's got a different, there's, almost a.
Idaho Falls.
Idaho Falls,
So those
okay.
are the girls' Idaho Falls singlets.
Yeah, I tell you, these teams change singlets as much as socks anymore. It's hard to keep track.
Oh, and it really throws you off, like, tomorrow if any of our boys make the finals. They'll wrestle in one singlet during the day, and then during the finals they'll go change
They
into their golds.
yep. One of my pet peeves is they just pick a great color, stick with
Oh,
it.
nice blast double there by.
Yes, it was, and she's going to keep that leg turret, go right to her back, releases the leg, sinks a half in. Oakley's on her toes. All the pressure's on this young lady, and this is going to be, of course, look at her opponent twist her hips. She knows she's only got 1 minute to fight, and we're down to 9 seconds.
Trying to straighten that arm out.
There it is. Drop your chest a little lower, Oakley. She wants to see, though, what's going on. There it is.
Hey, right as time.
On the 0 second.
Yep.
Now he's going to ask, was the time out?
No, it was right on 0. I think it was simultaneous.
Well, tie goes to the runner, right?
Which one's the runner in this case?
And I think ref call is saying, look, I need you to, when it hits 0, that needs to make contact with my back, not when you start, winding up to hit me with a towel.
Yep.
They're going to say that was a match. Hey, tournament's going on. Let's. If it was the first match, it might have been a little more contest there, but getting late in the evening, they just want to keep it going.
All right, so the next up, we should have Abby Sanderson that's going to be coming up on mat 4. That is not her. She's not up for just a couple more minutes here. We should be getting Matt's assignments for quite a few of the rest of the wrestlers. We are wrapping it up for the night, getting pretty close. We still have 4 wrestlers, one of which is going to be wrestling in the other gym. Harbach is going to be in the other gym. And then we still have Pattingale and Chapel that will be wrestling. We'll see if they get mat assignments in this gym.
There was a sign of, as she throws her in a headlock, the young lady in front of us went over to the side, took a bow, said a prayer, made some good Christian symbolic. I'm sorry, I'm trying to watch her too because she's got it in her very tight headlock. Anyway, it's awesome as they demonstrate their faith no matter where they're at, and seeing that prayer and take a little time of silence and point to the heaven. Kind of says, I need you. I need you. And it was great. And she definitely is acting like she's got some extra help because she tore right after. Oh, I guess our camera's on the other mat, so ignore don't look at the wrestlers, but I guess we didn't see the prayer of faith.
Oh.
Well, you heard me talk about it, and she's
and there's going to be the pin, and cruising right through these matches. Looks
they
like
are.
Our Star Valley wrestler is warming up for that mat number 4 that we've got focused on here. Looks like Pattingale is going to be on mat number 2 right here in front of us. She's going to be on deck.
Yeah, but you do see a lot of these upper division wrestlers. If you watch the NCAAs and even the Olympics, people giving glory to God. And I think that is awesome, built on the foundation of our very country, Christian good principles. And for them to do that at such a high level, it just shows that, hey, we're putting our faith into our sport. We're not leaving it at the side. We're not two different people, but we're consistent with our faith, our morals, and our beliefs. And I always love to see that demonstration of faith.
Sorry, I'm getting caught up.
No, as I'm speaking, JR saying a prayer. So
no, I'm
it's pretty awesome.
I'm just sitting here. I got caught up in this JV match that was taking place over on the other side here.
Oh, I thought you were praying.
No,
I thought, well, that JR obviously missed his morning prayer, so he's getting it in right now. So
Blake guilted me into it.
Guilted him right into it. It was great. I was just waiting to say amen, but I didn't. Yeah, there's a lot of. Is that Marsh Valley? There's a lot of the.
Where are we talking?
Well, both these matches, the same singlet. I don't think Marsh Valley's here. Definitely Marsh Valley colors.
I don't think Marsh Valley's here.
I don't think so either, but that matches that color there, and we had a third of that color. So it's like. Who would that be? Who else has that light blue and red?
Ryrie Rigby?
I wonder. I guess the girls' team don't have to be exactly like the boys. And
I'm trying to squint down onto the scoreboard here and see. It is Marsh Valley.
Is it?
It is Marsh Valley.
Oh, well, I was going to say that's definitely their colors. Yeah, look at the coach in the corner. So Marsh Valley is, I don't think I saw there on the boys team, did I? When I was reading the
I didn't see them on the boys
so it
team.
might be just that the girls Marsh Valley's here.
JV 113 to the hall. JV 113 to weigh-ins, please.
So tomorrow morning we will be starting wrestling at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. That is mainly going to see probably third round of the
Wrestlebacks.
varsity boys wrestlebacks.
No semis until probably the.
No semis till probably noonish, or I wouldn't say noonish, probably 11 o'clock. That's probably when we'll start to see some of the semis, and then that'll help get into the third and fourth rounds of the consolations.
Yeah. They've got to stay caught up, so you can't wrestle semis too early.
Yep.
So catch the back wrestling. You know, Marsh Valley, just noticed they do have a lady coach, which, as we talked about earlier, there's not a lot of lady coach. They're kind of a wanted, sought-after position right now. So.
All right, we've got Abby Sanderson coming up on mat number 4, which is the red mat that we just zoomed in on. And her opponent's quick to be on the head. And Abby able to clear that. Get circled back around to the middle of the mat there.
That was kind of a gunfight.
Yeah.
Boxing match there.
Kind of clubbing on each other a little bit.
That's another thing. You know, you don't see girls that are, you know, the laying on of hands is a little different.
Snap down, and they're going to end up out of bounds and right back into the middle. They are going to give a stall call to her opponent from, it looks like Sugar Salem.
I wonder what kind of moms a young lady is going to be. You know what I mean? A wrestler. Is she going to believe more in the laying on of hands? You know, time to discipline. And
well, you know.
She got a little 8-year-old that's smarting off with his boy. Says, hey,
you know,
if I have to put you in a double arm bar, I will.
Kind of reaffirms the whole mom look. You know, if you know that mom was a wrestler, you get a mom look, and maybe that's a little bit more firm.
He starts moving the coffee table and sliding the chairs out of the way. Steps in the middle of the room. You better be, Mom's going to take out some of her frustration. Look out.
All right, that's going to be the end of the first period. It's going to be 0-0 for Abby Sanderson and her opponent from Sugar Salem.
So again, in these wrestlebacks, the first round is only 1 minute. So if it seems like they are fast, it's because they are.
Give a quick call out as we're coming down to the end of these matches here. We're going to wait just a second here before we give our credits.
She was...
Abby's got caught in a crossface. Got that arm down to the mat. And her opponent able to do a leg dump. And is getting some near fall points on Abby. See if she can fight out of that. Able to get back to her stomach. But her opponent's now reaching in for a barbed wire, releases that. Now going for a cradle. Abby's got to get big and get up to a base, which she's able to get semi out to a base, flip her hips a little. And her opponent then goes straight to a dump.
I don't think was there points awarded on the last one?
No, there wasn't. Well, I don't think he's got his fingers down. Well, maybe he does. Who knows?
I think he does, but he's saying we're still in the same position, so we haven't re-awarded anything since that last turn, 2 turns ago. Yeah, he did award it now, but now we got a young man over there too. I don't know if we can catch them both, JR, but
fortunately, I don't know the name on that because that's going to be in the JV bracket. We don't have the JV bracket pulled up.
Is it?
We will gladly get over there. Yeah, the varsity boys are done for the night. Let's see if I can get a name for that one. Looks like Abby might have a cramp. Looks like they're trying to stretch her out. Hopefully nothing too serious, that she can get back into this match. And, you know, obviously we want the safety of the wrestler to take precedence.
Yeah.
JV wrestler over on the mat on the left-hand side of your screen, working up over his opponent's had almost like a fireman's reach back, and the Star Valley wrestler able to break out of that, but still ends up on bottom. I think Coach Waldron over here with Abby Sanderson is trying to determine whether it's in her best interest to continue or not. And I think that they're just going to go ahead and call that. Which, you know, for the safety of the wrestler, if that's the right thing to do, then that's the right thing to do. All right, let's see what we've got going on with the next match here. Star Valley wrestler, let's see if we can get this JV match while we're waiting for this other varsity girls match to come in. JV Star Valley wrestler wrestling off a bottom. Oh, we've got our other varsity match. They brought that up real quick, and unfortunately that was up and gone. Actually, Pattingale, she just had a pin in 15 seconds.
Wow.
So she's, before we could even get the camera there, she had the pin, she was done and out.
It's kind of underneath this too, it happened, but yeah.
We've got one more wrestler for the girls varsity, and then we're going to call it the night. We've got Addie Chappell coming up. She doesn't have a mat assignment yet, but we'll hear shortly. Oh, she's going to be in mat 5. Unfortunately, that's in the other gym. So we're going to go ahead and call it the night. We want to give a huge shout out to the Wyoming Army National Guard for their sponsorship of this broadcast, for making this possible, supporting our girls and boys wrestling teams. What a great day for both the girls and the boys and JV wrestling. You know, they're putting their heart and their souls out there and wrestling hard. It's going to be a great day of wrestling tomorrow, and a lot of things to be learned and review and go over. SVI Media has been a great supporter of being able to bring these broadcasts to those that can't attend these matches. And so what a great thing that is. We thank Blake Angel here for announcing, and what a great time it is for us to come and associate with the wrestling teams and be able to bring this broadcast to you. So we're going to finish up this Star Valley JV match that we've got the camera on right now, and then we're going to call it the night. We sure do appreciate you tuning in, and we will be back with you guys tomorrow morning. Around 9 o'clock is when we're going to be back on the air, and we should be able to bring you a little bit more wrestling action. We appreciate it, and you guys have a good night.